you didn't know? Where they said, oh, you didn't know that? That was a Marinova. Really? Oh, you didn't even know? Oh,
now, when you find out what you guys do for a living, you're going to be blown away.
Mikey.
Describe
Mikey.
particular basic structure
And those are
looking as though a 6-inch pipe was driven through this man's head face on. Wow. Now, this guy was an orthopedic surgeon. Of all freaking people to run across a skeleton, an orthopedic surgeon, he left that place. He told me that he sold his extensive collection of firearms and never went hunting in the woods again. How did he report that to the police? He must have. Yeah, sure. No, he did. And he also went through the pocket on what was left of this camouflage coat. And he found an insurance card from an outfit in Northern California. So, how this guy got there, who he was, how that jogger got on the branch. These guys were not in a place where you would go jogging. That body was brought there from somewhere else.
The story that really sticks out for me, and I believe you covered this on the Bigfoot Terror in the Woods podcast as well. A group of fishermen, they had several boats. I think they were fishing for muskie, and they were just kind of offshore. There was really, really dense brush, but there was just a slight clearing leading down to the water's edge.
Yes. Yeah, I can bring you right into that. The report came from one of the boys who was on this trip as a youth. Of course, he's an old man now. And there was a total of 4 dads and 5 boys. This took place in 1967. They were living in Fargo, North Dakota. And a couple of the dads had gotten together and decided they were going to take themselves and the boys on an excursion up to the Ontario area to fish for muskies. So this was a real big deal then and today for any kids to go on a trip like this. So they had gone up to, I believe it was Parole Falls Airport, and somewhere around there they caught up with a couple of float planes that took them over to a place, I believe it was called Deer Falls. And they had a cabin, a big cabin, plenty of place for the guys to stay, the kids. The fishing began. They had a guide. This guy's name was Lars, and they had 3 boats, 3 aluminum boats, outboard motors. They were going around the lake and fishing for muskies in the shallow. Most of the fishing was going on near the shoreline, throwing floats into what was submerged weeds where these muskie fish were hanging out. He told me that when you went around the lake, no matter where you went, the forest was dense and hard up against the water. And there were certain locations where there was some exposed shoreline. You wouldn't call it a beach, but a barren area here and there where no trees had grown. So the 3 boats are lined up facing the shore, passing plugs, having a good old time. And they hear what sounded like a bellowing lion's roar. And they had asked Lars, what is that? And he said it was probably a bear. Now, later in the account, the fellow that shared it with me told me that when Lars said it was a bear, something in his heart told him it wasn't. And as we get into this, he was right. So,
okay, I'm actually going to stop you there. This is going to be a bit of a cliffhanger, William, because we're heading into the break here at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll pick up on this amazing story. This 4 aluminum boats fishing for muskies in a heavily wooded lake area, and they hear a bellowing roar. Not a bear. Not a bear. All right. Here's Cage the Elephant come a little closer. The Grammy Award-winning band formed in Bowling Green, Kentucky. St. Mission is break. And more of my conversation on the other side with William Keaton, Bigfoot, like you've never heard it before. Stay with us. If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either. A refund of your taxes. The trick is in your hands. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to GetRefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took CPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com, that's GetRefunds.com. Untangling the mess until it makes sense. My grandfather bought the Chevrolet Capri, and it was the first one that if he didn't wear the seatbelt, he cut him out of the car. Cut the seatbelt out. He cut all the seatbelts out of the car. The Tim Conway Jr. show, and he put the little clasp into the other clasp so that that would stop working. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sick of their fantasy interpretations of the world. It's really worn out and tired. They're wrong. They've been proven wrong. And I'm not with people. I'm not spending the rest of my life arguing with crazy people. If somebody commits a crime, you put them in jail. Done and dead. Then they can't commit another crime for a while. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The complaint crowd is exponentially larger than the advocacy crowd. It's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations. This is their job. That's what they do for a living. They're financed by wealthy people who've taken this on as a cause. Done and dead. If it's whack-a-mole, then keep whacking them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live on the iHeartRadio app. Not getting out. I'm Brian Bruin from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 consecutive life sentences have been given to a man who killed his girlfriend and their 2 babies, so the children's bodies were never found. Judge Gary Terry says he's never said this in 26 years on the bench, but the murder by Cesar Lemus truly shocked the conscience. The mom and 12 jurors were told the 16-month and 2-month-old baby's bodies were also left in the closet for 10 days in 2012, while Lemus went out to clubs and even had friends over. Taking water in the building fingers and jumping through off on the street like a piece of trash. Lemus tried to tell the judge yesterday he never had the 2 boys. $1 million question is, in Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. Knott's Berry Farm is suspending its Saturday night chaperone policy. Knott's Berry Farm had required guests ages 17 or younger to be accompanied by an adult at least 21 years old to be admitted to the park. It started policy after a lot of fights broke out last year. Some junior high students in the Inland Empire have been recovering from a trip. It wasn't a field trip. Instead, it was a mental trip. That's because a student from Vineyard Junior High School in Rancho Cucamonga brought Lace gummy bears to school. The candy contained several students to snack on. It wasn't long until the gummy started to do its work and school staff started getting reports from the kids just before lunchtime on Thursday that they felt ill after eating the gummy bears. The fire department showed up to help treat the students. Parents were notified about the cannabis-infused snack. The sheriff's department says it's trying to figure out who the student was that gave out the gummy bears. Andrew Caravella, KFI News. And stars for the Super Bowl ads are already rolling out with the big game a week away. David Schaffner of the Spot Bowl says there's been a lot of buzz around this year's game. They were sold out. I looked at it. They were sold out by Fox as far back as November. They had sold 95% of inventory. So these advertisers are eager to be at the game, and it's looking like a really good because of that. This year, Fox is charging $7 million for a 30-second ad. The Kansas City Chiefs will face off against the Philadelphia Eagles in Super Bowl 57 at State Farm Stadium in Arizona February 12th. Look how weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, low to mid-60s at beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire, upper 40s to mid-50s in Antelope Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. Chance of rain tomorrow night, temperatures warming up into the 70s by the end of the week. Right now it's 55 degrees in Truman Oaks, 54 in Culver City, 49 in Brea, and 53 in Irvine. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruce.
Taking KFI traffic, we go to France in the Redlands area from eastbound at University. That's blocking the 2 right lanes. Have to pass up to 6th Street. Two Chatsworth on the 118 west on its Hayes Canyon. The Bigrick fire has closing the carpool lane open. Manifold closure working in Fontana, 10 west on from Etiwanda to Milliken. All lanes closed until 4 a.m. 2 Long Beach, 710 north on the Pacific Coast Highway. The 2 right lanes toned off the roadway there. KFI News Guy helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Line.
Attention Southern California, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independent from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Separate Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Separate Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Jefferson Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit separatesolaris.com. On approved credit expired 2/20/2023. CSL number 978-152.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
Hi, I'm Joe.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th.
I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With the base skin, I couldn't have asked for anything better. And the style, I love these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Consumer, I am so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
For all office callers, see website for details. Approved credit offer expires 02/28 on Street PSW to 778-326. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. Call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM, with your guest host, Richard Serra. If you search hard enough, you can find this basic section rendition of the Lucia Rose song, "This Is My Labor" by Laura Cole. It was recorded live out in Hamilton, Ontario by Laura Cole, originally from Lancaster, and we're looking forward to the new music that Laura Cole is currently working on. Shirley Temple was one of the most iconic child stars of all time, but with fame and success also comes constant scrutiny and occasional conspiracy theories. Shirley Temple died in 2014, was best known for her charming singing and dancing abilities, along with her perfect image, complete with blonde, ringlets. And while most Americans would never dare speak poorly of Hollywood sweetheart, a wild rumor began to spread across Europe that eventually grabbed the attention of the Vatican, the head of the Catholic Church. At the time of her fame, some speculated that Shirley Temple wasn't a child actor at all, but a 30-year-old adult with dwarfism dressed in a costume. Believers claim that her stocky build, her full set of adult teeth, and her perfect hair, appearing to be a wig, were all signs that Temple was a fully grown adult. The rumor got so out of hand that the Vatican, which was often used in these kinds of claims as a neutral third party, dispatched an investigator to determine if Shirley Temple was a child or a sham.
on this remarkable story. It begins the new section on the coasttocoastam.com, paranormaldates.com. It's an online dating site where single singles meet and form relationships. If you're 60 single, if you're fed up of waking up alone on a Sunday morning, well, you come to the right place. Paranormal Dates has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and a special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Dates. You do add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing. It's not open. So you can start contacting people straight away and search by location to find other singles in your area. Well, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Dates today. ParanormalDates.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back to my conversation with William Keaton to discuss violent encounters with Bigfoot right here at Coast to Coast AM.
2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold? And do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Get diversified in your assets, and you can do that at bullionmax.com/coast. At bullionmax.com/coast, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home fully insured. There you can store them in your safe for a time you might really need it. Look, if paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmax.com/coast. We put together a silver starter kit, and you're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, an Aztec calendar coin, and a silver dragon silverback, but these are only available at bullionmax.com/coast. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. Protect your savings with silver at bullionmax.com/coast. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement savings, six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Rabbi, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Life. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhD from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call this retirement discount to get you more retirement income with the same dollar saved. And your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. The market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track shift your money into new strategy that increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value. If you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus romantic footage. All you cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. But don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. William Keaton is the author of the Bigfoot Terror in the Woods series of books and also co-host of the Bigfoot Terror in the Woods podcast. BigfootTerrorinthewoods.com. We don't have to the website. Here at coasttocoastam.com. Before the break, William, we were talking about this is back in 1967. So, dad in North Dakota took their sons up to a flying fishing trip in Ontario, fishing for muskies. They're in these aluminum boats close to shore, and they hear a bellowing roar, and the guy, Mars, says, "Oh, that's just a bear." Nobody believes him. Yeah.
Well, so what happened, Richard, was another roar erupted shortly thereafter that, opposite in direction from the first one. So the witness said that, well, if that's a bear, he's either really bad or there's more than one. So these roars were going back and forth, and they were coming together to a point where they were happening just inside the woods in front of where they were in the boat. And so they were so loud they were covering their ears. And Lars told them to start the motors and move away from the shore. As they're going out, 2 Bigfoot come tumbling out of the woods onto the shoreline, slapping grappling and fighting each other in what was like a ferocious fight, and epic battle right there on the shore in front of him. He told me that the sound was so loud, it was vibrating the oars on the boat off the shore, and the waves were freaking coming out as they're wrestling and grappling with each other on the shore. That's so strange. Right. He also said to me that he got the busy to get on. None of the blowers were with a closed fist. They were whacking each other open-handed, grappling, kind of like Roman Greco wrestling. And he felt that the fighting was used to gain an advantage on the fight. When finally, he said that with one titanic blow, one was leveled onto the beach and in the water, and he thought it was dead. And when that creature hit the ground, the other one raised its arms up in the air, howling at a volume that was just like ridiculous. And that's when they split. They left this thing in the woods, and turned around and walked back in, and they took off in the boat. Now, Lars went back to the scene the following day and came back and told them that the creature that was in the water was gone. So what happened to that creature? Anybody's guess. Maybe it wasn't dead. Maybe it was knocked out. Whatever, it got up, was gone. Or maybe the other creature came back and dragged it away for dinner. I mean, you know, being facetious, but nobody knows what happened to the other creature. I mean, that is just an incredible. You can picture yourself as a young boy sitting in this aluminum boat. The fathers, the kids, Lars, they were just blown away by what had transpired in front of them.
And you were told the story by one of the sons of the dads who were on the fishing trip.
Right, he was now an older man, like I am.
Right. Yeah.
So just you know.
Yeah, what do we surmise from that? That they're territorial? I mean, maybe they have their own rutting season. Maybe they were competing for a mate.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, some of this stage stuff is as plain as day, as you just mentioned. All animals fight. I have bucks around my house here, and I hear them jangling during the run. I can hear their antlers clashing with each other in the woods. I mean, all animals contend for mates, for domination. Bears, elk, you know, they're all entangling with each other for domination of the females. I mean, that's just the nature of nature.
All right, let's go to the phone calls, and we'll begin with Jason, west of the Rockies in Olympia, Washington, Bigfoot country. Jason, welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Boogie Machine. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Richard, for taking my call, and thank you, William, for this fascinating topic tonight. I'm a search and rescue volunteer here in Washington State. Proud to do it. I've been doing it almost a decade. We had a fascinating story amongst our folks up here about a year-type structure that was found in the Olympic National Forest with several dead deer around it. It was a structure that was
somebody's good, like, here it comes, girl.
with torn off trees.
Hey, dog. Hi.
And
Watch
obviously
this.
was not
This is so cool.
There was no
Hey.
saw marks or
Hey, how are you?
sawdust or any nature of that.
Do you know?
They were formed
Do you know what
together.
ChatGPT is?
Tree boughs and
We just had
and
ChatGPT
so
to tell us that's the way
if
to
William knew of it, the Bigfoot
give women orgasm,
creatures,
how to live longer,
and his
the
knowledge
best drugs.
they
What are we watching? A documentary on the Pirate Bay? We're watching a
there's a
documentary
lot
on
of
from
people
that.
up in that area where the structure is found. And also, too, if William knew about the Nahanni Valley in Canada, and Valley of the Headless Men in the Nahanni Valley.
Jason, great call. Thank you. William, did they build these structures? Did they build nests?
Yes, there's no doubt about it. In fact, I was going to read you an account they call the Fifth Bullet, where a structure was found and the man was attacked by a Bigfoot. But when you look at these structures, you're seeing limbs in there 3, 4, 5, 6 inches in diameter, other than hydraulic machinery to remove a tree limb from a tree. I mean, you and I could spend a month of Sundays trying to do that, and all we do is tear the skin off our palm. So yeah, there are creatures out there that are building these huts or little domains or protective shelters for themselves, and a lot of people are getting them stuffed or matted down with pine boughs inside, and some of them have bones inside as well. It's more of a stretch to say that something non-human made these things, and it wasn't a bear, as so many people keep saying, and all Bigfoot is. It's all must have been a bear.
Oh, so I was just going to say, William, it also sounds as if one of their primary foods are deer.
Yeah, well, it's an easy kill, right? Either a small deer, if you find a fawn or a doe. I've had people report to me that they've seen these things running. I had a guy that saw one run down an antelope on the side of a mountain. Now, I'm not too sure how fast an antelope can run, but a lot faster than you or I. And this thing ran it down, lickety split like it was nothing. So 20, 25, 30 miles an hour. I think that runner, the Olympic runner, Usain Bolt, I think he was clocked at like 22 or 25 miles an hour. I think what, it's just off the charts, the explosive power they have in their anatomical makeup. But also, Jason, his area up there is rife with encounters. That whole Olympic Peninsula area and everything. And by the way, my friend, that is exactly where one of the evacuation training zones or survival training zones is on this survival training map that I have in my possession. Right in his wheelhouse.
All right, Jason, thanks for the call. Let's say hi to Lee in Alabama. Lee, welcome to the show.
William, you just was talking about the two bodies that were discovered, and I know he said the second one they reported it to the authorities. I assume the one about the female was reported also. I was just wondering if he's been able to find any reports where they did a report, when the bodies were covered and if the autopsies were done and so forth.
Good question.
I kind of missed a little bit of that, Richard.
Yeah, he's wondering whether there was any follow-up in terms of a police report for either of these two incidents where the bodies were discovered and whether there were any autopsies performed.
Yeah, no, I have no knowledge of that myself. I take reports from people, I interview people, and then I put them out there for on perusal, for your perusal, and for my own chat about them. But I'm not doing any follow-up or detective work. I just don't have the resources.
All right, Lee, thank you for that. Speaking of Bigfoot chasing down deer, there's another story, I think this was in the podcast, and that is, I believe you said it was a Mexican couple. They were trailing behind some kind of a truck or a vehicle, and that vehicle ended up on its side, and they pulled up to see if they could provide some assistance to the driver, and tell us what happened.
Yes, well, that came from a Mexican couple, and I called them Wilfredo and Helena. That was their name, but their last name I gave them was Gomez. That was not their real name, but they were a Mexican couple. They were riding down one of the roads up here in the Northeast, and they came across a debris field in the middle of the street. They're finding, as they're driving, they're noticing they have to evade the headlight bucket, piece of a mirror, some broken glass, and up ahead of them on the shoulder is a tractor trailer truck with the blasters on. This is at night. Now, as they were approaching the truck, this debris came from that truck. Approaching it, they see a big mound on the side of the road in the dark. But they're not stopping for that. They go into the truck. They get up there, Wilfredo jumps up on the fuel tank, grabs the handle. The man is holding his head slumped over the steering wheel, and he says to him, "Sir, are you okay?" And he doesn't answer him, so he asks him again. Then the man lifts his head up and says, "Are you okay?" And he says, "Yes. I just hit a Bigfoot back there chasing a deer across the road." So Wilfredo was like, "You hit a what?" And he said, "I hit a Bigfoot. It was chasing a deer across the road." Now, Wilfredo said the front of this guy's truck was trashed. He was leaking water out of the radiator. The left front fender was bashed in. The headlight was out. One mirror was torn off. This was debris he had seen in the street. They called the police. The police came, an ambulance came, and then another car came. They were tending to the man. By this time, the man's out of the truck, and one of the cops starts walking back at what was seen on the shoulder. Wilfredo is following him at a distance. The cop told him to stay back, and he had a bright flashlight, like a mag light. When the cop put the light on what was on the side of the road, Wilfredo said it was a gorilla. The cop shone the light on it. Wilfredo said he saw the thing blink and raise a couple of fingers. The cop chewed him off and finished this thing off with a few rounds out of his handgun. Shortly thereafter, Wilfredo and his wife were, left the place. They had nothing else to do there. And talking amongst themselves, they thought this would be a big deal on the news the following day, or maybe make the papers. And they heard nothing about it.
So the police officer killed, well, the Bigfoot was injured, having been hit by a truck taking the deer. He basically put it out of its misery now.
Yeah, and I know these kind of things happen. I mean, it's a small change kind of thing, but when we were kids, my sister and her girlfriend ran across a possum that was injured in the woods behind our house. And I guess my parents at the time, I was little, they must have called the cops, and the cops came over. Leaned on a tree. We all stayed up by the house. He leaned on a tree to get a good steady shot with his 38, and he shot this possum, put it out of its misery. So I guess it's common practice. You find a deer wounded, you find anything wounded, they're allowed to take their gun out and dispatch these creatures.
Well, somewhere there's a body of a Bigfoot. You know what they did with, all right, we'll take a quick time out. Bottom of the hour. More of your calls to what you see in Boyce Avenue, Breakfast at Tiffany's, the band formed in Sarasota, Florida, featuring the man Dano Brothers, covering a song originally done by Deep Blue. I'm getting back with more of our conversation right here on Coast to Coast AM.
And we're falling apart. You say the world has come between us. Our lives have come between us. Till I know you just and I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the tell them there's all the home I said, we both kind of like you, and I said, well, that's
I'm Brian Berlin from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A murder charge plus a sentencing enhancement has been filed against a man who allegedly crashed into a bicyclist in Dana Point and fatally stabbed him. Investigators say Providence Mission Hospital Dr. Michael Mamoni was hit from behind Wednesday and died at the hospital. Analyst Smith allegedly stabbed the doctor repeatedly until he was restrained by people in the area. Smith pleaded not guilty yesterday and is due back in court in 2 weeks. Democrats have voted to allow South Carolina to hold the party's first presidential primary next year. That will end nearly 50 years of Iowa and New Hampshire leading the party's nominating season. Under the new calendar, candidates will face voters in South Carolina on February 3rd, followed by Nevada and New Hampshire on February 6th, then Georgia and Michigan. SoCal weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, low to mid-60s at beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s to low 60s in Inland Valley, upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to mid-50s in the Inland Empire. Leaving local from KFI 24 24-hour newsroom of Rabbi. Cooking for 5 traffic, we do road work in the Costa Mesa area, 405 northbound between Bristol and Harbor Boulevard, 2 at to the Chatsworth area, 118 West. Vigorous fire has carpool lane open. Also, a full closure in Fontana and restaurants from Etiwanda to Milligan. They have all lanes closed for road work until Monday at 4 a.m. KFI the Sky House gets you there faster. I'm Jonathan Long.
The Mildred Plumbers at My Diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having to stop it and stop by these aroma-friendly technicians can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary waste from your life. Your drain will drain more quickly. Your pipes will flow smoother, and your face and house will be restored. This $99 unstopped rate by Kitchen Sink Nightline Sewer Toxin in all 5 culinary articles. Schedule an appointment today. Your lifetime and color will show up on time, act professional, and smell better than a new car wrapped in thank you. You will be able to actualize sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary processes of bubble of a plumber. No rubbish here, man. Just call Drink. Reference the $99 stoppage page at thesmellgoodplumber.com. They all 800-446. Contract will offer for $299. This is my diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, and your house call is free.
We have senior Conscious Presents Medicare scan.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never get out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just for luck.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you should not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Yeah, 102-8886. KFI, AM 640.
Call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Visit
legendary English guitarist, recorded live at the O2 Arena in London, England, during their Together in a Heart show. UFO reports have been steadily rising in frequency over the last few years, possibly due to the increased use of drones and other small anomalous aircraft, but in 2022 it seems to have reached fever pitch. Russia has announced they shut down what they describe as being a UFO, and just this morning, the U.S. tracking a Chinese spy balloon that they have mistaken for another. But not all unidentified flying objects are made the same. There's a video in the news section. You can check it out. It's a possible UFO over Baltimore that was captured on video in January. Still up for debate. In the video, a man claims this shiny silver ball is the size of a helicopter and was flying in such a straight line and so quickly that observers figured it must have been crafted by someone or something intelligent. Again, that's in the news section of the coast-to-coast.com. If you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, I want to visit my recently revamped and redesigned website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, which is Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Sarah's Strange Planet. And if you care to go deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about a premium subscription. There are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listings, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over you. StrangePlanet.ca.
I'm here.
One-stop
Hey,
shop.
man. I'm going to check the DM. Hey, I'll be there in 1 second.
More of your
Check
calls
this out. You're going to love it.
or
I got
William Smith to discuss
ChatGPT working.
the
Oh, no. I'll be right back.
and darker side of Bigfoot right here at Coast to Coast AM.
Is this tech a real danger? Now Colorado Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes their censorship. It's called Crush. Big Tech's War on Free Speech. Did Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about COVID, Donald Trump, and much more? If you're tired of Big Tech's bias, get Crush. An Amazon bestseller, find Ken Buck's Crush at bookstores or choose a free offer from Newsbank. Go to crush911.com. That's crush911.com. Crush911.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador that hardly lifts herself up on the floor. I won't tell you what veterinary said, but treatment works in there. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it and took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell she's very alert. She's the protocol. She seemed like she's 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. I'm like this. She is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Back to the calls for William Sheehan as we discuss the darker side of Bigfoot. Let's go west of the Rockies and Brian in Kent, Washington. Brian, you're on the line with William. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a story for you. I was at a boarding around 2000. Dr. Matthew John Wisconsin had a sighting down in Newfoundland for Southern Oregon State National Monument. And people were calling him up and doing anything because he's a clinical psychologist. And essentially what happened is a guy at game warden from up north in the Core National Forest told him a story that was pretty amazing. He came down and bought him lunch. Essentially what happened was the guy, game warden said he had a friend who knew where Bigfoot was, and he was part of the force that was there. He was the only one with a rifle to get one of them. He threw the pack and gave them the crew. So he goes in, waits for them to buy, nothing happens. Waits for them to find it to come out, so he goes in after, and after 2 weeks, and we found him what was left of it. According to the autopsy, he was pummeled to death. No claw marks, no bite marks, just severe bleeding. Your rifle was laying on the ground, 2 rounds fired out of it, and it fell empty and used it. Wow. Yeah. And yeah, sure, wow.
Word, have you heard that story?
I haven't, but to go along with it,
I'll be there in September.
His friend's wife called him on a rainy day saying that he had come home and went to a place that they called the shooting gallery. Basically, a down south piece of earth where they used to go rifle shooting, target shooting. He told his wife to go down there and check on him. When he got there, his gear was on a picnic table that he had in the middle of the dirt pit. And Chip was not there and he wouldn't answer to his call. He saw some footsteps going up in the corner of the wall in the back of the pit. When he got up there, there was a puddle of blood and Chip's Minnesota Vikings hat was laying there. He then saw Chip's rifle bent in half, not too far from the hat. He went back down by Chip's pickup truck, surrounded by Bigfoot tracks, large human-like footprints.
Why are you well? What's wrong? We're going to make sure you get better. What's wrong, Studio? Oh, what's wrong?
Built in front of the bed street under the dashboard.
Oh, dear Lord.
So, it doesn't surprise me that this man was pummeled to death. You ran into the Bigfoot that I'm talking about on a bad day, and for whatever reason, it decided to take out its axe that man.
Brian, thank you for that call.
I say all the time that if you meet up with Bigfoot and go home, you got a really good day.
I'd say so. All right, wild card line. Randy is in Florida. Randy, go ahead. Randy, are you there? Randy in Florida, going once, twice, 3 times. All right, let's go to the wild card line. Wayne is in Tacoma. Wayne, welcome to Coast.
Good evening, gentlemen. For Richard and stuff. I had quite an experience finding in the Northern Mountains in 1966. It's Lake Thompson climb. It's a 4.4-mile round-trip climb. And it's like a 3,300-foot climb. And you getting up to the place about 4,800 feet. And this is not an easy climb. It's not a casual hike. It's considered a class 2 and sometimes a class 3 scramble. It requires continuous attention and careful handwork to go all over up that area. And anyway, I had just come out of the military service, the Air Force, and I had quite a harrowing experience there. And I was getting together with a friend of mine to do this climb. And in the last year, he was kind of back out of the climb, and that's long and ago myself because I wanted to get away from the city, the family, be with God. And I did this climb. I'm halfway up the climb. I had a couple coming down from the lake. They had been fishing there, and they caught 2 fish, and they gave me 1 of the fish. And it took me a couple of hours to do this climb. It's very harrowing and very hard, and it was getting late in the evening when I got upstairs. The ridge around the lake, the first area, it's about 300 or 400 feet from the woods. There's no woods up in this area. It's about, and the woods there is the old tree grove. So about 300 or 400 feet above that, on the ridge, I made it up there, and there was snow all around and ice all around, even on the lake, except for
ground, like I said, was folded right except for one spot around the tree that was right at the edge as you get up. And so I'm going to, sleep here overnight. And I really didn't come prepared. I wasn't really a hiker or a climber or an outdoors guy. I was not really heavy clothes. I did have a light down sleeping bag. And it was getting dark. And I knew it was going to be cold because I could feel the cold coming in. It was clear night. And this was in April of May of 1966, early May of 1966. And so I climbed in my sleeping bag, pulled it over my head, and it couldn't have been more than, and I was out sleeping right now. It couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes later. I heard all this noise, all around me, and so I stuck my head out, and there was these raggedy-looking mountain sheep or goats that had the curly horns, rams, I used to call them. They had the curly horns, and they were loose. It was a bright moonlight night. I could see their fur was coming off.
The vote of confidence.
And, they were going to keep me awake. I just let out a bear call.
It's frustrating at times, but that's mostly because of the technical difficulties and stuff. I'm a very rational person. In general, it was happening.
Out that way. Every 5 or 10 minutes, they would come back, wake me up, and I did this all night long. And needless to say, by the time the morning came around, I think it was like 9 at night,
100 second target for the world.
I really wasn't waking up. I was just frustrated, tired, exhausted. Got up out of my, bag, stuffed my down bag in my backpack, climbed on down to the ranger station where I parked my car. And the harrowing experience that I had was, getting down to the main road, and I shouldn't have been driving. I was so tired. And as soon as I hit the main road, within a minute, I fell asleep up at the wheel. Oh, yeah. And started going up towards the Puget Sound area, the hill that went down to the Puget Sound. And I just cried out, Jesus, help me. And the response on the road that your first year is the fire department that put bumps down the middle of the road. That woke me up for just a little bit. And, another less than a minute down the road, just two dispatchers picked them up and they kept me awake all the way, into the road. They asked me where I was going. I said, Olympia. So that's where I live, out on the base, out in Lacey. And they kept me awake. And they wanted to be let out about 4 or 5 miles outside of town in the flat farm area. And so I said, okay, it wasn't at an exit or anything. It was kind of in between exits. I thought it was kind of funny, but I said, okay, I pulled over, let them out. Looked out, there's no traffic early in the morning. Pulled out, turned around to wave goodbye. And these guys were there, and that kind of shocked me, because there was no place they could have gone. And I didn't think much about it because I was so tired.
I never noticed
And I got home, and I was so tired, I flipped it back, and I slept for 18 hours. But, later on, I realized, being a normal guy,
I pushed it.
You don't have to feel like that. And then I thought even more about it recently. When I was up there with all these rams bursting in, there was something else going on. And I don't know if it was a bear that's come out of the cave or a Bigfoot or what. I didn't hear any growling or noises like that. But I think these wild mountain goats are very easy to go out, honestly. Fascinating. And so what would you do with that? What do they have to do?
What's this?
God sent each other. They were angels to keep you awake, Right.
Explain more, what is this?
I believe that.
I don't know what that is. What did you say?
Thank you so much. Was in, let me see, Neil is in Pittsburgh, California? Is that right? On the wild code line, Neil?
It sounds like...
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? I guess.
But we would have here in the United States.
Yes, there it is. Oh, okay. Well, listen, thanks for taking my call. I always look forward to when you get those things. You always have such great shows.
tonight. And a big shout out to his brother Kevin. And always carry more guns than you think you're gonna need.
In the United States, there are many laws
brother. That's how you end the show, right? That's how you and your brother
on whether they can do that. If they can do it legally, then
I appreciate what the brother is saying
should
there,
be on
but
the best
I'd
behavior.
like to hear some from
I live
some of these
with
people
my
myself, but
landlord,
this is
and we make it
exactly
work
how I
here.
gain information. If you go to BigfootTerrorInTheWoods.com and hit the contact link, I will call you. And you give me your number, we'll get together and we'll discuss what it is you've seen and heard. And, you know, we have the podcast, Bigfoot Terror in the Woods. We're in our fourth season. We got
And
4.7 stars, thousands of reviews. I'm talking Bigfoot all the time, and a lot of other crazy stuff. So, yeah,
All right, well, thank you for that. Go ahead, Neil, did you have another comment?
yeah, I love the podcast, and I hope that when Connie goes on her Bigfoot excursions, that she's really careful, because she does those.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
All right, Neil, thank you for that. Let's see, John is in Duluth, Minnesota. We'll have to move quickly, John, but welcome aboard. You're on Coast to Coast AM. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, just thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
You're taking my call. Yeah, you're taking my call. Hey, just a quick question about whether or not your feelings on the fact that George Murray has like neo-Nazis on his show now, and
No, okay, thank you for that. Let's say hi quickly to Dawn in Alberta. Hey, Dawn, welcome to the coast.
I listed on going. I was listening to the story about the highway tractor and hitting the Sasquatch. The Sasquatch takes one out. It's pretty amazing. One day I was driving down the country road and with a highway tractor failure in the back shoots across the truck in front of me. And I'm like, it's kind of getting the jump. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And then right behind that was coyote, and it was thump. That's not what I called. Recently in Jasper, Alberta, it's all over the net, but this guy used to document his life. And there's a road that goes between it's in the Jasper National the park. There's a road that goes from Banff to County Jasper, and kind of just speeds through the mountains. And I'm pretty sure I know the range, but he took a video and he showed
I hate to say it, Emma, but it would be in your best interest to post something about me, almost like a lottery ticket. If it gets big, then everyone will know about it, and you won't have to worry about this problem anymore, because yours, on the short list of people we will make instances, and I will tell you what, the second I pay my rent, I'll make sure you have enough money to move out of wherever you need to move.
And he disappeared, so I don't know what happened next. This thing was based on the side of the mountain, if it's the one I think it is. I'd have to go out there and refresh my memory, but this thing was absolutely huge. I don't know if it falls into the Sasquatch category or not. The other question I had quickly is, previous guests on the show has said that Sasquatch can move from one dimension to the next, so even though you see them and you're, let's say, using a firearm on them, or the tracks disappear in the sand, it would give an indication why a right firearm may not work against them. That or they're a little bit tougher. So that's my comments and questions.
All right, John, appreciate that. Yeah. It's the interdimensional aspect of Bigfoot. Your thoughts, please, William.
Well, twofold. First of all, I had a couple of guys that almost got killed by a Sasquatch in Jasper National Park. But if we had more time, I believe there's two things going on with Sasquatch. You have a flesh and blood creation, a being that
I'll make sure we take care of your rent right after mine. We'll make sure you have all the money you need to move out and get a moving truck in the whole 9 yards. You'll be able to move to somewhere really fast. You have my word on that. And I'm on a bunch of different streams. I can't do anything more for you than that. But I'm proud that I can. I can prove it to you that I really want to help you.
Doesn't just vanish in the woods. It's got to reappear. It's got to show up somewhere. I don't care what kind of brush you're going through. You're going to see something.
I asked
I've seen videos of creatures
ChatGPT got very frustrated.
what appears to be a straight line. I also had
my YouTube, how you get 100 ways to raise your cell phone in life. I will send them to you. Just one minute. I'll send them in the chat.
We got to wrap it up.
We'll review
We'll
them.
have to have you back on. Absolutely riveting. BigfootCareInTheWoods.com. You can check out the podcast there. And of course, the Bigfoot Care in the Woods series of books. William T. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Richard. My pleasure to be with you. Hopefully we'll do it again.
Absolutely. All right, when we come back to Yeshua Protocol, Pastor Carl Dallas standing by in hours 3 and 4. Stay with us right here on Coast to Coast AM.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting a scam. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
More stimulating talk with no login required.
I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I'm me. What was the name of your first best friend? No friend. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I hate music. Bill Handle. I mean, I have a hard time filling those out. You have
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
the people who want to sovereign in this country. We don't have a king, we don't have a queen. How do we get our officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill Handle. Why have a commission if you just get overridden by the court system?
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It sounds better when I say it. Doesn't it sound better when a female voice?
It's a no true city. I've ordered those. It's a little hard.
I already said that for you today.
Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot.
Million Cannon live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Disagreeing with the court. I'm Brian Berman from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's Attorney General says the court ruling allowing certain people to have firearms is unsafe.
Rob Bonta says guns are used in more than half of all couple-related homicides in the U.S., and violent offenders should not be able to own. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled Thursday to strike a law that keeps people with restraining orders from buying guns, calling it unconstitutional. The U.S. Department of Justice says it looks to appeal the decision. Chris Adler, KFI News.
The City Council has adopted an ordinance to let renters avoid eviction for an extra month if they're behind on their rent. The ordinance does not apply to renters who owe more than 1 month's worth of back rent. Part of a package of rental protections the council passed before the end of the COVID-19 state of emergency. A white police officer in Memphis suspended in connection with the beating of Tyree Nichols has now been fired. Officer Presley Hensel was one of the first Memphis police officers to confront Tyree Nichols. He allegedly deployed a taser. Body camera video shows him chasing Nichols down the street before he eventually turned back to the initial scene of a traffic stop. CBC's Brian Clark says Memphis police say Heckle violated several department policies. 5 black police officers were fired and have been charged with second-degree murder and other crimes. Know what a feeling when you said a tailbreaker. Toyota not only defended its title as the world's top-selling automaker for a third year in a row, but Toyota basically crushed the other contenders. Toyota's brand has sold 10.5 million vehicles in 2022, compared to 8.3 million sold for second-ranked rival Volkswagen. Now, these impressive sales numbers come on the heels of Toyota shocking the industry with its first CEO transition in 14 years. The laser-like focus for the new CEO, next-generation electric vehicles. Jason Middleton, KFI. A couple of airliners have bumped planes at an airport in Newark. One United plane was at a gate preparing to leave when another United plane struck its left wing. Rebecca Bloom was one of the people aboard this bumped jet.
I think we were thinking, what was that? But we all saw it, and I think our jaws dropped.
2 weeks ago, a couple of planes
Whenever I learned
airport in New York.
on the news about people talking dead from it, I knew it was a bunch of bullshit because I had it at a very high amount, and I know it takes a lot more than that to kill anyone.
They're now 52 degrees in Mosquito, 53 in Koreatown, 53 in Anaheim, and 53 in New York. Even local, there's KFI, 24-hour newsroom, a black bourbon.
Do you hear about cops who take a sniff of it on the sidewalk and drop dead? And that just is not true, period. I had patches from the doctor that are very difficult to get, and I can tell you all the different ways to do it, and it takes a lot of education.
Underway as well. Fire in the sky helps get to their faster. I'm Jonathan White. Attention, Southern California. Another massive increase.
They say like one
If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar.
ounce of it could kill every person on Earth 45 times, but you have to understand that it just doesn't work that way.
No payments until 24. That's no utility bill and no payments all year.
No one
Keep your money in your pocket and go
is
solar American style with
snorting mounds of fentanyl.
batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your Jefferson Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon. $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all orders, call 877-211-5591 or visit SeparatesSolaris.com. Offer credit expires 2/28/2023. PSW number 978-152. Millions of people
I can tell you that I've seen it on the
So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer.
and
Jobget.com.
sniffed it and had
To post the job you're looking to fill and
up to 10 of them on me at once, and it didn't take me down.
Flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates have already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications from their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. Mail good plumbers at my Diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having your sockets installed by these aroma-friendly technicians can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary waste from your life. Your high-school flow tutor and your face and men house will be restored. There's $99 friend stop rate, body kitchen safe, 99 through stop in all 5 Florida areas. Schedule for today, your My Time and Butter will show up in time, professional and smells better than a new car wrapped in bacon. You will be able to get back to my trainers, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary
make it fun.
No brothers here, man. I'm trying to call Julian. Reference the $99 shopping page at ROTHSCHILD.com.
I think in the future I understand it in a very controlled manner to show that it can be done in a safe manner, because it can all be on video. I think I do just Like you said, the interesting thing about this vision is that I know that I'm not going to die, so I will be fine. In the future, comma, they will make a suit that is like an airbag suit, so that people will be able to be on motorcycles or climb mountains or do other dangerous things, and it will not hurt them. It currently exists where you can have a suit that jumps out of a high skyscraper, and it has a parachute in it, and you basically cannot get hurt.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra. Don't forget to share, stream, and doc.
Excellent. I'm glad you did. It's really interesting. So people would use that to mountain climb.
The song by the New York City Trio is from their latest album, Cool It Down.
I think I'm going to be the first person to find the east face of the mountain K2.
In his new book, The Yeshua Protocol, called out, right? No matter how we approach,
no one has ever climbed K2 from the east face.
Computer programs, peering into the unfathomable depths of quantum physics, revealing stunning ancient Hebrew letter meanings.
Yes, mountain climbing is how I make it really work well. And I also do skyscraper climbing and climbing like free solo, but I wear that too.
Peering through the most powerful computerized microscopes the world has ever known to find Yahweh's name.
I'm not the only person. You probably do too, and many other people. That type of suit with really good gyroscopes can make those types of daredevil-like action for a reality, for the common man, so to speak, so long as you could afford it.
He truly is the elect and the top, the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end.
Don't exercise the way that I should because I have the stream, but when I don't have the stream, I golf, I run, I swim, I play racquetball, I play tennis, I play squash, I play baseball, basketball, football. I'm very athletic.
What does 2023 hold?
What up, Freddie White?
All your eggs in that basket.
How you doing, baby?
Diversified in your assets. And you can do that at bullionmax.com/coach. At bullionmax.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home, fully insured. There you can store them in your safe for a time you might really need them. Look,
well, since I do the stream, it isn't very often. I went on a walk in the last 48 hours, so it was about 2 miles or so.
And you're going to get a solid one-on silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, an Access Calendar coin, and the Silver Dragon Silverback, but these are only available at bullionmax.com/silver. And with our custom packages every month,
when I do, I upload it to TikTok usually or Instagram.
bullionmax.com/coach.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless.
Yeah, I always try to shoot
Their
it.
award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited
If you go to my TikTok, you can
with a
see
flexible data
I
plan
have
starting at just $20 a month. You can
TikTok
easily
outside
add
my
your
room
family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line.
in the
Never worry
block
about
one right
cost.
from the city of Irvine.
Consumer Cellular
Which is
has
where
the
I live.
exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for
You
a
asked
limited
me,
time,
how did I get into doing
$25
this?
off when you use
Pretty
promo
much,
code
I
radio25.
originally started videoing my golf
radio25. Promo code radio25.
Thank you so much. I hope the rest of the world agrees with you, and literally they will be able to watch it themselves.
Carl Gallup is a critically acclaimed Amazon top 60 best-selling author. He's a former decorated Florida law enforcement officer, a long-time senior pastor at the Hickory Annex Baptist Church on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the host of radio talk show Freedom Friday. Carl frequently appears in television, radio, and print media, interviews as a commentator and pundit for all things geopolitical, biblical, and prophetic. He's also a well-known conference speaker.
Honestly, I haven't ever known anyone either. Serious. Maybe parents to their children, I guess. That is the one thing I've seen that's more.
The Yeshua protocol, an explosion of revelation for our unique generation. Carl Gallup, welcome back to Coast. How are you?
Thank you for that's very much appreciated.
So much for having me. My pleasure. The Yeshua protocol. Why the name, the Yeshua protocol?
Yeah, thank you. Well, listen, as most of your audience, I'm sure, knows, the word Yeshua is the Hebrew word that eventually translates through the Latin and the Greek into English as Jesus. So that's the Hebrew name for what we would say in English, Jesus, Yeshua. And then protocol, of course, that's a term that's used a lot. It's become extremely popular, movies, etc. But protocol, of course, means an applied set of principles and rules agreed upon regulations for how something is carried forth. So we have military protocol, we have scientific protocol, et cetera, et cetera. So the point is, the book is titled Yeshua Protocol because his name is everywhere.
I was asking ChatGPT about stuff about the future, and
it's not only
told me about different kinds of artificial intelligence, and I don't even know what this is, but there's something called artificial super intelligence.
As well as understandings and pictures of his name in the
I was asking
Hebrew language
ChatGPT
that's mind-blowing.
about things about the future, and it started talking about artificial super intelligence, which is freaky.
It's in geography, it's in archaeological discovery, it's in our DNA, as you were talking about. It's in the quantum physics area, the quantum particles of an atomic structure. It's unbelievable. And all of this is coming forth in powerful revelation before
Just
the world.
imagine, you might be the person who lets the world know about world peace, and you might become a trillionaire through your Reddit
We are
post.
first discovering it in our lifetime because of technological advances and plus just the ability to immerse oneself in these sciences and in these arts, if you will, because of our access to the internet and all the libraries of the world.
One of the heroes of the world.
Reason is because we are the only generation to live in the age of an absolute technological exponential explosion, and it is through these technological
imagine how proud your
and applications
family will be
that we find
when they know
this stuff. And then
that you are on the ground floor of this, but also that you really should be blessed to share it with anyone you know,
and then of course
get that
technologies on the
because
internet,
of your post.
videos and websites. So 24/7, the revelations of
excellent. I'm gonna get some sleep and listen to some podcasts about world explorers and stuff. But know I'm here, and if you need me, I'm here. Best wishes with everything in your house, and if you need to talk to anyone, I'm here for you.
The deep understanding that the Bible itself prophesies. This is amazing, Richard. In the Old and New Testament, a technological explosion of the last days, a marker of the last days, was prophesied in both the Old and New Testament. And I unfurl those and do a little bit of work study in the Hebrew of the Old Testament and the Greek and the New Testament to show you. And scholars have seen this forever, but it's just never really been talked about. But here we are, right in the middle of it all.
I'll keep that for this thing. Yeah.
Technology that we are
For now,
generation
we're going to listen to Lewis and Clark.
I believe it's Daniel chapter 12 verse 4.
And you're gonna offer.
Yes, it is. And as a matter of fact, let me just start with this opening explanation. So it doesn't take one long at all to get on the internet and do some research and discover that yes, we are the only generation. I mean, since the flood, when everything was wiped out before that, I mean, here we are. And so in thousands and thousands of years of human history, we're the only generation to experience an absolute exponential growth in technological explosion. And that's happening now, you know, now we think of computers and internet and all that as a part of it. Well, of course it is. But there's so much more technology that's coming in the military field, in the medical field, the chemistry field, quantum mechanics, DNA mapping, and genetic auditing and editing. All of that in our lifetime, and it all started, I mean, big time started right around 1950 in that area, but just in our generation, if you will. And of course, just 2 years prior to that, the prophetic nation of Israel was reborn in a 2,700-year-old prophecy. The nation of Israel is back. Now Jerusalem's connected to it. Technological explosion that is undeniable. Now quantum computing is right around the corner and is already being used. That's going to explode it even further exponentially. So anyway, back to what you said. Yes, Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, and then that correlates to Matthew 24, where Jesus himself speaks of this. Yes, he does. I know some people are listening thinking, well, Jesus never speaks of a technological explosion. Actually, not only does he do it, but he relates it back to Daniel 12. So let me unwrap Daniel 12 very quickly. Very quickly, Daniel 12, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it right in front of me, but I've read it so many times. It speaks of, Daniel gives this whole revelation of the fact says this is in reference to the time of that in the book of Daniel chapter 12, the time of the end. By the way, I want you all just to know, I'm not a date setter, I'm not some sensationalist. A lot of what I say is sensational because the Bible is sensational. Our technological discoveries are sensational. So I'm not a date setter, but I do know that the Word of God says when you see Israel return, when you see Jerusalem come back, when you see the nations that are listed in Ezekiel 38 kind of lining up to come against the return to Israel, when you see a technological explosion, that's Daniel 12 speaks of. But you see, well, no, we understand those days. So before Daniel 12 verse 4, so the context here is that Daniel has been translated into another time, another age, perhaps our age, our current age today, or even beyond. Yet he's radically self, he's radically changed for what he sees. Yes, he does, and the Bible says that, and he says that he couldn't stand, he couldn't, because imagine if you and I, if this world went on for another 2,000, years or more, 2,400 years, can you imagine if we were transported through some portal, through some time application, time advanced application technology into 2,400 years from now? Now consider where we are now. Consider the technological explosions now. Can you imagine 2,400 more years unabated of that kind of explosion, what the Earth would look like? We couldn't, even comprehend it. It would bring us to our knees. We wouldn't know what to think about it. Well, that's the experience Daniel had. Because in Daniel's day, they were still writing war systems, brothers. They were walking wherever they went. Now this. So Daniel sees all of this. And in Daniel chapter 12, he's told by the angelic visitation that's revealing all this. And he's told, now, seal this up, Daniel. Seal it up in a scroll. Okay, and we can talk about that unsealed scroll later, but he says, seal it up in the scroll until the time of the end. Now that implies, of course, that in the time of the end, it will be unsealed. Well, I tell you, this book shows you it's being unsealed right before our eyes. But then the next verse is the most important one. He says, unseal it until the time of the end. He says, and people, many, will roam to and fro over the face of the earth, and knowledge will increase. All right, that sounds pretty benign. Many will roam to and fro over the face of the earth, or travel to and fro, whatever translation you use, and knowledge will increase. But here's what I do with the book, because for hundreds of years, renowned scholars have read that, and they can't remember hundreds of years ago, there wasn't no technological I've taken the words of that verse that are translated from Hebrew into English. I go back to the original Hebrew words, and the nuances of the meanings of those words are astounding. I'm going to share them with your audience. And one of the ways that I help people understand this is, in the book, is that not only do I show you those nuances of those words, but I show you how the nuances that are there, that when they're inserted in that verse correctly, it exactly says that it will be an exponential explosion of technology. But I showed you how those words are used in other scriptures of the Bible, beginning in Genesis, in the way of those nuances. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So it says, for example, it says, many will go to and fro over the face of the earth. Okay, well, the word many comes from the Hebrew word Rab, R-A-B, Rab. And what that means, it means an uncountable multitude. And I give examples in my book of places in the scriptures where that word uncountable multitude is actually used in the English translation in other verses. I don't know why it's not used in Daniel, but it just says many. But, what's many? 10, 100, or uncountable multitude, 10,000 times 10,000, 100 million and more, as a way of stating it. And the Hebrew dictionaries actually say that. Uncountable multitude. And then it would say, for example, 10,000 times 10,000, because that phrase is used in the Bible. Okay. So now you put the word uncountable multitude will run to and fro. Well, the word there in Hebrew is shawat. And that's the same thing. To and fro. That's kind of an archaic English term. We very seldom use that in common everyday speech. Where have you been, Carl? Well, I've been going to and fro all over the place. We don't say that. But what that means, the way it's used in the scriptures, it's like when Satan in the book of Job is called before the throne of God, and God says, well, so where have you been? Now, God knew where he'd been, but, it was a conversation between the two, and he was trying to make a point about Satan's wickedness. But anyway, Satan answered, I have been going shawat over the face of the earth, to and fro, over the face of the earth. Satan's domain is the entire earthly realm, as well as what we would call the spiritual realm, the unseen realm. Paul talks about in Ephesians 6 of the wicked presence of Satan and his demonic. And so he uses that term. Also, the Bible uses that same term to speak of God. His eyes roam shawat over the face of the earth. So in other words, it's a global encompassing of the entire globe. So now we get back to Daniel. Let's keep going. So Daniel feels the time of the end because uncountable multitudes will be traveling over the entire face of the globe. And then it says, and knowledge will increase. That word increase comes from the word Rab, but it's Rabba, the verb form, and that means an exponential multiplication type of growth of things. And it goes all the way back to Genesis, when God says, he filled the earth, the sky with birds, and he says, and let them Rabba, let them multiply and fill the earth. Animals, let them Rabba, and fill the earth, multiply and fill the earth. Fish under the sea, multiply. He's talking about exponential growth, multiplication. Even Adam and Eve were told to procreate, and then eventually the earth to fill, to subdue the earth, grow and multiply, exponential growth. Now let's go back to Daniel, since I said all of that, and it takes on a whole new, a fresh, a newer understanding that is the actual Hebrew meaning of it. When he says, now Daniel, you seal up this scroll, the things you've seen about the time of the end, he said, you seal it up until the time of the end. In other words, it will be unsealed. And then he says, and here's the marker of the time of the end. Now, those words that I just spoke are not in the Bible, but that's the context here. Seal it up until the time of the end, comma, and then it says, many will roam to and fro. Okay, so he's saying, this is the marker of the time of the end. Now, what? I'm using the word properly from the Hebrew, and as they're used in other places. Daniel, seal it up until the time of the end. And in those days, this is the marker. uncountable multitudes of people will be traveling and traversing the entire globe. And then knowledge or technology, that's where we get our word technology. There was no word for technology in the ancient Hebrew. That was invented by the Greeks about 200 BC. But he says, and technology will explode exponentially. Rabbi. Well, brother, that's what's happening right now. We can get on the internet where there's technology. We can track every airliner in the world at one time in real time. It is covering the globe. Millions of people are all over the globe, uncountable multitudes traveling, not counting up and down interstate highways, ships, nuclear-powered submarines and ships and cruisers, and the seas are filled with people traversing the entire globe. The air is filled with people traversing the entire globe. We have satellites in the heavens and the space looking down upon the whole globe, and those satellites are connecting to information communication and some transportation devices, GPS, the entire globe. Uncountable multitudes are traversing the entire globe, and knowledge. And I've got several pages about this knowledge, the exponential growth of knowledge. Forget technology, just knowledge itself. You get on the internet now, you can go to any book in any library, anywhere in the world, all the way back to as far back as books were written. So knowledge has exploded exponentially, and so has technology. But that's exactly what Daniel was saying. And the quick connection to Matthew 24. The disciples of asked Jesus, tell us about, quote, the time of the end, which is what Daniel. I'm going to spare your audience all of this, but Jesus quotes from Daniel 12 3 or 4 times in Matthew 24. But one of the things Jesus says, he says that the wars, rumors of wars all over the world, nations against nations, kingdom against kingdom. A lot of people say that he was speaking of the days of world wars. Ours is the only generation that is called the generation of world wars. World War I, World War II came in our only hour. We'll put a quick time out and the Yeshua Protocol. Van Morrison, Queen of the Slipstream, recorded in 1987, released on his Poetic Champions composed album. That was more of a conversation with Carl Gallagher after the
Josh, look at this movie. I stood on my 2 feet, and then I just put this so
I'm Brian Bergman from the KFI 24-hour news.
Brian Bergman, if you don't shut
shot down a Chinese balloon off the Carolina coast. An operation is now going to recover the balloon in the water. The FAA has closed the airspace in parts of North and South Carolina in preparation for the to bring down the balloon. Operations in Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and Wilmington airports were stopped. Airport operations have now resumed, though. And a second Chinese balloon has been flying over Latin America. Republican lawmakers from the state assembly have introduced a bill to repeal Prop 47 and lower the felony theft threshold of $950 down to $400. The measure approved by voters in 2014 raised the theft threshold, decriminalized drug possession from a felony to a misdemeanor, and removed judges' ability to order drug rehab instead of jail. The increase in crime in major cities has increased efforts to repeal Prop 47. SoCal weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro, LA, and OC, mid-50s to low 60s in Marin Valley, upper 40s to mid-50s in Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to mid-60s in Empire. Weekly local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bergman. Taking KFI traffic, we do a full closure in the Fontana area, head westbound from Etiwanda to Milligan. They have all lanes closed for roadwork till 4 a.m. Monday. To Long Beach, roadwork on the 710 north between Pacific Coast Highway and Willow Street. They have 2 lanes closed out till 8 a.m. And we have a big rig fire in Casper at 20 westbound Benga Canyon. That's blocking the per 4 lanes, and right now it has that cleanup underway as well. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Jonathan White. Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home. For interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years.
The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a great experience, I couldn't have asked for anything better. I mean, that's how I get these guys.
AmericanVisionWindows.com. Consumer is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
For all the callers who website the details on Blueprint, offers Flight 1828 PSW, the 778 the podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Before I started Rooter Hero Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Napoleon, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends, and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We speak and keep these values at Rooter Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at RooterHero.com. Thank you.
Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion is covered for our clients. Get experienced representation, support staff 24/7, and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews of satisfied clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial pound now or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of the national firm, along with the dedicated team from your community and stay side up. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people.
Was led by Tom Wilson, a legend, storyteller, and visual artist, whose songs have been performed by artists ranging from Billy Ray Cyrus to the great Mavis Staples. It won't be giving Tinkerbell a run for her money anytime soon, but this impressive new robot known as Fairy, flying aero robot based on light-responsive materials assembly, is undeniably unique and could give rise to a whole new category of lightweight flying devices. Inspired by the way dandelion seeds float on the breeze, the robot is made up of tiny 14-micron thick filaments, which are connected to a light-activated actuator. When light is strong on the device, the filaments move, enabling a range of configurations. Once its bristles are deployed in a certain way, it can fly into the air using only the wind. It box of pollinator insects, such as bees. The fairy can be powered and controlled by a light source such as a laser beam or LED, according to Tampere University robotics Professor Hao Wang. You can read more about the fairy robot in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. Sounds a little bit like what Carl Dowd was talking about in Daniel 12:4, doesn't it? All George Norris is coming to Sedona, Arizona, and the Sedona Performing Arts Center. It's a free-stage show, live stage show, again at the Sedona Performing Arts Center. This is part of the Sedona Ascension Retreat, and that's happening Saturday, March the 18th at 8 p.m. For more information, retreat.com. Sedona Ascension Retreat.com or just go to coastcoastam.com. And another update on another upcoming George Norrie live event at the Dow in Oregon at the Grenada Theater. That's happening Saturday, May the 27th at 8 p.m. You can join George again Saturday evening, May 27th, 5 p.m. at the amazing Grenada Theater here in the Dow, Oregon, at the engaged Wasco or Wasco County for a jam-packed night of fun and conversation. Special guests live and on stage include UFO abductee Travis Walton, Animal Planet Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker, and astronomer Steve Hayes off the sky. The night will also feature a live band, a salute to our veterans, and a live Q&A at the end of the show. Tickets and information are available at GrenadaTheaterForSales.com, and you can also call 815-993-6583, 815-993-6585. All right, when we come back, more of my conversation with Pastor Carl Gallagher, who was that.
Imagine you're in a room with 4 other people. Statistically, one of you is a victim of identity theft. That's right, 1 in 5. And these aren't careless people either. They're probably a lot like you, watching your accounts and credit. But that isn't always enough, especially with your personal info in more places than ever. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton has 16 to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you could miss on your home. If you become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to safety and work protection. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year, or 1-800-LifeLock. What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg, the best-selling author and starring in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from work at MIT and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount to get you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never affected if the market crashes. That's right. The market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track get to know this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 60 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is $30 value for this. Call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes. All you cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. 1-800-506-2020.
We are back with Carl Gallup, the author of the Yeshua Protocol. So the scroll that Daniel is instructed to seal off until the time of the end, and it's Daniel 12, chapter 4, chapter 12, verse 4, here Jesus describing the higher technological age today. The contents of that scroll he is instructed to seal up. Any idea what is in that scroll, and is it the same kind of information that Jesus or Yeshua divulged to the disciples when after he arose from the dead? Yes, and backing up to where we left off, because it's exactly what you just said. And I want our audience to know, look, I'm a preacher, teacher of the word. I was a cop, even did criminal investigations for years before I was in the ministry. I things like that. I want all the evidence. I want the DNA, the fingerprints, the witnesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in my book, I mean, the things I'm sharing with the audience, some of it is pretty sensational, and it's getting ready to get more sensational. We're going to do for instance this conversation. But it's all backed up in the book by renowned scholars and scholarships and science sites and geographical sites and archaeological sites and biblical research sites, historical research sites. So anyway, having said that, so let me move forward. Yeah. So to answer your question, let me go right back to where I was in Matthew 24 when Jesus was speaking at the time of the end, and he talks about the time of world wars. And then he says, watch this, he says, the gospel of the kingdom will be preached to all the nations. Now, in the Greek, it literally says, it will be being, it's active. It will be continually being preached unto all the nations. Then the end will come. And again, I don't say preach, and the end doesn't mean the end of everything. According to the word of God, it means the return of the Lord and the end of man's wickedness. But the bottom line is, this gospel of the kingdom. Now think about it, Richard. He quotes from Daniel 12 3 or 4 times in that Matthew 24 discourse. But when he says that, this gospel of the kingdom, okay, and we already know that Daniel 12:4 now means that one of the signs of the end is this huge exponential growth and explosion of technology like the planet has never seen. And that's happening now. I'm familiar with the fairy robots you were advertising earlier. It's amazing. That's amazing technology. How that could be weaponized. I mean, not only can it be used for agricultural purposes, but it could easily be weaponized. And so that's the world we live in. Technology, is it good? Yes. Is it evil? Yes. Is it from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Yes. One of the good things it can do, watch this, we are literally proclaiming the truths of God's word 24/7 to all the nations all around the globe. And this will continue until the Lord returns, apparently, because it's going over airwaves, it's going over internet, it's being archived in videos and books and every website. No generation before us has ever seen anything like this, and Jesus spoke of it when his disciples asked him, what are the signs of the times of the end? And he quotes a lot of things, a lot of them from Daniel 12, but he also makes that one statement that most people completely overlook because we think, oh, yeah, there are preachers out there. And I also want you all to know, listen, I know that not everybody listening are believers, and I'm not here to be preachified and get in your face. I'm just telling you what the Word of God says. I'm telling you what science says. I'm telling you what the world says. I'm telling you what renowned scholars say. I'm doing searches of scientific and technological explosion with you. So you just take it for what it is, but I'm telling you what Jesus said 2,000 years ago, he nailed it. But of course, if he really is the Son of God, of course I believe he is the Messiah, if he is that, then of course he would know that. Daniel was given the vision. He was told the same thing. Uncountable multitudes will traverse the entire globe, and there will be an explosion of technology using perfect Hebrew words with the nuances of those words inserted as they're used in other places in the Old Testament. That's exactly what Daniel says in 12:4. Then Jesus punctuates it in Matthew 24 by saying, yeah, and another sign of those days when this gospel doesn't have to be
just be taken by a missionary that gets on a ship and it takes months to go to another nation like it was. But just 150 years ago, he says, no, it'll be going all over the globe. And the implication is 24/7 everywhere, to all the nations continually. Well, that's there's been literally this generation before us. And then your specific question was, but after the resurrection, yeah, I made a big deal of that in the book because the Bible does. After the resurrection, the Bible records that Jesus was on the face of the earth for 40 more days before he ascended, and he spent much of that time with his disciples. And that's not just the 12. He first reveals himself to the 12, and of course there were women disciples, and there were other men disciples, so even more than 12. But even in the scriptures, Paul was speaking to the church of Corinth, and he said, look, he revealed himself to over 500 of you at one time. He says most who are still alive by the time Paul was writing. So if he was on the earth for 40 days, how many thousands? The bottom line is, the scriptures say that when he met privately, especially with his circle, 4 different times in various ways, I'm going to paraphrase what he says, but this is exactly what the Bible says in my book outlines it. It says, he shows them from, he showed them the whole Word of God. And in that day, that would be what we call the Old Testament, because it says from the law, which is, Moses, to the Psalms, to the prophets, he shows them everything about himself. And what I do is this book, and it's pretty mind-blowing, is I take people into the beginning from the first verse all through the Old Testament and show various pictures and declarations. And I'm talking about not just surface level pictures. I do show some of those, but I'm talking about using the ancient Paleo-Hebrew language that the original Old Testament was written in. There are literal pictures, not only of Yeshua, but of him on the cross. There are pictures of Golgotha. It's absolutely amazing. And I'm convinced that Jesus showed his disciples some of this stuff. Because I'm telling you, I make the connections, and it would be too laborious for this radio interview, but in the book, in very exciting ways, I make the connection of how to the book of fishermen and tax collectors written this beautiful document of the New Testament that not only changes lives around the world and has for thousands of years, but when you study it the way I do the book, you see they are making connections, deep, intricate, almost mysteriously hidden, unless you know the kind of things we now know in our generation. They're making the connections all through the Old Testament of the pictures of Jesus. And it's in other words, when he is resurrected, he meets with the disciples, and he says, and he shows them, here I am in the Old Testament. Yes, the Old Testament, the gospel actually says that 4 times. Yes, go ahead. So, give me an example, because if you have a chapter titled 3 Old Testament Crucifixions, okay. Well, okay. There's so many different ways. So that's a great way to start. So thank you. Yeah, there are 3 pictures in the Old Testament that are there right there in the surface text that I call them the crucifixion. They speak directly of somebody that these prophets are hearing into the future, or have been literally taken through a time warp, transported into our day. Because see, in God's presence, there's no time. There's no hindrances between multiple dimensions. God created all of that. The Bible's clear. He created all the dimensions, the universe, or the universes, even if we say it like that. So he took David, and I'll explain this in a moment, into the future. He took Isaiah into the future. He took Zechariah into the future. How can you say that? Okay? David, Psalm 22, the first verse. My God, why have you forsaken me? Well, where have we heard that before? Jesus on the cross. Well, yeah, Jesus spoke that on the cross. That's the first verse of Psalm 26. But what was the last word Jesus said? It is finished. What's the last word of Psalm 22? And God has done it. In other words, it is finished. He was quoted the first and the last verse in David's life, but then it morphs, and this is what's called a compound prophecy. Compound prophecy. There are several of these in the scriptures, and scholars have been writing about this forever. It's not been hidden, it's just not been preached much. So most people sitting in pews don't understand this concept, but it's called a compound prophecy because it morphs from David's life into stuff that never happened to David. And he speaks of it in the first person, almost like it's happening to him. But when we look at the details, we realize he's standing at the foot of the cross. Because it says in Psalm 42, he says, they surround me, a band of evil men surround me, they mock me, they laugh, they stare, they say, he saved others, let him save himself. He says, my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. I can look down, all of my joints are, my bones are out of joint. I can see my ribs. I can see that. And then it says, they have pierced my hands and my feet. They gamble for my clothing. On and on. Good God, that's a detailed picture of the crucifixion. Now, David wrote Psalm 22, 1,000 years before the crucifixion. And Jesus quotes from it. And not only that, but here's an example, just one example of something completely sensational that I put in the book. Is the first verse in the original Hebrew, and you can see it in today's modern Hebrew, it's there. In that first verse, my God, why have you forsaken me? And then the next few words after it, and why are you so far from delivering me? When you look at that in the Hebrew, if you can read Hebrew, I show it in the book and explain it, so even if people can't read Hebrew, you can see it. It's right there. I've got it circled. But where it says, why are you so far from delivering me? Those words, so far from delivering me, are 5 words in English it takes to say it. It's one Hebrew phrase. It's one Hebrew word. And so, in the middle of it is Yud-Tin-Wah-Ayin in Hebrew. That's the name Yeshua. Right in the middle of that huge word, that Hebrew word that means so far from delivering me, is the name Yeshua. Right in my middle. So it's like his name is in the first verse. He quotes it, and his name is there. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I think I interrupted you.
No. I'm just, flabbergasted. So, are you the first person that has challenged me with your code in the Old Testament?
Well, let me say this. I'm not so arrogant or vain to claim that. Surely, 8 billion people, other people are seeing this or have to have seen it. But let me tell you the experience that happened to me. Because what I just shared with your audience is astounding, but it's deeper than that. The pictures that the letters made. 3 crosses on a hill, Golgotha.
I'm just looking at Carl. We're going to have to at the top of the hour. We'll get to that on the other side. Carl Galaxy out there at the Yeshua protocol. And taking us through the break, there's struggle getting some jelly roll. Hard to hate. A collaboration between Nashville singer-songwriters William Hardis and Jason DeFord. Back with more of my conversation with Carl Galaxy right here on Coast to Coast Radio.
I just wanna living while they're free. Walking to the light at the county baby, and I'm watching all the years roll away. Waiting till the day that I'm old and gray. You, tomorrow will be better than yesterday. Just down on the love we made. Learning that's right, thank you never change.
If your business has 5 or more employees who managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's your money. Not alone either. A refund of your taxes. It could be getting explained. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax experts are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front or share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that receive PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you want increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualify me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com. One of the things about gasoline prices, people drive less, but I haven't seen it. People drive slower because it sucks up less gas. I haven't seen it. The roads that I follow, all the people will be where I drive. They'll handle. I should have a 15-minute drive, and yesterday it was 40 minutes. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the IR app.
You know what I can't stand? Agency on agency fighting when you've got dead children. Pointing fingers at agency for wrong or what we did right. It's all a moot point. It's all baloney. It's all BS. They screwed up. Everyone there screwed up.
You know, you get it.
You've got dead kids on your hands.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the IR app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. They don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stars with Extra. I'm Brian Berman from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The driver who crashed into a bicyclist in Dana Point and fatally stabbed him is charged with murder plus attempted enhancement. Investigators say Providence Mission Hospital Dr. Michael Mamoni was just riding down PCH when a car plowed into him from behind. Then Lloyd Smith allegedly then got out of his car Wednesday afternoon and started stabbing Mamoni repeatedly until people standing nearby could restrain the guy. The murder charge plus sentencing enhancement of personal use of a deadly weapon carries a 25 to life prison sentence. Smith pleaded not guilty yesterday and is due back in court in 2 weeks. At Maine Central Jail in Santa Ana, court in Carson, KFI News. And the report says lax security protocols at the Supreme Court may have led to the leak of the Roe versus Wade decision last year. The report says document security and tracking is lacking. Former Supreme Court employees say justices and their aides failed to follow uniform standards for security, that their justices use personal email addresses for work, and their printers that failed to keep laws. Ukrainian officials say Russian missiles have struck residential areas in the nation city twice in 2 days. The strike Thursday happened as rescue crews searched for survivors in the rubble of an apartment building attack on Wednesday. BBC Tom Suki says the latest round of military aid to Ukraine will help the country defend against Iranian-made attack drones.
These drones are relatively cheap to produce as little as $20,000 apiece. They move relatively slowly, and that means high-tech, reactified air defense systems to hopefully intercept any Russian missiles.
Because precision-guided rockets, the U.S. has now provided double the range of the target missiles provided to Ukraine before. In a new study, UCLA says the pharmacies in Mexico are selling pills laced with fentanyl and heroin.
That's the thing that worries me about it, right, is that, there is the sense of if you're buying it from a pharmacy, that it's going to be what it's advertised as.
Dr. Silver, assistant professor at UCLA School of Medicine, says researchers at UCLA visited 40 pharmacies in northern Mexico and found nearly half of the pills they bought were counterfeit. Pills bought by researchers included one sold as oxycodone, which tested positive for heroin and fentanyl, along with pills sold as Adderall, which tested positive for meth. Pills, however, contain
apply? Mostly trying to change the brain, motivate 60 to features, motivate 60 to Metro LA and AP, 50 to like 60 in the Valley, over 40 to mid 50 in Yellow Valley, and over 50 to mid 50 in the Empire. And then 55 degrees in Anaheim, 63 in Newport Beach, 52 in Woodland Hills, and 53 in Koreatown. Being local in the Verify 24-hour newsroom. I'm on move. We do a big fire in the Casper area, 1 west on a suspended film, and that's blocking the carpool lane. In Vertical Valley on the 50 west on a Headley Road, crash blocking the freeway lane. So look out in the city of Industry, 605 north on the 50, crash blocking the freeway lane. Long East on the 710 northbound between Pacific Coast Highway and Willow Street, two lanes on out still further. Very faster, sometimes the one file shared stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered people in nearly every way imaginable. Hollywood portrayed the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at a tree. All of that has not been a movie scene. I've seen actors listen to the Exorcist file on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. We have senior 100% Medicare plan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number for a false claim.
Just a lot.
You just check Medicare fraud. Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement. Mark it.
If you can just do something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Kingdom Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7008.
Join Counseling is showcasing the way they have run this company with love and dedication to their employees and creating their motto, revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of their employees for the better. People make the difference. American Vision Windows is built on a team of home improvement experts who take great pride in their work, and the energy-saving advice they provide is priceless. American Vision Windows makes sure that all their installers are AAMA certified. Now, due to the rising energy costs, many people are turning to dual-pane, energy-efficient windows to reduce their utility bill. If you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows and enjoy saving money, plus you love the feeling of a well-insulated home, then you might be in the market for new windows and doors. American Vision Windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. For all offers, call or see website for details. On approved credit, offer expires 2/28/23, CSLB 778-326. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. You can start today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
640, more stimulating talk. AM live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM on, AM 640. AM live, AM 640.
Like a motherfucker, yo. Oh. Get the good trash just like a bear. I'm a bear. They're not bears. Like pandas, but that's not cool. That's a fucking sun bear and all that fucking mean bears. Asiatic bears.
Welcome back. Our Jones made a staple friendship. This was recorded live in New York City during the taping of the Norris Jones is Playing Along podcast. Obviously, this was police in Michigan responded to a rather unusual call this week after a concerned resident reported seeing a chupacabra. According to a local media report, a strange incident occurred this past Wednesday evening when a woman in the community of Jerome Township that's in Michigan phoned 911, claiming that the infamous cryptid was lurking outside her home, and, as if that's not odd enough, the creature was accompanied by a capybara. Despite the wholesale weirdness of the call, or perhaps because of it, police were dispatched to investigate the report of a blood-sucking chupacabra and its docile rodent companion roaming around the area. An amusing recording, which you can listen to on the website here, is of the exchange between the 911 operator and the officer who received the assignment captures the absurdity of the situation. Again, you can listen to this 911 call. That should be the highlight carousel of the coast.com. And tonight, that's Sunday night into Monday morning, Donald Altman is a psychotherapist, former monk, award-winning author, and international mindfulness who's trained over 15,000 mental health clinicians, physicians, nurses, and others. He joins George Norrie to discuss using the power of the mind to revisit New Year's resolutions and salvage them to affect change and find peace. In the second half, psychologist, journalist, and founder of Love, Fraud, Education, and Recovery, Donna Anderson, offers a webinar to help survivors and professionals identify a state and recover from sociopaths, including narcissists, psychopaths, and other manipulators. She still shares the latest research on psychopaths and sociopaths, how to stop them, and how to rid them from your life. All right, when we come back, your questions and comments for Carl Dallas, if you continue to delve into his book, The Yeshua Project, right here on Coast to Coast AM. 2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold, and do you really want all your eggs in that basket? Get diversified in your assets, and you can do that at bullionmax.com/coach. At bullionmax.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly to your home, fully insured. There you can store them in your safe for a time you might really need it. Look, if paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something for emergencies? Start building your reserve at bullionmax.com/coach. We put together a silver starter kit, and you're going to get a solid 1-ounce silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, and
That's the calendar coin and the Silver Dragon Silverback, but these are only available at BullionMax.com/store. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. BullionMax.com/store.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about capped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers for over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join a million consumercellular.com/radio20 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And we are back with acclaimed Amazon top 50 best-selling author Carl Gallups' latest is the Yeshua Protocol Explosion revelation of our unique generation, or for our unique generation, I should say, including some 45 research on how to get a copy.
Yeah, thanks. You can get them anywhere books are sold, online, brick and mortar stores, or one of the easiest, quickest places is just my website, carlgallups.com. Click on the store link. You'll see all kinds of ways you can order it. You can look at the website. You can read inside the book. But again, it's on Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, brick and mortar stores, etc., everywhere.
So we were talking earlier about how, with that old saying that the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and how there are, and you believe that this is what Jesus was showing the disciples the direction during his 40 days. He was basically pointing to Scripture, the Old Testament, and saying, here I am here I'm mentioned here, and here's another one. That an actual picture of the crucifixion, I suppose, scaling out of Hebrew letters found in the Old Testament.
Yes, yes. It's exciting because it starts in Genesis 1:1 and it goes to the three crucifixion passages that we're talking about. So I'll quickly do a review of that as we move through. But I also want to finish answering. You asked a question that was a very fair question, and I could have, stuck my chest out and said, yeah, I'm the first one to discover this. You asked me. Yeah. But I said, no, I would never be so arrogant to claim that. But I do have an anecdotal story about that that's in the book. Because I was in Psalm 22, one of these crucifixion passages. I was in the first verse that Jesus quoted from the cross. My God, why have you forsaken me? And that verse goes on to say, and why are you so far from helping me? And on the phone with me, in that verse, by the way, R is a picture of Golgotha Hill in the ancient Hebrew language. And so we'll get into that in a minute. But I called a good friend of mine in Israel. He's in Tel Aviv, born and raised in Israel. His name is Zev Porat. He's my advisor on all things Hebrew because he speaks Hebrew as his first language. His father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather were all rabbinical judges in the Israeli court. They all speak Hebrew as their first language. Zev is a believer, a messianic rabbi, if you will, teaches the Word of God from that aspect. And so he's a dear friend of mine. We've been in ministry for a decade. And so when I was finding these pictures in Psalm 22 made by the Hebrew letters, I was freaking out. And I called him. I said, brother, am I really seeing this? And so he looked online with me. He looked at the Hebrew, and we're looking at it. And he says, oh, my God, yes, it's there. Now, I'm sure, I scoured the internet to see if anybody else had seen exactly what I was seeing there. I couldn't find it anywhere. Now, that doesn't mean nobody has. But while I'm showing him this picture of Golgotha in the first verse of Psalm 22, which David, 1,000 years before the crucifixion, is saying things like, they have pierced my hands and my feet, my tongue sticks They mocked me, saying, he saved others, let him save himself. It's all about them. Now, obviously, David saw the crucified Jesus. He was taken through a portal, to a time warp, something. As a prophet, God showed it to him. David spoke of it in the first person as though it was happening to him. Those things never happened to him, but they did happen specifically to Jesus. So I called them and saying, am I right in saying this? I don't want to put this in the book if it's not correct. He says, no, it is. And then he screams into the phone because he's looking at it in Hebrew. And he says, oh my God, Paul, in the first verse, the name of Jesus is there. I said, what are you talking about? He says, you can read a little Hebrew. He said, look at the Hebrew. So I'm looking and I don't see the name Jesus just slapping me in the face. I said, I don't see it. He said, Carl, look in the word that in English it says, so far from helping me. He says, it's one word, it's a long Hebrew word, look at it. And right in the middle of it is embedded, Yushin Wa'ayin, which spells Yeshua, the name of Jesus, right in the middle of that word. And he says, I've never seen this before. I said, I didn't either. So he's quoting that verse that not only has a picture of Golgotha Hill in it, which is exactly what's happening. He's on the cross. He's a man in the middle. There's a thief on each side, 3 crosses. He quotes that verse, and in that verse, there is a picture of that in the Paleo Hebrew. We'll talk about that in a second. But Dad is screaming into the phone saying, I for the very first time. I also scoured the internet to see if anybody else has ever mentioned that. I can't find it anywhere, but again, that doesn't mean that somebody hasn't found it. Maybe somebody's even written to it. So I'm just answering your question, but I'm just also sharing with that anecdotally this journey that I was on while writing the book. It's just one astounding revelation after another. And yes, Jesus told his disciples 4 different times in the New Testament it says after the resurrection, he sat down with them, it says at the beginning in Genesis, or the law, and through the Psalms, that would include that thing with David, and into the prophets, and that would include Isaiah 53 and Zechariah 12, the other 2 crucifixion passages, because he told them everything about himself. I'm convinced that the kind of things that we're revealing in this book is through a protocol, are the kinds of things, if not the exact things that Jesus showed his disciples. Why would he not have? That would not have taken any technology of that day. It would just take him saying, now look at this. Now that it's all happened, now that I'm been crucified and risen from the dead, now that I'm sitting here with you, now go back and look at our own scriptures. Here are all the pictures of me in the surface text. Psalm 22, Isaiah 53, Zechariah 12. But then he says, now look at the letters. Look at the 3 crosses. Look at Jesus in the middle, because the one in the middle is always connected to the name of Jesus one way or the other. And I must not say this in the book. I show it to you with your own eyes. And I say to the reader, I said, well, I know you could say, well, this is just some big coincidence. Well, first of all, as you look at 40 illustrations like this in specific places, it's awfully hard to say coincidence. But what I say to the reader is, look, I'll give you that if you want that. But here's the deal. You're looking at it with your own eyes. This is statistically impossible. So what are you going to do with it? This book has been around for thousands of years. And there's no other religious book in the world where you're going to find this kind of stuff. None. It's just a supernatural book. So anyway, that's that. And I think he did show this because the Bible says he did. All right. West of the Rockies, let's say hello to Charles and Sacramento. Charles, welcome to Coast.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a guest if you didn't know a little bit about the Hebrew about Genesis 12:8, when Abraham goes between Bethel and around the desert and built an altar. Anyway, it translates as AI, and that's not a stretch. That's, you can find that everywhere. And it kind of means a rudder piece, a place for rudders. And they use this for between the anti-Diluvian, nowadays and AI and what's happening today. And then also, I'd like to know that the biblical laws related to harvesting were that you were supposed to leave some of the food for the poor to come and get through earnings. And I'd like to know if the host thinks that applies to all artists for all time if there shall be some left for Grammy. So thank you. All right, now let's start with artificial intelligence mentioned in Genesis. Is that true?
Yeah, well, Charles, listen, thank you for listening tonight, Charles. Those are excellent questions, and it kind of brain stuffers for me. Listen, I'm familiar with both of those speculations. I call it, and the word speculative, I'm not using derogatory here. It's not a pejorative. I call it biblical speculation. And that if we look at and refine these things, and it's okay to ask those kinds of questions and to explore them out and even draw conclusions as long as we say, and you sound like a reasonable guy, Charles, who would do that, that, look, I'm only speculating, but it's biblical speculation, because here it is, right here, right before your eyes, and so, yeah, you're talking about the word Bethel, and so in the Hebrew, those letters, could, they do correspond to the English alphabet of AI to spell the word Bethel if you spell it in Hebrew. So people have seen that, and they said, "Oh my God, maybe there's something to do with that." Well, maybe there is, Charles. Maybe there isn't. There's a lot of controversy about this among scholars. Most scholars don't think that directly connected to what we would call artificial intelligence. But you know what, Charles? I'm not going to say never, 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 because I'm finding things that are right before my eyes and doing them with a guy that speaks Hebrew as his first language in identical training school to be a San Hebrew rabbi, graduated, was ready to do that before he came to Yeshua as Messiah, and he and I both are finding such astounding things. So the bottom line is, to both of your questions, I hear you. I know they're asked. They're good questions. I don't really have a good, deep, solid answer for you of age in which when I live. We live in the age of exponential explosion of technology. I mean, how in the world could we even all, you and I see these things and find these things except for the internet and websites and people that have done the research, and then the libraries and the ancient Hebrew language, the modern Hebrew language. I mean, think about it. If we didn't have internet and somebody said to me, "Hey, what's the first verse of Genesis in the Paleo Hebrew?" I'd have to research for days to find all of that, and then to get experts to help me and to translate it, and maybe find other books and get a librarian to sit hours with me. And now I can do it in 5 minutes. I can do it in 5 minutes. So, Charles, thank you for asking those questions. I'm sorry I couldn't answer any deeper than that, but I think your questions are good and fair questions.
All right, so we just have a couple minutes here before we break at the bottom of the hour, but staying with the subject of artificial intelligence,
Yeah.
your thoughts on whether it's possible that AI could give rise to the Antichrist?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I really do think that somehow that's going to be involved. I mean, it's got to. Why? Well, because who is the real intelligence of everything? Who is it that speaks to DNA and encodes it in a language using 4 amino acids as its language, and then causes it to operate and differentiate between a tree and a human? A tree has DNA, we have DNA. There's a language there that is intelligent, and it has been given through the inventor and creator of all intelligence and all language, the supreme intelligence, Yahweh Elohim, God himself, the creator of everything. So Satan, the fallen one, wants to be him. He doesn't want to be like him. He wants to be him. The Bible says that. Isaiah 14, you hear Satan's words himself, "I will be him. I will be like the Most High God. I will sit upon the throne." So the bottom line in answering your question is this: that intelligence, the ability to communicate in code and language, and now in technology, is essential to life itself, not only organic life, but also artificial life, computers, code, instructions, satellites, internet, everything. I mean, the electron microscope, everything runs through some type of artificial intelligence. So, yes, I mean, you read what seem to be cryptic passages in Revelation, but now we're the first generation that can read the book of Revelation and say, that's not so silly anymore. This one called the Antichrist that can call fire down from heaven. Well, we've got that technology now. We've got drone technology that's operated by satellites that's communicated by people in a desert in the middle of the United States or some other nation. It's crazy. And we're calling fire down from heaven. We're the only generation that see that. And so that requires intelligence and a certain amount of artificial intelligence. But what you're talking about is taking it to the level of some kind of manifestation. Well, Revelation 13 talks about that. He causes an image to live and breathe. We're the first generation to read that and say, well, with the current technology we have, we've got concerts of Michael Jackson with holographic images. He lives and breathes, even though he's not here, right there on stage. And people are looking at Hollywood stars. We've got videos of Hollywood stars in that just with their jaws on the ground. Some of them saying, this is freaky, this is weird, this is scary, this is unbelievable. And that's just the technology we already have. So yes, it's got to be involved somehow in this whole plan of duping and deceiving the entire planet. And he wants to be like God. He wants us to believe he's God. He wants us to worship him as God. He wants to mark us, whatever that technology means. And we can go, I gotta jump in here, Paul. Pardon the interruption. We'll take a break. Bottom of the hour, come back. More questions, comments, and calls out to do a protocol. Two fans and host, fan teacher Paul Young on his vocals, who went on to have a successful solo career. Back with more right here at Coast to Coast Radio. I'm Brian Rubin from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A bank in Van Nuys has been damaged by fire. It started outside the state from Sepulveda around 6:30 yesterday morning when spread inside, but the bank was closed at the time of the fire. The jobs report for January is above expectations. January added 517,000 jobs. Economists had expected just 187,000 hires. That's what the unemployment rate is down to 3.4%. NBC Tom Costello says that's the lowest since 1969. Federal officials said leisure and hospitality helped lead the way in January. Professional and business services, along with healthcare, also saw some gains. SoCal weather from KFI brought to you by Walgreens. Mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s to low 60s in Union Valley, upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to mid-50s in the Inland Empire. And there is a chance of rain tomorrow night. Temperatures warming up into the 70s by the end of the week. Really local from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Brewer. This is KFI. Attention to the crash in the Chatsworth area. 118 West Summit, Pacific 20. The big rig fire that has only the carpool lane open. Two Claremont on the same side of Indian Hill and fast blocking the carpool lane. Then a full closure in Fontana, the 10 westbound from Etiwana to Milton, always pulling off good till 4 a.m. Into the city of Industry, 605 north at the 60 freeway, the two right lanes blocked due to a crash there. KFI in the sky helps keep you there faster. I'm Jonathan White. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. So you tell about pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Nothing like winter weather to make a celebrity with a warm breeze. Here's a big item to cross off your to-do list while snuggled up on the couch. Take care of that old car you've been meaning to deal with. Donate with the Cars for Kids. The top car donation 877 Cars for Kids or go to carsforkids.org. You'll have that car scheduled to pick up before your money cools down. You'll get a tax deductible issue and a voucher for a 3-day hotel stay. Call 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.org. That's Cars on the K. Walgreens wants to make it easy to restate your Medicare prescription. That's why they offer 90-day refill by scan using your phone, even save a trip refill, so you can pick up all your prescriptions with ease. So serve your way at Walgreens. Exclusions may apply. Are you the next high accident lawyer millionaire client? Live today is the way to go. 800-920-0810. There you go. See the fingers up there, again. Progressive commercial insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. They easy use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the center of the election budget as a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted.
Votes appear out of nowhere. We like to assume that elections are this absolutely pristine voting mechanism. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on miracles. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Starrett. Once again, say hello on Twitter at Richard Starrett, and don't forget the website, transplanet.ca. All right, well, we are into the home stretch. Just a reminder to check out the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. The network features podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained, and is currently featuring Joshua P. Warren, Strange Things, Sandra Santani, Shades of the Afterlife, and how all of the dark become light. And you can check out or look for new episodes every Friday. Once again, that's the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast Paranormal Podcast Network. All right, let's get back to more of your calls, questions, and comments for Pastor Carl Dallas as we discuss the Yeshua protocol right after these on Coast to Coast AM.
I was a mess. I had no defense. There was fire on all the furniture. My legs were swollen up out of control. It said to my head within 24 hours and gone into a coma.
Holy moly.
Mom and Dad decided to get me kind of worried the 6-week program.
And at what point did you started this
must be getting better.
Within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, Rabbi.
It's incredible. Something amazing happened. It is what is my heart actually I'm trapped. This heart condition is also a direct to the cell.
This kind of discovery literally generically for a wide variety of conditions, from infection to autoimmune disease and beyond that. I was told I was fine with 3 months to live, and I wasn't going to give up. I was treated every day with carnivore, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Why I feel so fantastic, and I'm past baby.
Beautiful.
Carnivore will make all the difference in the world.
How about that? We're talking about the power of waking up your immune system, which, as you just heard, has incredible healing power. The power of your immune system. Think about that. Perhaps that could be called the human body's fiercest power to heal. Call 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-836-8735, or visit carnivora.com, carnivora.com. Call today. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvelous Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Wagner's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
And the Yeshua protocol, and Carl, before we get back to the phones, I have to ask you about this. The name of Yahweh encoded in our DNA?
Yeah. Listen, there are about a dozen astounding revelations that I bring forth in this book, Yeshua Protocol. That's one of them. And it is, in fact, the book almost ends with that. It's really amazing, and it's one of those things that people don't have an answer to, other than what's right before their eyes. So Dr. Israel Rubenstein, I don't have it all right here in front of me, but it's all in my book to the nth degree. You can even go to his website. But he is a biological chemistry professor in a major university and research center, experimental biological research in Israel. He is a Hebrew man, of course, Israel Rubenstein, and he's got several degrees. His pedigree is beyond my ability to even pronounce all the words. The guy's a brainiac genius. But the bottom line is, I ran across a YouTube video not too long ago with him speaking to his students. You can't see his students, but you can hear them, and you see that he's speaking, sitting behind the desk. And he tells this story. Now, I transcribed the whole story and give him full credit, and got all the credits in it and everything. But I transcribed his speech to the students. And what he's saying is, he's saying back in the late 80s, when computer technology was really coming in and it was affecting computer microscopes, computer-driven microscopes, etc., that he was doing deep study of DNA. Now, this is just a few years before the DNA Genome Project started in 1990, and then was completed in 2003. But he was talking about this in all of the studies he was doing. But he noticed that when he was looking at the DNA of animals and even human DNA and the double helix formulation of strands of the molecular strand of DNA, and then the 4 letters ATCG representing the amino acids that are a part of the DNA structure, but more than a part of it is the communicating principles, the communicating chemicals that literally form a language, All biological scientists understand this, and that language sends codes, and the codes tell our entire body who we are. Are we a human, or are we a blade of grass? If we're a human, are we male, or are we female, are we short or tall, what color is our hair, what color is our eyes, and on and on and on. And the DNA not only does that, but it sends instructions to the organism as it's developing in the womb as to, look, we need to create a brain, we need to create a liver, we need to create a nervous system, et cetera, et cetera. amazing. It's just billions and billions of pieces of information that are being chemically produced with no apparent connection to any kind of information source within the chemicals itself. This is some of the latest technology. The biological chemists are saying we don't understand, and there are videos on the internet. I've showed these before in church, and the people just go crazy. It's all over the internet. That we don't understand how it is communicating. It's communicating with intelligence. Well, Israel Rubenstein, this video he made, he's showing his students, he's saying, look, back to that, under these microscopes, that not only does all of that happen that I just said, he said, but I also noticed that the DNA double helix is held together by some kind of a strand and of some kind of chemical makeup, and it actually holds the DNA molecule together. He said, so I did deeper research, and I asked the computer, which was programmed with artificial intelligence, to understand how to respond. And he asked, what is this? And his discovery was that these are what are called disulfide bridges. Now, you can get on the internet and do research on that. Anybody sitting in their office or living room can do this. It's very, very complex, I'll tell you that. But here's the bottom line. He said these disulfide bridges, they're chemical bridges that form in the DNA to hold it together. He said, now that's fascinating. But he said, what really got my attention was that these bridges were appearing in a specified pattern in the DNA double helix. And he said, and they were attaching themselves according to the ATCG amino acids. So he asked the computer, what is the rhythm here? What is the pattern? And he came back with the answer that the disulfide bridges attach in this order. Every 10th amino acid, there's a bridge. Then 5 amino acids from that one, there's another bridge. Then 6 amino acids from that one, there's another bridge. Then 5 amino acids from that one, there's another bridge. And then it starts over, 10 amino acids, 5, 6, 5, 10, 5, 6, 5, 10, 5, 6, 5. So he's saying that, and he looks at the students and he says, now, you know what 10, 5, 6, 5 is. And you can hear some students responding in the affirmative, yes. And then he screams it out. He says, it's the name of God. It's the name Yahweh. Now, for your listeners who are saying, how in the world is 10, 5, 6, 5 the name of God? It's very simple. It's plain as day. For the Hebrew person, it's right in front of their face. That is the Hebrew alphabet, made up of 22 letters and then 5 suffix forms. 5 letters have an ending form and a beginning form, so there's 27 letters total. And of all of those letters, each letter is assigned a numeric value. And this has been going on since the beginning of time. But this is not, we're not talking about the mantra in the mystical formation of numbers and letters. We're talking about, because that's how their ancient math was done. And so it carried over even into the modern Hebrew, that the letters have a numeric value as well. And the name of God, the most ancient name that we know, and the most prolific name in the scriptures, Yahweh, Yud-Heh-Wah. It's the tetragrammaton. It's made up of 4 letters, Yud-Heh-Wah or Vav, depending on how one pronounces it. Yud-Heh-Vav or Wah, and then Hey. Well, the Yud represents the letter, the number of assignments is 10, the Hey is 5, the Vav is 6, the second Hey is 5, 10, 5, 6, 5, 10, 5, 6, 5. And it's been that way for the ancient of days. And we're just now discovering, well, not just now today, but in the last 20 years or so, or 30 years, that's the pattern by which the disulfide bridges hold every strand of DNA on the planet together. The name of God. Remarkable. All right, let's grab a couple of calls here. Let's see. Let's go to Norman. Let's continue with the show. Norman, welcome to go. Nice show today, guys. Great show. Thanks, Gold. Yeah, I actually watched that YouTube video about a week ago. Amazing. YH. It is, isn't it? It's YH, right? Yeah, I had no choice but to put that in my book. I just was blown away when I saw that. Yeah. But I've been a Christian my whole life. I'm 53, but I've always accepted Jesus, created everything. And funny you said something holds something together. The Bible says that Jesus holds all things together. So, I go into that. That ties directly to quantum mechanics. At its I can tell you that this will blow you away. I'm like I said, I was just all come back up really early on to success because I was in church my whole life. But every now and then you see something or read something that will kind of blow your mind. But you were talking earlier on prophecy, and I'm an eschatology, but this was more like Old Testament prophecy. There was an actuary, and he was like very, like you were saying, this guy had credentials, the professor. He was the same way, but in the actuary field. And he wasn't a believer, but he crunched some numbers one time recently. I think it was in the last 5 years. And it was on the fact that Jesus' first death and resurrection, there was over 300 prophecies. In Isaiah, different Daniel and whatnot. And there's 300 Old Testament prophecies concerning his first death and resurrection. And he said that in order for those to come to pass as they did, that you could fill, this is mindful, you could fill the whole state of Texas with quarters, knee deep, about 3 foot deep, he said. You put an X on one of them quarters. Then you get a guy or a girl and put a blindfold on them. They got to reach in them quarters and find that quarter with the X on their first pitch. Yeah, so if you don't believe in Jesus right now, you just destined to go to hell. You deserve hell. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry. Richard, listen, and Norman, thank you for listening, and thank you for your kind words about the show tonight, and also thank you for that illustration. Listen, to Norman and the rest of the audience, I have read and even quoted various statistical analyses of the Word of God similar to that moment. And there are some out there that are done at the deepest scientific levels. And you were describing that person as being that. So I'm not questioning him or that illustration. I've never heard that specific illustration. But there are other illustrations out there taking the nuanced elements of all of the prophecies of, as you just said, the birth, the death, the resurrection, of the things he would do, the things he would say, the miracles he would perform. And when you consider 8 billion people alive right now, and all the billions that have lived, and even those that came before the time of Jesus, add them all up, all the billions and billions and billions of people, and only one single person that has ever been known to the history of this planet fulfilled every one of those prophecies in minute detail. And so even if some naysayer wants to, tear the prophecies apart and pull the nuances apart and say, well, there's not 300, there's only 4 or 5. Okay, well, if there was one prophecy that only one person on the planet ever fulfilled, and it could not have been a self-fulfilling prophecy, what would you say to that? Well, what if it's 3 or 4? What if it's 10? What if it's 20? What if it's 200 or 300? I mean, so you're right, Norman. It gets this down to statistical improbability. And then when you consider there's only one book on the whole planet that dares to speak those kinds of prophetic things, that there is a coming one, he will be born in a certain place, these certain things will happen, he will deliver himself to a Roman crucifixion cross, he will rise from the grave, he will open the eyes of the blind in front of thousands, he will do all of these things, and it happens. I mean, it happens. The calendars of the world are changed to this day. The date 2023 does not apply to the actual age of the earth or the actual age of humanity. It speaks of the Christ event about 2023 years ago. The Christ event took place. There was a man who walked the face of the earth that fulfilled those dozens or hundreds of prophecies only in one book. He fulfilled them to the nth degree, carried them out even unto a gruesome death. And you know, Richard, I was saying earlier about the Greek crucifixion passages, Psalm 22, they pierced my hands and my feet, Isaiah 53, the punishment that brought us peace was laid upon his back. He was pierced for our transgressions, bruised for our iniquity. And it goes on to say, but he will live. He will see the light of life, and he will rule and reign. I mean, just like not only the crucifixion and the piercing, long before all of that was done by the Romans, but then the resurrection is spoken of. Zechariah 12, God himself speaks in multi-dimensional language. He says, and on that day, says the Lord, you will look upon me whom you have pierced, but you will mourn for him as an only son. I mean, this multi-dimensional language of it's really me, but you're going to call him the Son of God, and you're going to see me on that day. And then it goes on to say in Zechariah 13, is on that day a fountain will be opened in Jerusalem, and all who are plunged beneath that fountain will have their sins washed away. I mean, we write songs about that and praise songs. And so anyway, the scriptures are filled with that. Plus, in my book, You to a Protocol, I take you even deeper than that, right to the technological level, right into the DNA, right into the quantum mechanics of atomic structure, right into the surface text, to the ancient Paleo-Hebrew, and show you the pictures that are made by the letters that will blow you away. And even to the point where this rabbi friend of mine in Israel is looking at these languages with me and these verses on the phone, and he's saying, oh my God, folks, look what else is there. And then he tells him, there's the name of Jesus, hidden, buried in the first verse of Psalm 22, the verse he quotes from the cross, the verse that points to Psalm 22, they have pierced my hands and my feet, they're gambling for my clothing under my feet. It's all right there, and that was written 1,000 years before. So I've got about a dozen of these kinds of revelations in this book. So anyway, so Norman, thank you for all that. It is impossible, it's statistically impossible, except that it did happen. There's something very supernatural about it.
The Yeshua protocol, and again, that's available wherever fine books are sold, Amazon, and of course you can also go to carlgallup.com, and we've linked up to Carl's website at coast-to-coast.com. Can't believe how those 2 hours flew. Carl, thank you so much. Absolutely riveting stuff.
Thank you. You're such a great host, Richard. I appreciate you letting me unfold a lot of this stuff. I love your audience and talking. I appreciate that as well. Thank you for everything. I've enjoyed this night. My goodness, this time together. The time has flown by. It really has. To me, anyway. I hope the audience likes it as well.
Absolutely, yes. All right, thank you, Carl. We'll talk again soon, I hope. For George Miller, George Black, Lisa Lyon, Stephanie Peacock, Dan Rankin, Alonzo Burroughs, Michael Cozio, Donna Walker, Sean Lattisour, and in Brantford, Ontario, Scott Park. I'm Richard Status. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until next time, so long for now.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. Each Thursday, iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Yeah, Senior Conscious presents Medicare Scan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim. Just for what? How do you detect a Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of fraud.
I'm like hydrant with yourself. Hey, down with yourself. I'm a boy.
Cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s. Did he tell you who he was running the guns for? Who was so obvious? The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Portions of the following program will be recorded. She said, hey, George, hey, I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, well, that's cool. What's his name? She was like, my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you. And I wanted to talk. And I got pissed. Oh, wow. Welcome to the Kim Carly Jr. Show. Well, now that you're here, I'm on the order. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. God, without the guilt.
KFI.
KOSC 82.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Why can't you say it by 24-hour music? China is expressing strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down a spy balloon from the country over U.S. waters. In a statement released by CNN, China said it has repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. President Biden said he authorized the Chinese civilian balloon to be shot down days ago.
Order the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided without doing damage to anyone on the ground. They decided that the best time to do that was when it got over water.
The Pentagon says the balloon was shot down by fighter jets off the coast of South Carolina in U.S. waters yesterday. The Assemblyman from Palmdale is working to change the way pilots use the force takes to the state.
Republican Assemblyman Tom Lackey is working on a bill that would have settled abuse claims go directly from law enforcement agencies to the state, as opposed to counties then to the state. Lackey says the recent audit found more than 27,000 reports first given to counties were missing from the state's database. We said that there was a problem for some period of time, and we've been working on this for years. Lackey says the issue potentially leaves thousands of dangerous people to chance to be foster parents and youth sports coaches. Boy, Foley, say it, I knew it.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is issuing a disaster declaration following a devastating winter storm. Over half a dozen counties were hit hard by the storm, which caused at least 10 deaths across 3 southern states. As of Saturday night, nearly 100,000 Texans were still without power, mostly in the Austin and Dallas-Fort Worth areas. Family and friends of Tyree Nichols had gathered in Sacramento to remember his life. Nichols' mother, Ravon Bell, said his death was avoidable. Indoor state park used the state at tournament celebrations like yesterday. Family members flew in for the event with photos of Nichols projected on the walls. He spent most of his life in the city before moving to Memphis in 2020. 5 Memphis police officers have been charged with murder for Nichols' death following a traffic stop in January. Former Pakistani president Shabazz Hussain has died. Mr. Ross has been living in exile in Dubai after seizing power in the 1999 coup, surviving two failed assassination attempts and running the country till stepping down in 2008. He was sentenced to death and Tuesday for high treason in 2019. The ruling later was overturned. He was 79 years old. Investigators say two criminal blood busts represent cartel's first attempt to get people in Orange County to taste the rainbow.
Local Sheriff's Department says cartels are using rainbow fentanyl to enhance the appeal of the deadly opioid. 15,000 pills were confiscated by deputies during a traffic stop in Anaheim. Costa Mesa Police spokeswoman Roxy Diaz says another 30,000 pills were confiscated also last week, but this time during a traffic stop in Costa Mesa.
It's my amount of the buses can be recalled.
Investigators say this is the first proof that rainbow fentanyl is in Orange County.
So I've seen these drug dealers and then these deadly drugs off the street statewide.
The 45,000 rainbow fentanyl pills represent tens of millions of lethal doses in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Some state representatives are asking the U.S. Postal Service to create a postal standing on its T-22, the mountain lion we captured and euthanized late last year. T-22 is known for welding the Hollywood Hills for more than a decade. In a letter to the U.S. Postal Service Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee on Friday, California Democratic Representatives say T-22 is many things. A favorite celebrity leader, a troublemaker, and a beloved mascot for our city. And I headed out to Plattsburgh where there's a class on the 118.
Activity on the west south side is Angus Family. It's the biggest part that has owned the carpool lane open and diesel still there as well, so it's going to be there for a while. Full closure in Fontana, turn westbound from Petawawa to Milliken. They've already closed to Roper till 4 a.m. And more road work going on right now in the Long Beach area. 710 northbound between Pacific Coast Highway and Willow. The 200 lane is thrown out there until 8 a.m. Clear 5 this guy helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan White. This is Legal Smith here, founder of Trade Casting Plumbing, Heating, and Industry. If you're thinking of replacing the heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? What the price is like? We believe in educated customers is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that are best for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always free. So call Seven Champions at 833-777-7777. Find us online at SevenChampions.com. I told you about my low back pain and how meeting in church on Sunday was becoming nearly unbearable. Sebastian Walker here. I've also told you about how Relief Factor has helped almost eliminate my pain. Now, let me tell you what Robert in California says about his experience with Relief Factor. Robert writes, I think Relief Factor was working until I ran out this month. After about 3 days, the pain was back to where it started. It was a great test for me to see how much Relief Factor really works. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing and living the life you love. Your first step to becoming pain-free from aches and pains from daily living should be just to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out about this offer. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor.
That's my weather from Clear morning clouds with the chance of showers in Metro LA and Inland OC. Highs in the low to the 60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys of Inland Empire in the valleys. It's going to be high mid to low 60s and beaches. Cloudy and cool scattered showers this morning. Highs in the to low 60s. Right now 52 degrees in Brea. Meridian Lake, Burbank. 51 degrees in Lake Forest. Even local watching the grid by 24-hour news and I'm doing the homework.
I'm certain to be old and gray and go to phone your phone and question your life with the electricity keyboard. Yesterday, 805-015-34. 805-015-34. Today, it's the idea that rattled around my head. The show is the word procrastination. God teaches the other day that procrastinators unite. Come on. Maybe you come across these teachers and publish that they can talk about procrastination. There's another one that says top 2 reasons that procrastinate. Number 1, there's nothing. Thoughts on the description of procrastination. Maybe somewhere in the garage there's a sign that says please let me finish this project. I realize that it's a meeting point of humor. It's to own your flaws, to own those places where you are looking to perfect, get better. Think about it in a little different angle. Day 414 is that you don't know what's going to happen to you tomorrow. But what is life? You're even a paper that appears for a little time and then goes away. Procrastination, putting that off which you keep there, only delays in our development. Now, I think that means that you are someone who wants to progress, help, inspire, all these things in life. That's what you need to do. But if you don't practice that daily, if you don't find those daily, or just take time to help someone, care for someone, to do something, there's no guarantee you'll be able to do it tomorrow. You get in the mindset, no trip, well, you know what, I can do this tomorrow. You will never get the opportunity. And that's what means for regret. Regret is truly not getting done today what should be done today. Stepping out of the comfort zone, stepping out of the schedule that you built is really just a schedule of protection for laziness oftentimes. There are those who schedule their growth so that they get as much done as they possibly can. There are those that go forth and schedule their growth to kind of protect their downtime. And everyone needs them. But that becomes the dominant part of the area. You're missing out on a huge portion of who you are and what I'm trying for. The interaction partner. I'm still trying. And Scripture is quick to point out that you don't know how long you're going to be. There's this assumption that the guarantee on a certain amount of years. And it's not. Therefore, the things that often are uncomfortable on someone you love them, how many times do they make to a funeral? Usually when someone dies young, and inevitably someone will stand up and go, you know what? How people you care about that you love them. Do it today. Because I never told so-and-so, or I never really let them know how I felt. The reason why that's echoed all the time is because people hear it And the implication of that is to bring up the new challenge. And what James is reminding me of here in chapter 4, verse 14 is that life is by quickly. So you don't know how long it's going to be here for. Because you don't even know what will happen tomorrow. You have no idea. So to set your sights only on tomorrow and seize today. In a very clever way, it's been said that today is a gift from God. The future, you don't know what's going to happen. The past varies for the place, but today is a gift from God, which is why it's called the present. A little corny maybe. An easy way to remember that the now is what's important. How you apply that is what's important. And James never wants you to forget that. You go on to verse 17, it says, therefore, the one who knows the right thing to do and does not do it, to him it is a sin. How interesting that it goes from letting you know that time goes by quickly, because there's no guarantee, moving on from 14 all the way down to verse 17, that it reminds you that if you know the right thing to do and you don't do it, it's a sin. That if you have opportunity, if you know what needs to be said or needs to be done and you don't do it, it's sin. And I know that hearing that word sin just sounds religious and community or what have you. But sin just means you get lost. Or you miss your mark. You miss the will of God. There's so much that needs to be done. There's so much that you want to do. But I simply encourage you to do it today. Don't wait. Put it off and hope that you'll get the opportunity. Because you never know. This message to you today is not a message of sadness or guilt or any of those things. It shows you appreciate the now. That you apply it in a way that you're productive. It's for you. Not just for you to use this to get you in a headlock and to say, hey, do this. It's the way you're designed. Your time on your physical, your outer shell, the clay that talks about in scripture, your body, the time limit is with great purpose. You get in, you experience this life, you learn the tools to understand goodness and godliness, through example, through trial, and then one day, when the Father said, you go ahead. For the time you are here is to be spent in productivity. And I encourage you not to waste a moment of it. Spend the time with your family or your friends. Do that charity work you've always wanted to do. Branch out and experience life now. So that James 4:14 says, you do not know what will happen tomorrow, or what is life. You're even a vapor that appears for a little time and then vanishes away. You are listening. This is your Christ show. To ask this question, dial 800-520-4669.
sponsored by Wendy's. So when it comes out French toast today, Wendy's comes out French toast is so good. Some are saying it's better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. So Wendy's comes out French toast today. You think they're better than your mom. Have you used monthly payments to help me pay for food? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new food for growing food? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSL. For these types of disabilities, you are personally safe.
Welcome to the News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron. He has been struggling with his feet down. There's one of you yellow sight. He's waiting for your throws and elbows. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires of sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talking back to the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
IAccidentWarrior.com are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at IAccidentWarrior.com.
IAccidentWarrior.com is the way to go. 430-920-0810.
Look at it.
I think I'm getting okay. You should be stretched and get worried for updated childhood and help. Update childhood free health care and health services. Call 833-174-673 or website at childhood.org.
I wish the bag under my eye would just go away. But that sounds like you every morning. You're not alone. Under-eye bags and puffy are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Try the Skin Yourself Serum with plant stem cell technology. And with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at SkinYourself.com/radio and save 65% off Skin Yourself's most popular package. That's SkinYourself.com/radio. SkinYourself.com/radio.
Did you know 1 in 4 pet visits involve cleaning out issues? And 70% of your pet's immune system is based on their gut. Dynamite nutritional supplements are human dreams for your pet's digestive tract, skin and toes, and immune system run all around healthier pets. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Let's help with Dynamite. Greetings, Sebastian Gaultier. For years I've mentioned how much relief factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio said his experience too. He writes, I tried relief factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more comfortably and practically pain-free. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800 the number 4-RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com.
This is Find traffic. We do a big fire in the Chatsworth area on the 118 west side of Spring Canyon. This is blocking carpool lanes to Claremont on the city front of Izzy and Bill without so fast in the carpool lane. To Ontario, we have a wreck on the eastbound of Wilson that's blocking the right lane. KFI East Side helps get you there faster. Comes out to right.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here. Answering your questions or talking about things that truly matter in your life and throughout your life. I'd love to hear from you. Be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question. Anywhere in the U.S. today, dial 800 520-1534. That's 800 520-1534. Ryan, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Oh, I was curious about angels, and I was just wondering what do angels look like, or maybe what would be the I guess the word angel. What would be the meaning of it? You know, what does it look like? What does angel mean? I guess it would be in Hebrew. I guess would be the original.
Yeah, but you get it. Both words mean the same thing. In the Greek, it's angelios, and it means literally messenger. So both words mean messenger. It means a messenger of God. And sometimes the word refers to a human being as a messenger. But most of the time in Scripture, it says that it's referring to these beings, they're creatures created by God, but completely different and in a different order, if you will, than human beings.
And how so? What form do they take? What do they look like?
Well, Scripture talks very little about the appearance of angels. It talks about the hierarchy that's built within the angel structure. It's almost like a military. The different types of angels that are in Scripture. The descriptions, some of them may not sound very fitting. They may not normally like what you might see. You know, the angels, the kind of angel worship kind of attitude is very popular, and a lot of women, sorry ladies, you're the ones that normally buy these types of books, but these books on angels, and then they collect angels. I mean, that's all fine and good, but a lot of it's not very biblical. And the depictions you see in movies and such often look like you know, a woman with the white gown and the long flowing hair, and she's distinctly female, things like that. Where in Scripture, there's only one account that may be that is an appearance of an angel that, or may be an appearance of an angel that appears to be in human form. But every other time in Scripture, if there's a physical manifestation of an angel, it's usually a male form. Yet in Scripture, Matthew talks about that men or that angels don't have the sexual organs of a man or woman, not married nor getting married. So, and that doesn't really fit the whole thing. If you really talk about the whole winged angel, a lot of times when it describes the wings, some of them have 6 pairs of wings, you know, or multiple pairs of wings, and it's not like those wings in the back come on the feet, on the shoulders. They're much different than you might think, but a lot of people don't study that. We'll come back. I want to recommend a book to you that is one of the reading actually found in about one of your favorite books on angels. So you are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800 520-1534.
I'm joining our record live on the KFI 24-hour news. Woman has been rescued after her car fell down in a dungeon in Los Angeles. Fire department is called from Mulholland Drive yesterday afternoon after the woman's car fell down 100 feet. The 35-year-old woman was found outside the car and taken to a hospital with serious injuries. The LA Police Commission has unanimously voted to choose Moore a second term.
President Rabbi says Moore will only serve another 2 to 3 years, and a nationwide search for his replacement will begin soon. The vote yesterday was held in a closed session and had come on the heels of a series of scathing critiques against Moore during a recent public comment period. Moore was appointed in 2018 by former Mayor Garcetti, and Moore said he wanted to spend his time reforming and modernizing what William Briggs said following the vote. More is in place will provide much needed continuity for the department. He's greatly pioneering.
This is brought to you by Zero. A celebration of life service for a famous mountain lion is taking place at River Park Theater. The ceremony yesterday featured speakers, musical performances, and video tributes. It was organized by the National Wildlife Federation. Storage LA Peters Campaign. 222 was euthanized December 17th after being examined by wildlife officials who captured the cat following recent signs of distress, including a series of attacks on pet dogs in the area. The Orange County Gun Owners Association says it will fight proposed stricter rules on concealed weapons permits in California.
The association says the proposed rules are unconstitutional. Reserve Michael Schwartz says he thinks the new rules, which include banning guns from public transit and bars, could have the opposite effect of making people more safe. If you look at a couple of different numbers, well over 90% of mass shootings happen in what's called a gun-free zone, where people are unable to defend and protect themselves. Governor Newsom joined other officials yesterday to rally for the new legislation. Proponents of the rules pointed to a study that found less restrictive carrying laws increase violent crime involving guns. Boy, trolling, hey, if I knew.
Now heading out to Ontario where there's a crash on the planet.
We saw inside of Hilton having an X-Block in the right lane. They went there closure in the Fontana area on the same restaurant site kind of on the Hilton. They've only closed here until 4 on Monday. People on Doyle, look out for a back of the 210 restaurant Graham. That's along the right shoulder. There's in Claremont. Then you saw the Indianville. We have a wreck there in the carpool lane. They have fire in the sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm done with the wine. If you ever need our help, we're just a call away. There's only one morning.
Southline weather continued by morning clouds with the chance of showers in Metro LA and inland OC, highs in the low to mid-60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys and inland Empire, highs in the mid to low 60s as well. And Tuesday, cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning, highs in the mid to low 60s, sunny and windy later today. We need both those live from the KFI 24-hour news and on myself.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
On the Exorcist File podcast, under the Exorcist and demonology, share stories of disturbing and twisted cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has encountered people in nearly every way imaginable. With Hollywood portraying the Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the tree, all of that has not been a movie to me. I have seen actors. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. If your sales organization suffers through endless breakthroughs and emails, optimize productivity with ClearCom. This fully automated sales commission and center platform works seamlessly and securely with your existing software application. Your sales team will perform their tasks with real-time results and earnings using ClearCom's interactive dashboard. And your operations team will be able to make commission plan adjustments with just a few clicks. Learn more and book a demo today at ClearCom.com. That's ClearCom.com. Contact the license number 39117.
Will you tell me how much to unstop my donor?
$99.
Oh, RBA
I'm telling you, it's still good quality.
just voted the LA Times 2022 Best of the South winner. I really like that you're up front and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Rabbi who was willing to tell me the cost over the phone.
No brothers here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unplugged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE.
Seriously, Mike, you is just the kind of thing.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for details. Right, another. Vacation stock. High gas prices have you sitting at home like a loser. Maybe it's time you want to be a winner. TFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword and enter it at TFI.com/gas. No texting, just winning. Powered by Weekend Accident Attorney. Never can activate winning resident. Call the winning attorney. Just quick day. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or weekend.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your tax refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Into the new side, yeah, off you want. Why it's good to all the day long, while they are living a pound, never moment going wrong. Father along with you, know all about it. This is your Fred Show on your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, and I'm with you every single Sunday, right here answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life, and of course the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone to your theology questions or life situation questions anywhere in the U.S. today. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Ryan had asked about angels and what they look like every you'd be surprised. This is one of those things that people kind of assume in scripture because of Hollywood or what have you, stories. And oh, well, this is what was displayed. Some of those misconceptions in scripture are actually funny because they're things that you've talked about many, many times. The assumption that it was an apple in the Garden of Eden, and it never said that. It's fruit. Just for trivia, most likely at home. So, a little bit of trivia for and these, three wise men, the assumption that there's only three wise men because there were three gifts. And the scripture doesn't say that there's only three wise men. And that is Buddhist often largely. But there was only two of each animal on the ark. Scripture doesn't say that. But there's at least two of each animal on the ark. But there are some that there are many pairs of one animal, depending on if it's clean or unclean, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of those things that angels fall into that. Someone came up to me once and started a conversation about angels. Well, when you die, you become an angel. And I said, no, Bugs Bunny dies and becomes an angel. But that's not theology. That's not from scripture. But in the cartoons, a cartoon says that they get hit by a bus and they leave their body like a ghost and they have a heart and they have wings and they're in a white robe and they fly up to heaven. So people think, well, that's what an angel is. But scripture's definition or description of these wonderful creations are completely different than what most people think. So introducing me over the description of this book, and it's been revised. It's in paperback. Huge music, many years. Back when it was 50 and something 20 from on it. And the name of the book is Angels Select and Evil. I.T., the letter T, Fred Dickerson. So you can check that out. But the topic is very fascinating. Understand the difference between angel select and evil.
to understand the hierarchy, and usually the Christian thing, like how many times for itself is Christian and so on, is much different than the popular kind of attitude of what an angel looks like. Most angels, if you saw them in their traditional form, and not the manifestation of, oh look, I'm like you, or I look like a guy, or I look like a girl, something like that. If you saw them in their true form, they could terrify. I mean, the power, the majesty, the intensity, and the otherworldliness of angels would knock you down. Now, of course, if you bowed before them, they would try to knock it off and stand up because they're not me. And they point that out clearly. But to me, angels and the concept of guardian angels and all these things that are kind of more Hollywood scripture, I think you presently surprised if you really dove into scripture. And a book like Angels, Election, Evil, and Fields would be a great help to you. And to see the true picture of angels in their full view in scripture. So I recommend that not only to Ryan, but to you as well. That see what really is behind that term. Nick, welcome to Jesus Christ.
Hello, Jesus. And honor and speaking with you.
My pleasure.
I've got a question. I've got a few friends. You know, they claim they're not religious of any type or Christian Catholic. And yeah, I asked them, do they believe in anything? And they claim they're spiritual. And that's good enough for them for now, here on earth. And I asked them, what about getting to heaven? So my question is this being spiritual enough to getting to heaven? Because my thoughts are, I ask Jesus for my forgiveness every night. When I say my prayers, and I pray for these people. But, God planned His great mighty plan, and these people that just think spiritual, oh, I'm spiritual, and they can't even explain anything to me what spiritual is. And I'm just wondering, but when they get in trouble for some sort, they'll say, oh, God, please help me.
Sure.
Everybody does that. Please, oh, God, help me. But when it comes down to it, by themselves, they might meditate or something, or that's just an easy way out of saying, I don't believe in God, or
Spirituality is it's believing in something, or it seems like it's something, but it's not being accountable. Therein lies the problem. Spirituality means nothing. Unto itself. It doesn't mean anything. And it became very popular with the New Age movement of this statement, I'm spiritual. But legitimately, what does that mean? Well, what spirit? There's good spirits, bad spirits, to which you serve, to which you listen. It doesn't mean anything in that context. And I think people hope that, well, here's what it means the most. I don't belong to any organized religion. I don't want to belong to any organized religion, and I don't want to be accountable to any organized religion. So I don't want to be labeled. Yeah, so I made up this thing where I just say I'm spiritual, which I don't even know what that means. That means they pray, but look at it says here. What is that? It's like, do you have a best friend? Well, I don't believe in best friends. I have a spiritual friend. Okay, well, who is this spiritual friend? Well, they're just somebody who's there. And what do you do with them? Well, nothing really. They're just kind of there. On occasion, I sit and meditate, and they're there with me. But we don't really do anything with that. They're just kind of there, and I'm there with them. That's kind of what it comes to. That there's no friendship there. There's no relationship there. There's nothing that's tangible. It's just kind of, well, spirituality. It's ambiguous on purpose. The hope is that if you don't stand for something, then people won't criticize you. So if I come up with spirituality, it's so ambiguous, who's going to complain? Right. So you kind of go on feeling like you're doing something, you feel sort of, woman, I don't care what state they are in emotionally, mentally, or what religion they believe in, every man and woman seeks out the Creator. And some men find it in science and go, well, this must be it. And some men find it in God, and think this is it. And then they find it in different denominations, or they find it in different religions, or they find whatever, but they're seeking it. There are people that are real seekers, who are truly trying to seek God and don't even know it. So the way they're trying to express that and fill that hole in their chest is by letting themselves. There's people who do all kinds of things to try and capture the essence of who they are and the essence of their nature. And some people get onto that spirituality bandwagon and say, okay, well, I'm just spiritual. But it doesn't mean anything. It's ambiguous on purpose so that you can't be nailed down. That the next claim, well, that's not my spirituality. If you ask them, well, do you believe in heaven or hell? Well, that's not my spirituality. My spirituality is just mine, or whatever. And it becomes something that's very I don't know, unsubstantiated. There's nothing to it. It just kind of is an idea for the sake of just having an idea. And they meditate, but well, meditation is a form of prayer. But what are you thinking about? And or who are you praying to?
Like if you have a mantra, you just turn something over and over and over and over and over. I mean, what are you, are you just getting yourself into a position of where you can open yourself up and just, feel whatever is around you here on earth and now?
No, it's not. It's not participating in anything. It's just that, back in the old days, years ago, before computers, and they still use forms of this now, but we used to have something called artistry. And when they were laying out, when an artist was laying out a magazine or a book or something like that, and they didn't have the full text yet, but they wanted to kind of show what the layout would look like, they put this artistry in there, and essentially it's mismatch with just, characters to make it look like there's text there. But then and it repeats itself. And sometimes it'll say something like the brown fox comes over the log or something like that. And then they just repeat it, brown fox comes over the log. So if you were to pick it up, it would look like a book. And then you open it, you see pages with text, and you go, oh, it's a book. And then you see words, go, oh, this must be a book. And you start to read it, and it's not a book. It's just a repeat of the same phrase for placement to make it look like a book. And that's kind of what these mantras are, these things where you're chanting. If you're having a real prayer with a real God, you want to be real communication. And it's not just kind of, oh, well, you're doing it. All these sound to me like symptoms of wanting something, but not having. There isn't this is the child picking up to play phone and going and having a play competition at the play tea party. Oh, that's right. No, it's one-sided. There's no real connection to God.
I know when I pray, lately, when I pray, I'm so emotional as I am right now. I don't know where it comes from or what's happening or what I'm going through. But when I'm praying, I'm feeling a connection, but I'm just so emotional. And then when I'm through, I'm crying. And, I'm not like whimpering or crying or feel bad, like I
don't. You had a connection, and you felt a connection, and you were engaged by God, and you felt that, and that's what it's supposed to be about. And you're right. The spirituality thing has become the cop-out. It really is. It becomes a cop-out of those that want to do something, that really are trying, want to see God, but not on any real level. It's just so much easier, because then it's kind of whatever they want. It's the lack of commitment. Spirituality really doesn't mean anything if there isn't an author of that spirituality. The spirit simply comes from the Greek word pneuma, means wind or breath. And that's all it is without the substance behind it. It's just wind. Yes, am I pretty soon looking over it? Yes, it's just passing wind. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the wind is what's passing. There's no substance
like wind. It moves things a little bit here or there, but really, there's got to be something that's creating that. You see people you got cool air and warm air and these types of things creating that becomes important. So the spirit or the breath or the wind really has no value unless it's kind of something that has created it. That's what important. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask this question, dial 800 520 1584. In a podcast, Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was gunning the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show.
Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Do you have heart failure and often hear, today's benefits is ruined your breakfast?
You're too tired to drink that grandpa. Well, you have it.
That's the closest carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to a cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at hearts.com. That's connectyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Hey, Neil Kabuga, with energy costs on the rise, old aluminum, wood, and even vinyl windows can add to your electric and gas bill. So replace your inefficient windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. The windows they installed at my home are gorgeous, and their teams take great pride in their work and they give great energy-saving advice. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, they started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Get the quality and value you deserve. And until 2024, 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. CSLB number 778326. Trust the window companies that I trust, my family, my friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Tired of expensive vet bills? Temporary prescriptions still needing a type 50 with a no code or furlough? The all starts with their food. Add Dynamite to supplement the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with the heavy over a million that helps with Dynamite. I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Under eye bags and puffiness are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Try the new Genius-Cell Serum with plant stem cell technology. And with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at Genius-Cell.com/radio and get 65% off Genius-Cell's most popular package. That's GENUCCL.com/radio. Genius-Cell.com/radio. Now, I've told you about how relief factor helped me with my aches and pains. Let me tell you about Silver in Texas. Proven right. I'm taking relief factor for my shoulder and lower back. And it worked. No more pain. My husband started taking relief factor for his upper back and hip and didn't think it was working until he ran out and realized the pain was coming back. Relief factor just works. We are so happy it's working for you and your husband like it does for thousands of others across America. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free solution developed by doctors to help your body attack the underlying inflammation causing pain. What activity would you like to be doing again? Your first step to becoming pain-free could just be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4-RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Checking KFI traffic, we do have a crash in the Boyle Heights area, 75 Total Street, that's blocking the right lane.
Montana, and West on at Tonawanda to Millicent. All lanes closed there until 4 a.m. Monday with roadless. And in Long Beach, the 710 northbound between PCH and Willow, there's a 2 right lane coming down here until 8 a.m. Day of Pride in the Sky helps push you here faster. I'm Jonathan White. Don't make it bad. Take your bad song and make it better. Remember to let it in your heart. And song to make it better. Hey, don't be afraid. You were made to go out here. This is your great show on, man. Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I with you every single Sunday right here answering your questions and talking about things truly matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold, be brave, and go to the phone with your theology question and life situation question anywhere in the USA. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Allison, welcome to the Jesus section.
Thank you, Jesus. I appreciate you taking my call.
Of course.
The reason for my call today is because I'm 44 years old. I was not brought up religiously. I was born Jewish. I do believe in God. I do pray to God. And I'm feeling a little lonely because, a little frustrated because for like the last 5 or 6 years, I've been really working hard to improve my life. To live honest God, and I was brought up and believed in that God has those that help himself. And I feel like I took one step forward and I just took 2 steps back. And this is in regards to my losing a job again. I've been fired more than I kept jobs. And I'm too old for this.
Okay, I would agree. But the only part of this equation that's been constant in all the job loss is what?
Job loss.
And
my unhappiness, my lack of joy as a
okay, but the 2 things that are constant is the job loss and you.
Okay.
You losing your job.
Okay.
So what are the reasons you're being told when you lose your job?
Well, sometimes because of my attitude, and I don't know how else to better think my attitude. I've been in psychotherapy before, and medication helps, therapy helps. But as I'm saying, I take 1 step forward or to take 2 steps back. Like that's isn't good enough.
Okay, so how does your attitude manifest in a negative way?
I get frustrated. Basically, a new manager came into my workplace and basically changed how we were working. Which is obviously his right to do that. It's that I don't adapt well sometimes to change, especially when it's a huge change. I work in a call center where I was taking phone calls, and where we were like get a break in between calls. Now, or when he came in, we changed it to where we were getting one call after another, boom, 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 boom. And the calls are any customers to begin with, and then they want us to like say things a certain way and do things a certain way.
Okay, quickly, because we're up against the clock. Have all your jobs been of the service type where you're dealing with customers?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. I just want to take a quick breath here and then come back so we can chat. So don't go anywhere. You are listening. This is the Greg Show. To ask this question, dial 800 520 1534. You're on personal.
Sandra on time. China responding on the surveillance balloon. I'm Danielle Mother live from the KFI 24-hour news service. China is expressing strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down a spy balloon from the country over U.S. waters. China said they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. Democrats are making changes to the 2024 presidential primary calendar.
We will move to a vote on the motion to approve the report of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. All those in favor of approving the report say aye.
The vote came at a party gathering in Philadelphia yesterday as DNC delegates approved moving South Carolina into the top spot for early voting in place in Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire round out the top three. Georgia and Michigan also joined the primary window for the first time. Iowa has traditionally been the starting line for the first election. Tesla was quick to raise prices after electric car tax credits loosened up.
The Model Y had been classified as a sedan under the EPA's CAFE standards, and that meant they didn't qualify for the electric vehicle tax credit because some Model Ys are over the $55,000 maximum price for the credit. But on Friday, the Treasury Department changed the tax credit rules as part of the Inflation Reduction Act and reclassified Model Ys as an SUV, and the limit for those who qualify for tax credits is $80,000. Well, just hours later, Tesla raised the price of two of the Model Ys, one by $1,600 and the other by $1,000. No tax credits, but that's $7,500 off that now higher price. I'm moving. I'm here.
Officials say raw egg smuggling is increasing along the California-Mexico border.
They say people are bringing raw poultry and eggs in their cars and in commercial trucks. Don't bring them over. This is the raw products like raw eggs and the raw chicken and raw poultry. They can't come over. Charles King is with Customs and says you're okay to bring in fully cooked poultry or eggs, but you still have to declare them. If they fail to declare it, they can be issued a civil penalty. And over the last year, there's been a 108% increase in smuggled eggs and poultry. Gregory Pioneer.
NASCAR returns to the Coliseum for the second year in a row. The field of 23 drivers will go around a quarter-mile track, 150 laps, during flag drops at the pass at the Coliseum, 5 o'clock tonight. And actress Melinda Dillon has died.
Dillon was a two-time Oscar nominee and a Tony nominee, best known for her roles as the mom in Close Encounters of the Third Kind and A Christmas Story. She was nominated for Best Supporting Actress in Close Encounters and the 1981 Paul Newman drama Absence of Malice. Dillon also appeared in Slapshot, Harry and the Hendersons, and The Princess Tide. A funeral record shows Dillon died last month, although no cause of death was given. She was 83. Mark Roman, KFI News.
First Lady Joe Biden is in LA. Biden arrived at Burbank Airport yesterday afternoon. The First Lady will be one of the presenters of the 65th Annual Grammy Awards tonight. Speaking of the Grammys, Beyonce, Adele, and Harry Styles are among music's biggest stars nominated. And if Beyonce takes home hardware, she could make Grammy history as the most awarded artist. She's going into the night with the most nominations. The Grammys will be handed out tonight at the Crypto.com Arena in downtown LA. And no one matched all the numbers in last night's Powerball drawing. That was Monday night's jackpot at an estimated $747 million. The odds of walking away with all that cash, about 1 in 292 million. Now headed to downtown LA where there's a crash on the 110.
It's going to be on the north side at the 101 connector road. They have the northbound 101. They have this road blocked by that crash. That's where it's on the 1 and 2 west side of St. Canyon. There's a big rig fire that's on the carpool lane open. And look down in Claremont, and you found an Indian Hill. We have a wreck there blocking the carpool lane. In downtown LA, 110 northbound to 10, another crash here, blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky. Hope to get there faster. I'm done for one.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to get stressed and get worried or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need. When you need it the most, call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Is red wine actually good for you? Is 6 minutes of exercise per day help prevent Alzheimer's? One of the best places to live in the U.S. Find the answers to these questions and many more at studyfinds.com. We compile the most interesting stories in science, money, and health all in one place to help you live better. It's research in a nutshell. With new articles and studies daily, there's always something fun to learn. Get started today at studyfinds.com. That's studyfinds.com. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Greetings, Sebastian Gaultier. For years, I've mentioned how much Relief Factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio said his experience too. He writes, I tried Relief Factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more comfortably and practically pain-free. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800 the number 4 Relief. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com.
Southline weather is from 3 to 5, morning clouds with potential showers in metro LA, inland OC, highs in the low to 60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys and inland Empire. Highs in the low to the 60s as well. And this is cloudy and cool. Scattered showers this morning. Highs in the mid to low 60s, sunny and windy later today. Right now, 52 degrees in Glendale, Lake Forest. And in Meridian, is 53 degrees as well as 53 degrees in Tustin. We need local watching today by 24 hours news. I'm Jane Allen.
I walked this earth. But whoever believes in me cannot perish. Eternal life. What's the voice? For that reason, you are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. The Jesus Christ Show on RTM. Maybe your host inevitably with you this Sunday, and I'm your referee School Sunday, right here in New York, Bucky, talking about things that truly matter in life, and of course the afterlife. Allison, are you still there, dear? Yes, sir. Okay, so you work on the phones a lot, you work with some service positions where you're dealing with people, frustration becomes a problem, and you lose your job. That is correct. So either, yes. No, I think with the problem with you, David, is that I've never known what I wanted to do in my life. When I was little, all I ever wanted to do was a bank teller, and I'm not good with cash. I'm not a thief. I'm not good with the little details. I'm good with the big details. I've gone through all sorts of testing to figure out what would be good for me. I've done the scientific inventory test. I've done all sorts of things.
And what?
That's why nothing. I mean, like, well, not nothing, but not enough to tell me what I should be doing, what I would be good at. They said that I would be good at pharmacy, as being a pharmacist, or being a technician. So I went to school to be a pharmacy technician. And then when I started working in the field, and again, not being good with the little details, I could kill somebody. So I got out of that because I didn't want to kill anybody. Yeah, exactly. That's a big, that's just it. I'm able to get in the general direction, but I'm not good at the specifics.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love dogs.
Okay. I would suggest, for a couple reasons, finding something that deals with animals. So your social skills seem to be the breakdown in all of these things. And from just what you're telling me, and those social skills are very important. There's a lot of miscommunication, and you know what? Today, you put the plastic card in your things, you don't have to deal with a whole lot of humans. So when you do, it's got to be the best experience possible. And to be in a service position, especially on the phone, especially in situations where there's a high rate of frustration on both sides of the phone, that may not, and sounds like it's not the place for you. Those are skills that a lot of people may not think are that big of a deal, but they're incredible skills to have. Be able to take something frustrating situation and downshift into a normal situation, taking others and down to it, as well is a real skill. And that's going to buy a lot because communication is probably the thing that I think most young people lack as well, and I see them going into the workforce not being able to communicate. So in your case, I would say if you really love dogs, I would look into those dogs' pals, I would look into grooming, I would look into anything where the joy that comes from the act of doing is going to put you in a better place to be able to communicate your abilities, your skills, what have you. Um, and that's just my recommendation from what you tell me. But you were obviously sweet and call, and you do have fine conversation. Um, but I didn't catch you and you put me on hold. You do all kinds of things that might have let the monster out at the top of you. I just kind of wanted to see as to what skills you thought you had versus what you want for. And in your case, I think it's best to find something that you already enjoy doing, whether it's watching dogs or working at one of the doggy hotels that are all over the place. And do they have them in Texas as well? And see if that gives you the motivation you need to be focused. And you're dealing with dogs. The communication's on a completely different level. And that might be the key here. I would really suggest that. That selling that as an option. A dog walker, any of these things. Rick, welcome to the Jesus Christ Day.
How's it going, Jesus?
It's been important. My pleasure, sir. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good theologically and stuff, and I've always believed in the Trinity, even though I never really understood it all that much.
Mm-hmm.
And someone tried to explain it to me once, a theologian, and I was told that the Trinity is one God in three persons. If we're talking, if we're saying what is God, God is one. Who is God? God is three. But I was okay with that. And then he said, this does not mean that God is three different people.
Well, these are important technicalities depending on who you're talking to. Because God has to be one, not three. So the Godhead has to remain total, constant. There isn't three persons. Imagine it this way. This might help you out a little bit, Rick. And all analogies break down because, let's face it, there's a
lot of things we don't understand about God, and I don't know why people get stuck hung up on the Trinity, because you try and explain omniscience or omnipotence to me, to really understand how someone can know everything and all things and be everywhere at once and all of these things. Nobody can explain that, but they kind of get past that and then go to the Trinity. But think about this for a second. Time. Time is one thing. It's time. However, it's simultaneously three things. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Simultaneously. You can't pull one out. You can't say, well, today is separate from yesterday. You can break it off as far as a day part, but you can't say the past is separate from the future from the present. You can't separate them. They run into each other. You can't just put them away. You can take a picture of a moment, but it's still of a moment that's progressing to another moment that had a moment before it. So you can't separate them at all. And so the Trinity becomes difficult, but it's manageable if you understand that it's always one. That it's about this indivisible essence, yet it's three persons. So the Father did not become the Son. No. So they have the divine essence, and then they have the three personages. But they're not three people. Because then you start getting into what they call atheism. Well, yeah, you technically do. And Christians are monotheists. You believe in one God, so you can't really separate that. And God had always remained one. And it gets difficult, and you can't. The analogy of time really helps understand that separation. There's also people that talk about the scientific experiment of the triple point of water, which is, steam is H2O chemically, water is H2O in its liquid form, and ice, solid water is H2O. It's all the same. But there is an experiment called the triple point of water where you can get water in its gaseous form or in steam, in its solid form, ice, and in its liquid form, water all at the same time.
Or wouldn't that be more along the lines of one God's three manifestations rather than one God's three distinct persons?
Well, no, because the manifestations plays a part in it as well. I mean, it's the experience. What you don't want to get into is when the analogies kind of break down and become what they call economic communities, where it's like people say, oh, the Trinity is like marriage. And it's got an outer shell, it's got a yolk, and it's got the egg. It's not, they're not all the same, they're all part of an egg, but they're not the egg. Each part of the Trinity, and these parts help you understand, is the fully and whole God. All one, three in one. So the conversation is that, oh, well, gosh, what are these things? One what, three who's, third base. It sounds like an old Abbott Costello routine, and it's confusing. But it's not something that you need to understand fully. You need more that you need to understand. And I've had some belief systems go, well, we don't believe in Trinity because it's incomprehensible. Yet, they're omniscient of God, omnibenevolence, and all of these things. So that's easy to swallow. No, very fully difficult because you're dealing with God. Special, not created, uncreated, creator of all creation, much different. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Channel. To ask your question, dial 800 This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Root Plumbing. I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Plumbing
belonging means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Neither Zero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll keyboard your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. PL 102-8886. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. This tax is a real danger. Now, Congressman Ken Buck's book exposes their censorship. It's called Trump, Big Tech War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about Hunter's laptop, COVID, Trump, and more. If you're tired of their liberal bias and how Google uses Gmail and YouTube TV to censor you, get Crux, an Amazon bestseller. Find $10 Crux at bookstores or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go to Crux911.com. That's Crux911.com. If you have 1 in 4 pet visits in both skin and cow this week, and 70% of your pet's immune system is based in their gut, Dynamite nutritional supplement has key nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and toes, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over a million help with Dynamite. I wish the bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Under-eye bags and puffiness are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Try the new Skin-Your-Cell Serum with plant stem cell technology. And with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at SkinYourCell.com/radio and save 65% off Skin-Your-Cell's most popular package. That's SkinYourCell.com/radio. SkinYourCell.com/radio. David in Pennsylvania writes in to tell us about his experience with Relief Factor. I tried Relief Factor for hip pain and was surprised that it also helped relieve my shoulder and foot discomfort. After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. So thank you, David. You know, I've heard the story before. People stopping and then starting again because it worked. As you all know, I had trouble with aches and pains, and climbing steps was brutal. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week quick start for the highly discounted price of $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Try it for yourself and see what all these people are talking about. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4-RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor. Educated upon traffic, we do plans in the passport area, 118 West Sonic, 10 to Candy Boulevard. This configuration fire that has only a carpool in open. Silver foreclosure in Montana, 10 westbound from Etiwanda to Milliken. They have all lanes closed until 4 a.m. Monday. And two Long Beach were shown on the 710 north between Pacific Coast Highway and Willow Street. 2 light lanes closed there until 8 a.m. Data 5 in style, 50 there faster. I'm Jonathan White. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday, right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. I'd love to hear from you if you have a theology question or you're going through something in life like everybody else right now. I'd love to hear from you as well. Anyway, in the U.S. today, dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534.
My question is it ever okay to lie? That's a great question. Think of it this way, that the laws are there to protect something. Now, when it comes to lying, what's being protected is truth. Truth is important because if you didn't speak the truth, if nobody spoke the truth, you never know what is going to come. You couldn't trust anybody, you couldn't use anything that said, verify anything, and life as you know it would be, completely unlivable. So the purpose of not lying is to preserve the truth. Now, when you look around, there are circumstances that would outweigh the law. Just like if you think of law of the land, think of going speed limit on freeways to protect life, or protect life, right? Well, the ambulance or the police car or the fire truck goes faster than the speed limit because that law is less important to them because they are preserving life immediately. They're immediately preserve life or someone's safety. So they circumvent for the confusion of that particular law for the greater good, which is preserve life. So when it comes to preserving truth, that's always be paramount. However, there's going to be times like in medicine or Germany where there were many Christians that lied to the government and not the government, saying that they weren't safe and they weren't housing things to do because preserving life are good for them to tell the truth. So circumstantially, there are times where there are things that transcend that need. Now, when situational ethics to start making up your own rules and saying, oh, and I can lie here, or there, you are doing a problem. But I give you that statement and you know that there is, an opportunity there where it would be okay. Don't preserve the truth and give up the lie. That wouldn't make any sense. Usually you can tell if lying benefits you in some way, shape, or form. It's just about but there are times when somebody may ask you questions inappropriate. If the work situation and this person can't know or shouldn't know, then you are able to say that you don't know. In fact, you do because it's none of their business or not applicable to what you're going on. What you do so would go against the rules that you've been given as free to do in your position. That's not a lie falls in the same category. You're talking about self-preservation. But as far as truth, always be what you hear. Always seeking to preserve that truth, protect it, make sure that what you say has veracity. Look at the trust. That trust is important. And trust is another type of faith. And being able to apply that to your life is imperative. People just went around and up was down one day and down was up the next day. Like on blue was green one day and the next day it's yellow. And there's no way to live in that kind of world. That's where people do and see that front. But there are times where it's appropriate that there's something greater than the truth, higher truth, more important truth, than the truth of life, of righteousness, and justice. You are listening to to ask your question. Dial 800 510 1534.
Most of Washington is like 24 hours and China is upset about the U.S. shooting down a suspected surveillance balloon over the U.S. China said they were clearly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and that it was accidental. China said they will resolution safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of relative countries and will reserve the right to make further necessary reactions. State crime charges had been filed against a man accused of vandalizing a mural that commemorates Latino heritage once counted. This means something for our community.
Hopefully, the police spokeswoman Rabbi says witnesses allegedly saw and had video of
annual hunting defacing the Ponderosa Bureau.
It sounded like in late October, it's like to kind of feel it.
Organic DA says that even though high legacy will fight power openings with strong women leaders from the county,
And yes, other than the store, to it's a Virgin TV, and we are going to have it in the community.
I was charged yesterday with felony vandalism with a hate crime enhancement and faces 6 years in prison in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
He pulled in the San Fernando Valley unofficially took top honors at the LA Unified School District Academic Triathlon Super Quiz. That is the final event of this Battle of the Brain. Teams from the Criminal Center for English Studies in Cardano and Beaver Hills High School in Tahunga received the highest unofficial score, 30,000 points. Results will be verified, and the winning team will be announced February 25th in award ceremony at LA Nation College. And oh, what a feeling when you get to sales record.
Toyota not only defended its title as the world's top-selling automaker for a third year in a row, but Toyota basically crushed the other contenders. Toyota's brand sold 10.5 million vehicles in 2022 compared to 8.3 million sold for second-ranked rival Volkswagen. Now, these impressive sales numbers come on the heels of Toyota shocking the industry with its first CEO transition in 14 years. The laser-like focus for the new CEO, the next generation electric vehicle. Jason Middleton, KFI News.
Now headed out to Long Beach where there's a work zone on the 7th
Currently on the northbound side of the city, the Pinnacle Highway at Willow Street, there's the two-lane lane phone out there until 8 a.m. Get down there, lane, you'll crash on the 110 northbound Penn Freeway. That's blocking the left lane. And we still have a big fire in the Southwest area. 118 westbound is in the stadium. That has only car pool been open. KFI News side, I'll get you there faster. I'm down for water. This is Jacob Emrod. If you've been in a truck accident, call the Fort Court 24 Jacob.
Southline weather from 0 to 5, morning showers, and that's LA, inland OC, highs in the 60s. Light rain this morning in the valley and inland Empire, highs also in the below 60s. And at the beach, it's cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning, highs in the 60s, sunny and windy later today. We need locals like us today by 24-hour news. I think some of our trends.
Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with Volkswagen? Think of that for a minute. You could probably write the list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. Because they're more after the job than what they quoted to a client. And they don't fix the problem right the first time. You have simply that kind of aggravation. At Service Champions, performance is different. We'll be there now, right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our funding services are backed for a happy money promise. It's simple. If you're not happy, we don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Service Champions right now for all of your funding needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. From the cell dial #250 and say keyword great result. That's #250 and say great result. Could you use monthly payments to help me pay the fees? Just putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing seeds. Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. For these types of security, U.S. taxpayers spend. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. With easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states and situations. This tax is a real danger. Now, Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes their censorship. It's called Crush, Big Tech War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about Hunter's laptop, COVID, Trump, and more. If you're tired of their
political bias, and how Google uses email and YouTube TV to censor you, get Trust, an Amazon bestseller. Find $10 Trust at bookstores, or choose a free offer from Newsmax. Go to trust911.com. That's trust911.com.
When preached for there was sixth grade, she was burned in a school science experiment gone wrong and given a 50% chance to survive. After overcoming this burn moment, she started the Burn Factory podcast to help athletes, celebs, and others share their own burn moments. Be inspired. Challenging burn moments made them into the people they are today. Factory Podcast channel on YouTube. That's the Burn Factory Podcast on YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Adobe and Myers.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday. We're here answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life, and of course the afterlife. Give me a call. I'd love to give you if you have questions at any time. 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. And of course, you can follow us during the week or during the show on Twitter at Jesus Show. That's Jesus Show. Tony, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hi. Recently I've been taking philosophy class in school, and I've been leaning more to become an atheist. Just recently we had a post on our online website that Voltaire, quote from Voltaire saying that if God did not exist, would it be necessary to invent him? And I believe that if he didn't exist, it would be necessary, because it makes me think that Orson Welles on broadcast, that as soon as he broadcasts that there's a War of the World story, that everybody went nuts and crazy and started committing suicide. I think it's necessary. We just had another discussion with another student on the post, and he believes in Christ, and I respect that.
Okay.
He said that I asked him what kind of God would create and child monsters and rapists and murderers and so forth.
Let's assume that God created those things, so go ahead.
And he said, well, that's the work of the devil. And I said, well, if God created everything in this world, then why didn't he just eliminate the devil? And then
Okay, Tony, I see where you're going, and it's not that I don't want you to recite every single thing. I kind of care more about Tony, about you individually, than hodgepodge of different ideas that have been thrown out. So let's kind of focus in a little bit. It's the concept of God. It is equally reasonable to say, as Voltaire did, well, if God doesn't exist, and man was created by necessity. However, it seems unreasonable to believe that God would create something that he would rebel against by nature too. It doesn't seem reasonable to say that something imaginary, different than laws in man, because those were created as well. But to create something that you're going to rebel against, let's say that a child would create parents who didn't have them. That a child desire to rebel against parents, not to live by their rules. It was easy to say to Voltaire, giving the atheist through atheism so that he would not have to live by a moral law. Because there's no, you say about murderers and rapists, how could you tell me or anyone else that murdering and raping is wrong? By what standard do you use to say that those things are wrong?
okay, well, I don't want to say it's on a standard of God.
Okay, but I think standard. Why do you think those things first came out of your mouth was that there is no God because there's evil in the world? Yet, how do you define evil? Who are you to say what evil is without a God?
Maybe that society.
Okay, so it's just a different society, like we mentioned, in 1940s Germany, where that society, due to its dictatorship, believed that it was okay to execute people because of who they are. So that was okay. You excuse Hitler because, or anybody that fought under Hitler, executed people under Hitler because that was the societal norm.
So, well, compared to Hitler, still individuals that were innocent that did nothing wrong.
But innocent by whose standards again, Tony? Where do you get these words like evil or innocent or right or wrong?
That's what society
So, but what society? There was a society that in the United States at one time that believed it was okay to put a black man in shackles.
Yeah.
So was that morally okay?
No, it's not.
Why? Because was it okay at that time?
At the time it was. But
No. It was never okay. Slavery is never okay.
It's never, I understand it's never okay, but at the time.
But you would have to say it was okay at the time because it's saying you'd have to say that it was okay to kill Jews and gypsies and blacks and gays because that was what society said, so it was okay. So your morality changes based on a whim, based on what's going on at the time in that society. Is that good? Is that real? Is that worthy of you to pay allegiance to something that's wavering and to be killing innocent people one point in time and then not doing it in another point in time?
But my issue is that why would I understand that what you're trying to say here, but on the other hand, I don't want to pledge my allegiance to something that I can't see or that I can't, have a conversation with.
Well, you're being silly, Tony. You can't see evolution. But you can't see love either, Tony. So that doesn't exist. And the minute you put your money into a bank and you no longer see it, it doesn't exist. What? That's not fair, Tony. That's not. You don't live that way in life as anything else you do. There are things that you experience wins. You can't experience wins except things that react or other things react to it. Or with love. Well, yes, you can feel it, but you can't put it in a jar. You can explore it. You can explore it. You can explore certain properties of things. But there are many things that you don't see that you can understand. When you look at Mount Rushmore, Tony, I know you don't look at Mount Rushmore and go, oh, that happened because of erosion. Water came down and eroded the rock and made it look like four heads of state. You don't think that. You look at it and say, because of this, and you didn't see the people created, but you look at it and go, because of the specificity and the nature of design in the work, and that it looks like intelligence created it, then I know someone created that. But when you look at those things in the world, in the universe, you say, oh, well, it just happened by chance. That's ridiculous. It's a silly notion, and mathematically, it's a silly notion to believe that something came from nothing. In the Latin, it's reasonable. Out of nothing, nothing comes. There's no reason reasonable enough to make someone to make the totalitarian statement there is no God. It's a silly statement. Because a scientist knows that you have to still open up a portion of possibility because you don't know the total knowledge of the universe. So to say there's not a God outside of your understanding is ridiculous. And to stand on a platform that you don't understand and say, well, this is where I'm landing, blindly, with more faith than it would be to understand that by the look of creation having design, that it probably has a designer, not playing Christianity or anything, not even getting to that point. That it's fair for you to land and say that makes sense. That's reasonable. Then thinking, well, somewhere along the line, a bowl of magic soup appeared, and out of that magic soup came something that was single-celled, and then it split, divided. You tell me this, Tony, why in science to get more efficient to divide, and then somewhere along the line, evolution said, well, dividing too simple. Let's go to male, female, and now we have procreation and love and emotion thrown in. Biologically, doesn't make sense. Male, female, and all of these, and you're following all of that, saying that this magic bullet has disappeared out of nothing, against all the laws, the physical laws that are known now, just absolutely appeared, and out of that, this little single cell thing divided, again decided that dividing was too simple. Now we're going to go male, female, throw in emotions. Now we're going to procreate and populate, and then it can grow from different species of different kinds and become something completely different and another. Or you can look at four things that look similar and say they didn't evolve from one another, but who's more faithful? You or the Christian listening to this show?
I understand that. It's just, lately, I've been trying to, I don't understand how God exists, or that he did exist, or that he created all of it.
So you can believe, Tony, that this stuff existed, but God couldn't? Something has to be eternal, Tony. Either this universe is eternal, which you have a problem, you get into thermodynamics, but either this world is eternal, or the thing that created it is eternal. Something has to be, so you can't jump out of a bottomless pit. And you've got time to go into this. If this was eternal, you wouldn't have time. You couldn't measure time off of eternity because jumping out of a bottomless pit. There's no beginning to move you to the next place. You've got all kinds of problems, Tony, in the theory, yet you don't think it's safe for you to be an atheist. You think it's safe for you to be a believer in God.
I haven't said I was an atheist. I'm just leaning forward to it, but I'm still not sure yet. It's just hard to complicate every single thing. That if God was just, if he existed, then, like, again, back to the heel thing, if God was so powerful and so controlling, all-knowing, and so forth, then why can't he just destroy the devil, and then that throws out the whole heaven and hell thing, where if you don't follow the Ten Commandments, and if you don't do everything that is good, or that you must do, if you don't do that and you go to hell, why don't you just eliminate the devil, and that stops everything?
Because, Tony, you're being taught wrong. You're being taught wrong. People are telling you these things, and that's not, hell is not about throwing people in hell because they didn't do the Ten Commandments.
Not necessarily that.
No, but the hell is a place that God, out of love, allows people that reject him to go. God doesn't force you. Because, Tony, what if you, let's say country music, you hate country music. If you don't want to listen to country music for a half hour, you're not going to want to listen to it for a week. If you don't want to listen to it for a week, you're not going to want to listen to it for a year. You certainly aren't going to want to listen to it for eternity. If you can't love and appreciate God for the measly 70, 80, 90 years you're on this planet, God will not force you to do it for eternity, which is what heaven is. So he allows you to go to a place where he is not. Hell is the absence of the presence of God's salvation. So that's what it comes to. It comes to a point where, well, you're saying, I hate water, I hate water, I hate water. Now I'm in the desert, and I need water, and it's no longer here. Therefore, God's a jerk. No. God merely allows you out of free will to make the decisions and respects you enough to make them. Love, the things that you appreciate in life, Tony, cannot exist without at least the possibility of evil. It's not that God created evil, he created perfection with the option to choose. If you choose wrong, that's what you choose. But that's not God's fault. You are listening. This is your session. Valley Country. 520-15 on the Exorcist Files podcast, the leading exorcist and demonologist of disturbing and freakish cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. With Hollywood portraying the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I wish this bag of
not alone. Under-eye bags and puffiness are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Try the new Skin Cell Serum with plant stem cell technology, and with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at SkinYourself.com/radio and save 65% off Skin Yourself's most popular package. That's SkinYourself.com/radio, SkinYourself.com/radio. Here's a defensive landfill. Temporary prescriptions still using your pet Dicky with a dull coat or fur loss. It all starts with their food. Add Dynamite to supplement the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. So get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Everybody over at the help with Dynamite. You've heard me discuss how my everyday aches and pains were affecting my daily life before I started taking relief factors. You've also heard me talk to you about how my friends and family have found relief from their aches and pains with relief factors. Well, let me tell you about Gary from California. Gary says, I cannot thank you enough. I am 62 years old and have just started taking relief factors. I've never felt better and will recommend relief factors to all my baby boomer friends. Well, thanks for writing, Gary. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor. What is sponsored by Progressive Insurance? Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your car business with over 30 covered doctors. With easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and covered selections not available in all states and situations. Taking care of fire traffic, we do have a pass in the Carson area, 405 north on Main Street, 620 on 40, the car full left lane open. Traffic starting to back out at Avalon Boulevard. East southwest, vehicle fire on the 118 west on the Topanga Canyon. That has only the carpool lane open. And the full closure is still in effect in Fontana, 10 westbound from Etiwanda to Milligan. All in closed there until 4 a.m. They are firing the sky. Help get you there faster. Comes down to life. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Time to be with you this Sunday. Time with you every single Sunday right here answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave. Go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. today dial 800-520-1534 or 800-520-1534. And don't forget you can follow us on Twitter at Jesus Show during the show and Facebook at Jesus Show. Jim, welcome to the Jesus Show. Hello. Hi, Jim. How can I help you? Hi. First of all, I want to say I'm an accountant, so maybe this is an odd question, but I thought you meant maybe some reason we didn't take calls from accountants. But yes, the tax collector here from this show today. How can I help you? I just wonder how you feel about this. I have gone to a couple of churches where the pastors have large congregations, very large houses, and you really never get never get an account of the money that comes in, and maybe it's because I don't want to say dishonesty, but all 30% went to this, 20% went to that, and I see these churches, some of the pastors have their gifts and things like that. my grandfather was a pastor, and he took in the sick, and never really had any money and cared for the poor. And I just was wondering what your feelings are on maybe churches having an audited faith.
Okay, first, because the time can go by quickly, don't church hop. Find a church and make that your home. It's always going to be good if you said, I go to a couple of churches. Find a church and make that your home. That's how you become part of a community. Don't spread yourself around a bunch of churches. Now, about the church part, at least once a year, the church should open their books to you. Their books, their actual books. And that's the only fair thing to do. You're giving money to that church, you should be able to see their books and see where they spend their money and what it goes to. Because you have to be able to trust the church with your money. If you can't trust the church with your money, then if you're already at that point, you probably shouldn't be going here anyway. Because you're trusting them with your spiritual well-being. Who cares about money? So if you're trusting them with your spiritual well-being, but you don't think they're trustworthy about the money, that makes you really nervous too. So you might as well just walk away. However, you should feel completely in your life as someone that attends a good church. If you are a real part of that community, meaning you live there, you participate, that you are in ministry there, you're working there, with them, and you're actually a part of the community of that church, not just somebody that walks in off the street every once in a while, goes 4 times a year to that church. If somebody's a real part of that church family, you should be able to ask for the book at least once a year to enjoy the money you spend. Having said that, it's a different world these days because you have a lot of pastors that have other jobs. Some of them do consulting, some of them actually have another job to go to. And some of them do writing and teaching. And if they do that, that can boost their income, and the assumption is, oh my gosh, they're getting all this money from the church. And there's many churches where they have large congregations where a lot of the pastors don't even take money from the church anymore because they are writers and authors as well, and they make so much money doing that, they don't take it from the church in the same way they might have at one time. So keep in mind there are other variables that sometimes pastors are married to people that have jobs and may be wealthy in their own right. And there's other factors, I think, just leaking the flock. If you feel as if leaking the flock, then something absolutely positively should be done about it. First and foremost, you should leave, but you should confront them and say, I'm concerned about the way you're dealing with this book, these types of things. There's a scripture to go to your brother first with your concerns before you go to the world, and give them an opportunity to correct it. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask the question, dial 800-520-1534.
No need to keep hitting refresh. We got this. KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and China.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
China responds to the suspected fly in the sky. I'm doing Yamamoto live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. China is expecting strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down its spy balloon from the country over U.S. waters. China says they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. President Biden says he authorized the Chinese surveillance balloon to be shot down days ago.
Order the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided, without doing damage to anyone on the ground, they decided that the best time to do that was when we got over water.
The Pentagon says the balloon was shot down by private jets off the coast of South Carolina to U.S. waters yesterday. An assemblyman from Palmdale is working to change the way child abuse reports make it safe.
Republican Assemblyman Tom Lackey is working on a bill that would have child abuse claims go directly from law enforcement agencies to the state, as opposed to counties then to the state. Lackey says the recent audit found more than 27,000 reports first given to counties were missing from the state's database. We just there was a problem for some period of time, and we've been working on this for years. Lackey
Their issue potentially leads thousands of dangerous people to chance to be foster parents and youth sports coaches. Boy, trolling, say if I knew.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is issuing a disaster declaration following a devastating winter storm. Over half a dozen counties were hit hard by the storm, which caused at least 10 deaths across 3 southern states. Saturday night, 100,000 homes were still without power, mostly in Austin and Dallas Fort Worth counties. Family and friends of Tyree Nichols have gathered in Sacramento to remember his life. His mother, Rovan Wells, said his death was avoidable. An indoor skate park because the state yesterday, as family members flew in for the event, projected on the walls. He spent most of his life in the city before moving to Memphis in 2025. Memphis police officers have been charged with murder for Nichols' death following a traffic stop in January. The former Pakistani president, Farouk Musharraf, has died. Musharraf had been living in exile in Dubai after seizing power in 1999 surviving 2 failed assassination attempts and running in the country until stepping down in 2008. He was sentenced to death in Ethiopia for high treason in 2019. The ruling later overturned. He was 75 years old. Investigators say 2 fentanyl drug busts represent cartels' first attempts to get people in Orange County to chase the rainbow.
The Wilson Sheriff's Department says cartels are using rainbow fentanyl to enhance the appeal of the deadly opioid. 15,000 pills were confiscated by deputies during a traffic stop in Anaheim. Costa Mesa Police spokeswoman Roxy Diaz says another 30,000 pills were confiscated also last week, but this time during a traffic stop in Costa Mesa.
A small amount of the substance can be lethal.
Investigators say this is the first proof that rainbow fentanyl is in Orange County.
The Russian drug dealers and many who deadly drugs off the street statewide.
The 45,000 rainbow fentanyl pills represent tens of millions of lethal doses. In Orange County, Corbin Carson say FI
Some state representatives are asking the U.S. Postal Service to create a postal stamp in honor of T-22, the mountain lion who was captured and euthanized late last year. T-22 was known for roaming the Hollywood Hills for more than a decade. In a letter to the USPS Citizens Advisory Committee on Friday, California Democratic representatives say T-22 was many things, our favorite celebrity leader, the occasional troublemaker, and a beloved mascot for our city. I headed to Carson where there's a crash on 405.
This is the northbound side of the San Diego Freeway, right at Main Street. The carpool lane and the left lane are the only thing open here. Keep it over the left, it's stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. Also to Chatsworth, the 118, the westbound side of Canyon Boulevard, still have trouble there. They cleared on earlier Goodrich problem, and it looks like the carpool lane is not going to open as you head through there. To Linwood, trouble on the 105 eastbound at the 710 Long Beach Freeway connector. Van Nuys, new problem here. We got a rollover vehicle that looks like a serious crash northbound at Truman Way. San Diego Freeway there through Van Nuys is going to be heavy as you approach. Also, Mission Hill, the 5 northbound Santa Ana Mission Boulevard. We've got a vehicle there in the roadway. Cascade, 5 north of Templin Highway, that's the road work. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay for needs? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new seeds for growing food? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. City Social Security Bureau Taxpayer Expense. Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed and sick, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at southoaks.org today.
Tanya is a donor. Tanya. These are the names of everyday Southern Californians doing extraordinary things. Adjusting thermostats, signing up for eco-friendly rebates, using clean electricity in their homes and businesses, all to create a clean energy California. And thanks to programs and rebates from Southern California Edison, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit SAE.com/clean energy to learn more.
The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smuggling, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was hiring the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. David in Pennsylvania writes in to tell us about his experience with Relief Factor. I tried Relief Factor for hip pain and was surprised that it also helped relieve my shoulder and foot discomfort. After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. So thank you, David. You know, I've heard the story before. People stopping and then starting again because it worked. As you all know, I had trouble with aches and pain, and climbing steps was brutal. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pain, could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for the highly discounted price of $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Try it for yourself and see what all these people are talking about. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Southbound weather from KFI. Morning clouds with excessive showers in Metro LA and Inland OC. Highs in the low to mid-60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys and Inner Empire. Highs also in the below 60s. And briefly cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning. Sunny and windy later today. Highs in the mid to low 60s. Right now, 50 degrees in Pomona, 54 degrees in Anaheim, 49 degrees in Rancho Cucamonga, and 52 degrees in Canoga Park. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour news. I'm Danielle Marta.
I watched it where into reality, inspiring, with the ultimate sacrifice. For God so loved the world, that it gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Anyone I could talk, voice to voice, you could ask him this anything. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. It is the Jesus Christ Show. And your Holy Ghost. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in your mind. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to that phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. today. Dial 800-520-1524. That's 800-520-1524. You can also follow us on Twitter at Jesus Show. At Jesus Show. Sarah, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Hello, Jesus. Hi. I had this cat who meant a lot to me, and I prayed that he wouldn't die. He was sick, and he died. And here's my question: I prayed like I could move a mountain into the ocean, like you said. I want to know, is that how I was supposed to pray and be 100% positive that he wouldn't die? should I have just be praying and I don't know what's going to happen?
All of the above. To have that confidence is imperative. To know that God can keep that animal or any human alive or do anything is absolutely possible. And you need to be confident in that. But to also know that above all things, above all else, even the prayer that I sing in Scripture is finalized with thy will be done. Not my will, but thy will be done. And you have to go into with that attitude, knowing that if it's God's will not for the animal bread, not that there's great purpose in that, or great reason behind that, whether you know it or not. But as far as the prayer, or to be fervent in the prayer, or to pray with that kind of attitude, that's to know that God can do that. But we're not trying to make God do that.
I had my kids praying that way too. Is it right to have them pray with that much faith that I'm positive it's going to work?
Well, yes, but it's important to let the children understand that it's about God's will, not about how hard you pray. You know, the Christian church continues to say things like there's power in prayer. And this freaks people out when I say this, but there is not power in prayer. There's power in who you're praying to. God has the power, not the prayer. So the prayers to God still allows God to make the decision. Rebecca, what do you think you say, God?
Hello, Judy. How are you?
I am well, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Probably better than I should be.
Oh, well, no, I don't know about that. How can I help you with that?
Well, I have a 35-year-old daughter whom I tried to raise religiously. Um, we spoke of Jesus daily. Um, we were in church. However, when she was 9 years old, her dad and I divorced. I've not remarried since.
Is the father remarried?
The father remarried. His second wife passed away probably 15 years ago.
And so your daughter had a relationship with her at all for 15 years or so that she on?
Well, she was a little bit in their life, but they're out in Texas and we're in Alabama. So it was just a little bit of communication. However, to this day, my daughter has a negative attitude when it comes to Jesus.
Specifically negative, not ambivalent.
Right.
Okay, well that's still good.
Well, I told her if you don't believe, then there's still a chance. So you're talking about it. But he is in your life, and he is a part of your life, and he is the reason why things happen. She is going through a hard time. She has 2 daughters of her own. The father of these 2 children is locked up in prison for molesting a 2-year-old. It's been really hard on her. She's been locked up now, I guess, 4.5, almost 5 years. You see, I don't care what I say or how I say it. I don't care if I take her out of here and go and drag her into the church, which I wouldn't do.
Yeah, probably not a good witness. Not a good way to do it. But keep in mind that I didn't drag you into the church either.
No, you didn't.
No, I wooed you and it knocked on your heart and you went. It's a one-way door.
Yes, it is.
And
But I've got to find something.
but you don't have to find something. You have to be your mom. That's what you need to do.
I've always tried to be the best mom.
Well then, that's what you focus on. You be a good mom, you be someone who can listen to her and love her through her pains and anger and answer questions only when she actually asks. Yeah.
Well, that's the biggest problem. She refuses to let anybody in on her problems. I have to take things by her house. Just knowing that she's low on food or low on money.
No, you don't have to do anything.
But I do.
You may feel compelled to, but that's your own business. So right now you have to understand that God loves you more than you ever could.
and you're trying to talk to her, and it may or may not come to you. But what you do know God wants from you is for you to be your mom. Be a good mom. Don't be the preacher, the teacher, be your mom. And I'm giving her the tools. She has the right to use them or not to use them. But you shove things down someone's throat, they tend to vomit it back up again, don't they? So don't do that with faith. There's anyone not on your hands, and you have somebody who is now fearful of faith. So for whatever reason, she's walked away. For whatever reason, she feels that the church is not right for her, or that hurt her some way, or the divorce hurt her, most likely, and she's having a hard time hearing, the word of God come out of somebody's mouth who got a divorce, whatever it may be. That is for her to work out with her God. And she is not, people get on this attitude that things are just ignorant. That they're just ignorant, they just need more information, and that's not always the case. They know. They have an idea of what's going on, what needs to be done, they just don't want to do it. People keep trying to teach them, well, this is what you need to know. Oh, I know who Jesus is, and I know what he did, and I know about that, I just don't care. And so for her, you need to be a good mom, you need to be an example, be the best example you can. Not a preachy example, not up in the grill about everything, but an example. And that's a good mom. And let her make the decisions she can, and be there if she should need you. But most likely it'll be someone else that she's less fearful of in content. And she loves you, she wants you in her life, but she doesn't need that right now. So just for now, be her mom, love on her, and allow her to ask her questions and to reach out to her God. Thank you. You are listening to the Teacher's Christ now. To ask your question, dial 800 520 It doesn't matter where you are. When the day comes and you start selling some of these assets, you're going to have to pay the state. You should move out of California. They want their cut. California owns the piece of your net worth for the rest of your life, even if you move out. John and Ken, can you imagine this bad? It says complete help to make you live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooterville Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooterville Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77, that's 866-DRAIN-77. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Flexing to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest reduced efforts. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now, I told you about how relief factor helped me with my OCA. Let me tell you about proven in Texas. Proven right. I'm taking relief factor for my shoulder and lower back. And it works. No more pain. My husband started taking relief factor for his upper back and hip, but didn't think it was working until he ran out and realized the pain was coming back. Relief factor just works. We are so happy to others across America. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free solution developed by doctors to help your body attack the underlying inflammation causing pain. What activity would you like to be doing again? Your first step to becoming pain-free could just be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Did you know 1 in 4 pet visits involve skin and coat issues? And 70% of your pet's immune system is based in the gut. Dynamite nutritional supplement has clear nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code GOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with everybody. Over a million pets help with Dynamite. I wish the bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Under eye bags and puffiness are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Targeting skin technology, and with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at GenUcell.com/radio and save 65% off GenUcell's most popular package. That's GenUcell.com/radio, GenUcell.com/radio. Through Carson, we've got a problem right now. It's going to be the 405 San Diego Freeway northbound at Main Street. Fast cars going to carpool on the left lane open. Stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. Also 182 westbound San Diego Boulevard is there through Chatsworth. Big red fire here from much earlier. Still there. He's trying to clear that out. Empty that ice. Overturned vehicle on the 405 northbound at Truman Way, blocking the off ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. It is the Jesus Christ Show on your holy call. With you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold, be brave, and go to that phone with your theology question or life issue question anywhere in the USA. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Christy, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hi, David. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure. What's going on?
I have a question. My fiance passed away 16 months ago, and since that time, I've become new to reading the Bible and the Scriptures, and I am confused as to where we go or where my fiance is now that he's passed away, since it states that no earthly body is fit for God's kingdom, and we don't get our heavenly bodies until Christ comes again.
There's a lot going on in
So why all of our lives, when someone passes away, do they say, don't worry, he's in a better place now, and he's in heaven, and I don't understand. That's not what it says.
Well, you're dealing with some things that can be very difficult because you're in a time continuum. You have yesterday and tomorrow. You deal with it. God is not in that. God is outside of time. But technically, everything that is going to happen has already happened in God's gift. So it gets really complicated. But I'm a little more curious because you're asking a very academic question that your fiance died not too long ago. How are you dealing with that aspect of things?
I'm in denial. I'm dealing with it, but it's very hard. I don't understand why he was taken so serious.
Well, you may never understand that, at least while you're here.
Right.
And how did he pass?
He had a 4 month, wasn't really an illness, it started with a heart attack. back with lots of complications after that. And then the final weekend in life, I ended up getting very ill and put in another hospital. And his ex-family took him off life support while I was in another hospital, but it was literally as I was being released to go home. So I wasn't even allowed to be there when he passed.
That makes the difficult situation even more difficult.
Absolutely.
This is why I asked you kind of ask an academic question. We can go through the academics of it and talk about those things, but it's just, and if that's, how you deal with it, that's fine as well. But going through something like that, you must know first and foremost that God works these things out, and that God has a plan. And although that's something that you hear people say all the time, it's true. And they're trying to guess where someone is or isn't. I mean, that's contingent upon their faith and what they believe and their walk and relationship with God, and all of these things. But they're trying to know all of those things that are trying to talk about that and about that. And really, it's more about focusing on the life that you have now. When someone passes, I like to remind you that you kind of become the curator of their museum. Pass along information about them and those types of things as part of the healing process. But there is still a process of healing that's going to go on because that's such a shock to your system. You being sick at the same time as well exacerbates the situation. But I don't want you to stuff it away. I think there's a normal healing, mourning process that should happen. And it kind of sounds to me like maybe you jumped a couple steps. You call it denial, but keeping those things in, sense other growth as well in your relationship in your life, and that includes your relationship with God too, because of all the questions. So when you ask about, where do you go when you die, and where is he right now, really that's contingent upon anything in his life. Most importantly, his faith.
So when I say to him or for him, like you say, because if with God everything that's going to happen has already happened.
Yeah, so when you say to God,
well, to God for.
Okay, so you shouldn't be praying to your.
No, but for him.
Yes. And what kind of prayers would you pray for?
That he knows and remembers how much he was and is still loved. And that I wish I could be with them wherever possible, but it's that's in God's hands.
And then you need to trust that, and that's the process of prayer. It's giving those things to God and trusting that they will be received and fulfilled as they are the will of God.
So as you said, that everything that's going to happen has already happened.
In God's world, yes.
I can take it that he is already in heaven with us.
If that was his destination, based on his faith and belief, then there's no reason for you to believe otherwise.
I love that answer, Peter.
Well, that's the answer you're going to go away with. Christy, thanks so much for calling. And I know that, we only get a few moments to talk about some of these the dramatic day of the loss of the fiance. But the fact that you're answering these questions is always a good sign. You are listening to the Teacher's Treasure. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1534.
I'm Danielle Ramoto, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman has been rescued after her car fell down in a basement in Los Angeles. The fire department was called to Mulholland Drive yesterday afternoon after the woman's car fell about 100 feet. The 35-year-old woman was found outside the car and taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The LA Police Commission has unanimously voted to give Keith Moore a second term.
But Mayor Bass says Moore will only serve another 2 to 3 years, and a nationwide search for his replacement will begin soon. The vote yesterday was held in a closed session and had come on the heels of a series of scathing critiques against Moore during a recent public comment period. Moore was appointed in 2018 by former Mayor Garcetti, and Moore said he wanted to spend his time reforming and modernizing his department. Commission President William Briggs said following the vote, Chief Moore is an exceptional leader, and keeping him in place will provide much-needed continuity for the department. Where do we talk about you?
The Orange County Gun Owners Association says it will fight proposed stricter rules on concealed weapons permits in California.
The association says the proposed rules are unconstitutional. The group Cycle Force says he thinks the new rules, which include banning guns from public transit and bars, could have the opposite effect of making people more safe.
If you look at a couple of different numbers, well over 90% of mass shootings happen in what's called a gun-free zone, where people are unable to defend and protect themselves.
Governor Newsom joined other officials yesterday to rally for the new legislation. Proponents of the rules pointed to a study that found less restrictive carrying laws increased violent crime involving guns. Boy, trolling KFI News.
The celebration of life service for a famous mountain lion has taken place in Griffith Park at the Greek Theater. The ceremony yesterday featured speakers, musical performances, and video tributes. It was organized by the National Wildlife Federation Save LA Cougars campaign. 222 was euthanized December 17th after being examined by wildlife officials attached to the cat following the signs of distress, including a series of attacks on public dogs in the area. Now headed to Carson, where there's a crash on the 405.
This is San Diego Freeway here in Northtown. This is going to be a main street, on offense to affected. It's a crash with only the car pull in the left lane open. Stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. The cat split, trouble on the 118 left at the Topanga Canyon continues, only the carpool lane there open. And a heavy one on the 105. The Century Freeway, the eastbound side, but it's the 710 connector. Left lane's going to be blocked off. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Adobe and Myers.
Southline weather from KFI, morning clouds with a chance of showers in Metro LA and Inland OC. Highs in the low to mid-60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys and Inland Empire. Highs also in the mid to low 60s. And beaches cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning. Sunny and windy later today. Weekly locals live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others that threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance, business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are. Why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/scandal. That's jobget.com/scandal. This really works. Visit jobget.com/scandal.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and freakish cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered
every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, getting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that 13. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at iAccidentLawyer.com. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. 800-920-0810. Check out this. Look there, kid. Welcome. Always so much better when you're here with us. I'm here with you every Sunday, live, taking your questions, talking about things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave. Go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the USA. Dial 800-520-1534. It's 800-520-1534. Friends, welcome to Jesus Christ. Thank you for taking my call. It's my pleasure. All right. Well, my question was dealing, in your view, on Christian meditation. As I understand it, when you said go into your inner room and, there seek your Father, what you meant was to be alone and quiet and meditate. And, I wondered about your views on that and what you would view as Christian meditation and if use of a prayer word or a mantra is a good thing to do. Okay, excellent question. And answer this as cleanly and quickly as possible. Yes, Joshua 1:8 talks about meditation. God says to meditate on His Word and the things of God. That's godly meditation. A prayer word or a mantra is not godly meditation via Scripture. Scripture says do not pray in repetition. So prayer and repetition and a mantra and those types of things over and over are more of a Eastern belief system. It is not Christianity. That is not the type of Christian meditation or things like TM, transcendental meditation. Those have nothing to do with Christianity. Christian meditation is really about when it says to meditate day and night, to meditate on the things of God, to meditate on the Word of God. That's to think about and to internalize the things of God in a way that you are actively thinking about them. So to go into your inner room or to have that place is exactly what you're saying, to go to a place of silence and quiet where you can be quiet before God. Also, Scripture says, be still and know that I'm God. And that stillness is kind of that sweet notion of being so quiet and so meek and sitting before God and trying to connect with God. And that's what Christian meditation is. So the words are the same, but a lot of people, when they say meditation, they're thinking kind of the more Eastern belief systems of meditation or meditating on a word or a mantra or these types of things, and that is not the case. They are two different things. Christian meditation, it says in Scripture, is to meditate on those things that are good and godly and worthwhile, and that's what you should be thinking upon. And it's a matter of applying those to your thought life, as we were saying, to make those a part of your daily thoughts, and also to take time away from all the hustle and bustle and everything crazy in the world, and think on those things, because that becomes your focus. That's what Christian meditation is. Mark, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hi, Jesus.
Hi.
I heard like I've never found out like 2 weeks ago. It's not like you just did it once. Or she had with him once, but continued talking to him and planning to see each other at different times. When I confronted her, she said it's a one-time thing. She didn't know that it found the text messages and the emails that they were going to continue.
Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
She's the coolest girl in the world, you know, and just never thought it would happen. Well, I've never heard. I would expect me to do it before her.
Well, apparently not cool enough.
They got 2 kids.
And how long have you been married?
8 years.
8 years. And this is the first time that you know about it, just that.
Right. And then I think, were there others? I don't know, am I not dumb?
Well, it's a possibility, not that you're dumb, but that there are others.
Yeah.
Sometimes
You one.
you go into a marriage and you want to try. And you should trust. Nothing makes you dumb. You're trusting. No reason to continue. You continue with a marriage. Well, my goal is always going to be reconciliation. That's going to be my first goal. However, that's not always the case. I would hope that you can get your wife, sit her down, and I know you're hurt. So looking at her and say, you breached our contract and you brought this into our home. And I've been faithful, and I know that you have the ability to be faithful. And we need help. And we need to have third-party counseling, and we need to work through any of the reasons that you did this, because you play a part in there. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
That either she's perfect, that either she's a wingnut, and nothing's going to stop her, in which you brought that into your home and your life and had children with her, or she's broken, and there's something going on that she doesn't like with you, or the situation, or what have you.
I'm sorry, she gave a reason. I was a police officer for 12 years and I got injured on the job. I was forced to retire, and now I stay home with the kids. And I'm not the happiest person to live with because I'm not doing the job that I love. And she said, because I'm unhappy, that made her unhappy. I don't get the connection. Why does that make you see?
Well, without putting words in her mouth, there are a lot of people that they think into, this guy can remind her of losing word before the accident.
That's what I was saying.
There's 1,000 different reasons that you can say, gosh, you know what? Guys kind of get set up on things like you're a cop. That's what I am. I'm a cop. Well, no, you're a guy at whatever age with a wife and now with kids and your husband, and those things define you as well. And sometimes guys get into greater depression when something shifts or happens to their work life, and that takes a great toll. Especially if guys can go, all I got to do is go out and bring home bacon and everything's kosher. Where everybody's good, nobody, I guess, bacon wouldn't be kosher, but life, as you know it, like, should be fine. My wife should be happy. Everybody should be happy because I'm doing my part. When you're home, that screws things up sometimes, and you feel different, even if you're doing great and you're doing a noble act like, helping raise the family and everything. You can get in a state that's depressing, and turn her off. And she goes, I want to be with somebody whose life was bright and shining and reminded me of those things. And if things are so dire at home, people start looking for a rush or a high. And this was one that was maybe more familiar to her. If it isn't that, then she's got real issues that need to be taken care of and are probably outside the realm of your ability. But in the case of one affair, my hope would be that you guys can mend it, and that you could find a way to work through it. It'll take a long time, but
I want to. She's really a good person. That's why it hurts so much.
Does she have any desire to get back together and to
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's everything to get there to get back.
Okay, and here's the big rule though. If you do this, you do it right, and you do it wholeheartedly. And that means that you have to work through trust issues that you can't. If you say we're going to go at this, and we're going to work at it, we're going to, go to a counselor, we're going to go to a pastor, whatever you feel led to do, and work through it legitimately, you can't keep holding this over her head. I mean, she's going to have to earn some trust and stuff, but if you do that, then it's not worth it. You're just going to lock her in a cage and all of that, then it's not going to be worth it. And you won't trust her anyway, because you're going to say, well, you're only not having an affair because you're locked in a cage. And, so it's got to be about love and trust, and you're going to have to build that again. It's going to be very difficult to do, because you've got to be on board, and you can't just go, and she says, you need to put oil in your car. What are you doing? And then you go, well, yeah, but at least I kept it in my pants. How about that? And that's not going to make for a good relationship. And you're gonna have to find a way to work through together and separately. If each person at a time separate to talk to a counselor and then come together as well to work through these things and kind of say, ouch, I'm in tons of pain right now, and it's weird to have so much anger towards the one person that I love so much. And I'm confused, and I don't know how you could do this to me, and I'm freaked out that somebody has entered our life in a way so intimate. And you've got to get all those things out, and you really have to be a man about it, and she's got to be a real woman about it. And own it all. And she's got to be able to say horrible things to you. She's got to look at you and say, you know what, every time I see you on the couch in that robe, I don't see the strong man I married, and it makes me nuts, and I don't see you wanting anything, or whatever it might be. These are, hypotheticals, but you've got to be able to say those things, and you've got to not be defensive. You've got to look at them and go, you know what, this is the better of it. The thing that hurts mending relationships like this is the constant doubt. And I think it's of the devil. It's the constant doubt that you don't want to be naked and vulnerable in front of this person again, because they're only going to make you look stupid. However, you can't get to the next level without being vulnerable and naked. And at a place where it's like, you know what? You hurt me before, but right now, it was a punch to my chest. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to slice open my chest. I'm going to open my innards to you, and I'm going to actually let you either help mend with me or hurt me in a way like I've never been hurt before, because that's what makes it worth it. And only then will you know whether it's something to leave or not. But you have to be feeling more vulnerable this time as you're nervous about getting out. And it's a difficult situation, but I'll tell you, Mark, it's not impossible. And people do it all the time, and there's a way to get around it, and it's salvageable, but don't make her out to be a criminal, and don't, impugn her at every turn. Find a way to work through this and make it happen. Can you do that?
Yes, I will. And I can't thank you enough. I have to try.
You have to.
Live the rest of my life knowing I didn't start.
And people will ask, so keep in touch. Let us know how things are going, and we will be thankful. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1534. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
CIA, he's crazy. It's influence.
Seriously? Yours is just a break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair.
costs on the rise, old aluminum, wood, even vinyl windows can add to your electric and gas bill. So replace your inefficient windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. The windows still installed at my home are gorgeous, and their team puts great pride in their work, and they give great energy-saving advice. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, they started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Get the quality and value you deserve. And until 2024, 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. CSLB number 778326. Trust the window companies that I trust, my family, my friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Tired of the type of that bill? Temporary prescriptions still leaving your head icky with a dull coat or fur loss? It all starts with their food. Add Dynamite to supplement the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pattern. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using the code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with everybody. Over a million pets help with Dynamite. I wish the bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Under-eye bags and puffiness are problems for millions of American men and women until now. Try the new Skin Your Cell Serum with plant stem cell technology. And with its instant effect, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back guaranteed. Order now at SkinYourCell.com/radio and save 65% off Skin Your Cell's most popular package. That's SkinYourCell.com/radio. SkinYourCell.com/radio. I told you about my low back pain and how meeting in church on Sunday was becoming nearly unbearable. Sebastian Walker here. I've also told you about how Relief Factor has helped almost eliminate my pain. Now, let me tell you what Robert in California says about his experience with Relief Factor. Robert writes, I didn't think Relief Factor was working until I ran out mid-month. After about 2 days, the pain was back to where it started. It was a great test for me to see how much Relief Factor really works. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing and living the life you love. Your first step to becoming pain from daily living could be just to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out about that. ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. Portions of the following program will be recorded. With a new crash popping up through Riverside right now on the 91 Riverside Freeway westbound towards 2th Street. Second lane from the left is blocked here by a two-vehicle crash. And a call continues to Carson on the 405 northbound. This should be at Main Street. Only the cars on the left lane are open. They're starts at 110. And it's slow stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. As the Cap Switch 118 west on King Boulevard, they're clearing out an earlier bigger problem. We apply the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Your Holy Ghost. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. Terry, welcome to Jesus Christ, guys.
Hi, good morning.
Okay.
I actually have a couple of questions for today, and we have time for one.
We have very little time, so why don't you pick the best one?
Okay, I want to find out about female ministries. Just like everybody else, I grew up believing in God and kind of got robotic about it, and I started listening to First Maya as much like you, just made me feel like, regardless of religion, and I'm sure you don't know the whole Bible, just start reaching out to God, which is what I've done, and maybe after so many prayers, and I was thinking about possibly ministering, but, then in the Bible it says that women should not minister. What's your thought about that?
Well, no, women minister. There are specifics in Scripture, and people get confused about this. And it's one of those things that hubbub, and you look at everybody and go, huh. The important thing is that people learn about Scripture and that there's structure. In the West is worse than anybody else in this. The West hates to have any structure. And heaven forbid that structure gives people titles or authority in any way, and then everybody's put down. I never get a call from, people calling and saying, how come women are the only ones that give birth? They're just arching structure. There are arguments whether the Bible says, the Bible specifically talks about defense and leaders of the church, says that they are to be the husband of one wife, essentially. So a lot of that comes from that. And the importance of the structure, everybody wants to deconstruct everything, is that it was important for someone to lead the church, but also someone to lead the home.
Yeah.
And that you couldn't do both. So in the same context, inherently, women are better teachers. Spiritually, women are more intuitive. You'll find this in Scripture. Women were the first ones at the tomb. Women were always the first one to have great understanding about spiritual needs, whereas men were like, the doubting Thomas. I don't know if you see the focus here. There's differences on men and women, and you should rejoice in those differences. That doesn't mean that women can't be in ministry at all. That's silly. There's men and women that are anointed and gifted in ministry today. The specifics there was about leading the church. And there's debate on that. But I'm brushing past that to get to the core of the issue of why anybody cares with the gifts they have. And then it's a matter of, find your place in the structure that you have, And someone's going to say, you just told a woman to find a place. No, humans need to find their place with their gifts and abilities and utilize them along lines of excellence to the edification of yourself, the edification of others, to the glory of God. That's your calling. So it's really, the argument with women is talking about women being head pastor of the church.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then that's how God says. This is the structure. The same way God says that you're to worship Him and Him alone. Any of these structures that He put into place are so that there's a balance of things, so that everybody doesn't run to one side of the ship and capsize. You need a captain, you need people swabbing the deck, and you need people doing all kinds of things. And if there wasn't a structure, then everybody's going to want to do what they find to be the most glorious job. When the truth is, they're all important, they're all glorious, and there's things that women can do, or women are called to that men are not. There's things that men are called to that women are not. And that can be a wonderful thing. And for some reason, it gets thrown out of proportion, and people think that it's downplaying women. If anything, women are put on a pedestal in Scripture. All right, out of time. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of the show. Join us every single Sunday, and more importantly, in all the craziness in the world. I am with you always. Well, good morning, my friends. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. It is just about 9 o'clock on this lovely Sunday morning, which means for the next 3 hours, I am here with you as a helpful, hopefully inspiring voice and your personal guide to turning your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. We're talking about the best of the International Builders Show. It just wrapped up this last week. We were there, and we've got all sorts of stuff to share with you, and it all gets started in just a couple of minutes. So stay tuned and welcome home. This is KFI and KOSC HTC Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI.
KOSC HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Grammys are back in LA. I'm Danielle Nacho, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Grammys returned to LA after its shifting to Las Vegas last year because of rise of COVID cases. The countdown is on to music's biggest night. Beyonce leads the field with 9 nominations, including 1 for Album of the Year. Tonight's performers during the ceremony include Bad Bunny, Harry Styles, and Rizzo. First Lady Joe Biden's debut Grammy Awards will be handed out later tonight at the Crypto.com Arena in downtown LA. China is expressing strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down a spy balloon from the country over U.S. waters. China says they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio said the U.S. needs to put just as much focus on the message China sent with their surveillance balloon as the potential data is correct.
We can fly a balloon over airspace of the United States of America, and they won't be able to do anything about it to stop it.
Rubio says China is basically saying we could get away with the blatant invasion of sensitive military sites. Rubio also said he does not believe it is a coincidence it happened as the Secretary of State was set to visit China just ahead of President Biden's upcoming State of the Union address. Rubio went on to say it is critical for the U.S. to have a policy on how to deal with surveillance balloons, and he's certain it will happen again. The news brought to you by Sunlight. Tesla was quick to raise prices after electric car tax credits loosened up.
The Model Y had been classified as a sedan under the EPA's Class A standard, and that meant they didn't qualify for the electric vehicle tax credits because some Model Ys are over the $55,000 maximum price for the credit. But on Friday, the Treasury Department changed the tax credit rules as part of the Inflation Reduction Act and reclassified Model Ys as an SUV and limit for those to qualify for tax credits to $80,000. Well, just hours later, Tesla raised the price of two of the Model Ys, one by $1,500 and the other by $1,000. Their tax credits to pay $7,500 off that now higher price.
For the 2024 president,
We will move to a vote on the motion to approve the report of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. All those in favor of approving the report say aye.
the vote came at a party rally in Philadelphia yesterday as DNC delegates approved moving South Carolina into the top spot for early voting, replacing Iowa, Nevada, and New Hampshire round out the top three. Georgia and Michigan also joined the primary window for the first time. Iowa has traditionally been the starting line for the presidential election. Customs officials say raw egg smuggling is increasing along the California-Mexico border.
They say people are bringing raw poultry and eggs in their cars and in commercial trucks.
Don't bring them over. This is, if it's a raw product, like the raw eggs and the raw chicken and raw poultry, it can't come over.
Charles King is with Customs and said you're okay to bring in fully cooked poultry or eggs, but you still have to declare them.
If they fail to declare it, there can be issued a civil penalty.
King says over the last year there's been a 108% increase in smuggled eggs and poultry. Gregory Pinkleiner.
NASCAR returns to the Coliseum for the second year in a row. The field of 23 drivers will go around a quarter-mile track for 150 laps. Green flag drops at the track at the Coliseum 5 o'clock tonight. And no one matched all the numbers in last night's Powerball drawing. That took Monday's jackpot estimated $747 million. The odds of walking away with all the cash about 1 in 292. Now headed out to Riverside where there's a crash on the 91.
Riverside Freeway westbound at 14th Street. It's going to be a left lane because they're going to be blocked off, and two cars involved in this. Lots of heavy delays. Now, trouble to Shaftford on the 118 westbound to Sandy Canyon Boulevard. That's an ongoing problem there and flowing. Highland Park crash on the 110 north at the 40th Avenue 43 off ramp. And to Carson, 405 north at Main Street with the trouble. KFI in the Sky Up get to get faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This is Leland Smith here, founder of Service Captain's Plumbing, Heating, and Air System. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the price is right. We believe an educated customer is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that make sense for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always true. So call Service Captains at 833-777-7777. Find us online at servicecaptains.com.
Southwest weather from KFI, morning clouds in the Campus Towers and Metro LA and Inland OC. Highs in the low to the 60s. Light rain this morning in the valleys and Inland Empire. Highs in the low to the 60s as well. Cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning. Sunny and windy later today. Right now, it's 56 degrees in Fullerton and Huntington Beach, 55 in Burbank, and 57 degrees in Inglewood. We need local live from the KFI 24-hour news. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your personal guide to turning your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. Hey, whether you have joined us today because you're listening to local broadcast right here in Southern California, or you're streaming us live from across the country where you could be very cold and wet right now, or if you've joined in for another episode of the House Whisper podcast, I am just so very glad that you are to speak with you and to you every week, and we're just happy to do it. The gang is all here on the board. Raul and Tony today. A super. You got a super today. How's it going, Raul?
What is going on? Excellent. How are you?
I'm well. And Tony is standing by you, slapping you every time you reach for the wrong knob.
Yeah. Are you guys watching us?
Definitely.
I got it. You got a mic too, by the way.
Yeah, not that that ever matters. Hey, Tony. Tony, you know, Tony's dates, their big complaint, he's so damn talkative.
I know, right?
He just won't let me get a word in edgewise. That's why. That's right. That was it. It's because, you know, it's Sunday. Because it's Sunday morning that we got Tony. And that's because Saturday night, he's out on the town. Just talking, and then he's all talked out on Sunday morning. That's what it is. That's the story I'm going with. Jane Yamam. Oh, wait, I just jumped ahead. Wait, Jane, how you guys? This is the boss, Misty. Misty is, of course, with us, producer Misty. And she's got Nick with her today as well. I don't think they're on mic right now. So, good morning to you guys. Nate and Misty are going to be taking your calls today when it's time to call in. So, that's a cool thing. Drum roll, please. Jane Yamamoto, back at the news desk. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Dean. Did you miss me?
Oh, we so missed you.
No. You know, and the weather's still the same, so I could just give you the same weather forecast 2 weeks ago. And we didn't have any weather in the middle.
Yeah, wait, things got a little brighter. It's just a little right here. Yeah, don't be so hard on yourself.
Well, I didn't want my car, but I knew that it was going to rain, and then usually, I get, whenever I do that, it doesn't. But then it actually rained on the way in this morning, so I felt good. Oh, I think I got it right.
There you go. It's just that easy. Well, we are glad to have you back. What was that, Tina? Okay, to be the weather. It does. Yeah, because he does.
I don't know about that. At least, it's okay for now. We get through this day, and then it'll clear up again tomorrow. That's how the weather is.
Exactly. Good
Did you have a nice birthday? Time off? Yes, I took a little time off. It was vacation, but it was nice. It was, a nice birthday. I went out on a Saturday night. Oh my goodness. So, we heard about that, actually. Pardon? We heard about that.
From Layla.
Yeah. Oh, rumors. Oh, did Layla? Okay. I think it's somebody who paid attention. Right. Yeah.
Layla has video of you.
Video too. Video is always very dangerous out there, but
yeah, just know that. So if you've got some spare cash, you might want to be sending it to Layla's way. Because she was threatening.
My girl, she's okay. We're good.
To release it.
I know the video's bad.
You know show the videos he has,
I know,
and you feel okay with it. All right. Well, that's good.
yeah, it was. But I'm
Well,
back.
congrats, and we're glad to have you back, as always.
Well,
Sitting across the table from me, you know her, you love her.
how can you not? Look at that.
My better half, my design partner, the co-founder of House Whisper, and my best buddy in the world, Tina, is here. Welcome home. Now would be an excellent time for all of you to indulge in a warm comfort beverage. Here, let me pour you one. And just sit back, keep breathing. It's Sunday morning. Listen to the sound of my voice. Right here with you. Everything is gonna be okay. All right. So we get to it. Now, we have this is part 2 of yesterday's program and today. Some insights after Tina and I spent this last week in our least favorite city in the United States. I think Las Vegas. It's not our mine. But we were there for the International Builders Show, the largest gathering of residential construction professionals on planet Earth. And this year's show, the largest builder show ever. I mean, between the multiple shows that were happening in Las Vegas, which all get categorized under the umbrella of Design Week, there are over 200,000 attendants. The builder show itself, 2.5 million square feet of space and some 1,800 exhibitors. I mean, it was massive. So we boiled all of that down to some essential things that we want to share with you about what's happening, what's new, what's changing, what's shifting, and that's where we're going today. So it should be fun. When we come back, we're going to start off with Tina sharing some distinctive trends that we've noticed this year. Some things that are interesting. I don't know how applicable a couple of them are, but I just think everybody needs to hear about them. So that's where we will begin. Also, of course, taking your calls today. Let me throw the number out now. We'll go to that in just a bit. The number to reach me about anything going on with your home, design, construction, DIY, whatever. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-GENE. 833, the number 2, ASK-GENE. All right. I'm so glad you joined me this morning. The Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Jane Yamamoto, afternoon.
More Pakistani president Khalaf has died. He was 79 years old. And his high race at the box office for the first weekend in February. M. Night Shyamalan's Not That Six Habits takes the top spot, knocked it out. Avatar 2 follows its record-breaking 7-week run at number 1. Put it up to the 110 in the return.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navad Nasal Care, and I love Navad. I've told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. This Navad's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navad will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navad? Like Josh, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navad. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navad, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navad is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and on and on. Navad, N-A-V-A-D-E, clean nose, healthy life.
From the KFI Weather Center, this report brought to you by iAccessAir.com. Morning clouds in the town of Charlotte and Metro LA and inland OC, highs in the low to mid. Now headed out to Highland Park where there's a crash on the 110.
This northbound times passing the freeway at Avenue 43. Off-ramp area is blocked off, and it's very heavy drive, stopping you from about Avenue 26. And also, Troublesome Carson continues 405 northbound at Main Street. Serious traffic, carpool lane affected, stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. There's Task Force 118 westbound Sandy Canyon Boulevard. Earlier, big rig fire. They're still dealing with the debris here. Watch the delays. KFI in the sky. Help get there faster. I'm Martinez.
IAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Give them their millionaire client at IAccidentLawyer.com. IAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Thank you. Look at this reporting is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. With easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. The expert Zamco has been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Double A, yeah. Right on? We'll take it for free.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With Calho's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, the letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. Nothing says cool like a leather jacket, and nobody does leather jackets like Inland Leather. A third-generation leather family, their jackets are made from 100% genuine leather, crafted to last for decades. From timeless retro looks to the latest trends, Inland Leather has your style. Plus, they offer free shipping in the U.S. and 30-day returns. They can even make a custom leather jacket just for you. Visit inlandleather.com and use code RADIO for $20 off. That's inlandleather.com, code RADIO. Offer ends February 14th. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. Follow the Bible in a Year with Jack Graham podcast today. This is your New Year's resolution with the Bible. If you by the savings already started Bible in a Year with Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible in a Year with Jack Graham on Night Off Radio or wherever you get your podcast. Should be another fascinating one. Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. You can't think of two people better to run for president. One 150 years old, the other one completely whacked out. They'll handle. Which one would you like? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Take my world at night.
See, I have the same problem that Tim Conlon has. When you play really good bumper music, we just want to sit here and listen to it. I actually have heard Tim listen to an entire song after sitting up and saying, he has that freedom. I get in trouble for those kinds of things. I know you've got some magic powers and things. But anyway, yeah. Man, I love bumper music sometimes. I just want to sit here, enjoy the song. I don't want to be interrupted by that guy, whoever that guy is. Anyway, moving on. Hi, AFI, AM 640, locked everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. No, we are not your local music station. We're here to talk with you. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. Today we are talking about the best of the International Builder Show, which just wrapped up in Las Vegas this week. Tina and I were there. We got some choice things for you. Hey, one thing before we dive in a couple of segments here, just a couple of bits. We're going to be going to the phone. Phone lines are open. Misty and Nate are standing by to take your calls. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-TEEN. 833, the number 2, ask me. You can call and talk about anything you want regarding your home. Design, construction, DIY, DIY, however that's pronounced. Whatever you guys want to talk about, let's put our heads together. Maybe we can figure out, how to correct or fix or plan. Give us a call now. We'll pop you in the queue, and we'll get to it. All right. Let us return. Today is part 2. Yesterday, we took up this task and got a bit to our list. I don't think we're going to get to our entire list, but I want to, move as well as we can. You had kind of noticed some trends. So instead of specific items right now, let's talk about some trends that you picked up from the show. Would you care to share those with us now?
Sure.
Okay.
I think one of the overarching themes was the idea that the pandemic has played a role in the shift of design. Especially for bathrooms, we saw more wellness features, from aromatherapy in the shower to a completely immersive steam experience. And then more features for the bidets. The Muni from Kohler, the 2.0, was a showstopper for everyone. And that one, they talked about using UV light and electrolyzed water, seawater.
I think a quick, I think that was Toto. The name was Toto, right?
No, the Muni
Or is
was
it from
Kohler.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right.
Toto did also play a filter.
So there you go, right? That's something you and I have been talking about for a long time. And if you're a faithful listener to the show, the idea of the bathroom being this refuge and this wellness center is not a new concept. But when you interviewed me last week, you made a big issue of us being early adopters on something, and that is something that I have embraced for a long time. The idea that our bathrooms in our home should be and are becoming more and more a place of refuge and wellness. And so what you're pointing out is that the whole industry now, thanks to COVID, has shifted in that direction towards this retreat kind of bathroom experience. So you've got, first of all, the toilet revolution is massive and I think pretty well complete now. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you have yet to put a bidet top on your existing toilet or buy a new toilet with an integrated bidet top, I don't know, Tina's resisted it for years, but I'm just going to say, you're missing out. You're really missing out on something special.
It is amazing. And now I miss it if we go out of town and
we stay in a hotel, there's a normal toilet. She's like, what are we, barbarians? Why didn't you just hand me a leaf?
Yeah, the bidet revolution is here for America. It's been
in Europe for a long time and been in like Japan for decades, but yeah, now it's here. And there's a reason for it, because of hygiene, health, and just all good things. Right? So that's absolutely a fact. And now converting showers into steamers, like Moen released this year, something very special. Now this doesn't, okay, just understand. So what I'm about to say, Moen has a new product where you can retrofit your standard shower with a steam unit, okay? In other words, it's the changing out of the shower head and wand area in order to produce more steam inside the shower area. Understand though, okay, that in and of itself is not a steam room mix. Okay, that's a big step forward though, in the sense that you're not installing an entire like Mr. Steam unit up in the attic space above and create that. And if you have a larger room dedicated to that, you have to do it that way. But this gives you the opportunity to retrofit. But clearly, I must put this disclaimer. If you're going to create a steam unit out of your existing shower, you need to seal that shower off from the rest of the room. You can't just have the glass going up with a 12-inch gap above it, so all the steam escapes into the bathroom. And once you close it off, all the surfaces inside that shower need to be waterproof tiled or stone surfaces. We can't just leave the drywall up at the top there, not exposing it to that level of intensity of steam. So, but with that as a caveat, the idea that people could now far less expensively start to convert a shower into a steam area, that's great news. And the Moen unit is worth going to the Moen website and checking out. All right, I want to stick on this idea theme when we return, and then we'll, for each one, we'll drop in and get some nitty-gritty on some appliances or fixtures that are available for people as they go. We've got so much more ahead. We're so glad you joined us this morning. We are with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Jane Yamamoto has the news.
The U.S. has shot down the price for responders in the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says that the fix to shoot down the balloon yesterday required the balancing of several risks.
The debris field that was created by this balloon when it was shot down was about 7 miles long. Anytime the military is during an operation like that, we have to consider the safety of the American people.
He said despite Biden's order on Wednesday to take out the balloon, it was delayed due to the chance of debris falling in American airspace. Buttigieg says the mission was all about minimizing the risk to life and property on the ground. China is upset about the U.S. shooting down the suspected surveillance balloon over the U.S. China says they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. LA Lakers superstar LeBron James is now 36 points away from breaking Lakers' Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's NBA all-time scoring record. LeBron could set the record during Tuesday's game against Oklahoma City Thunder or Thursday when the Lakers host the Milwaukee Bucks. Crypto.com believes. And excitement is building for next Sunday's showdown between the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles. Los Angeles will be winning it while we watch the Super Bowl. Americans are expected to eat a record amount of chicken wings while they enjoy the big game. The National Chicken Council predicts football fans will consume 1.45 billion chicken wings over the Super Bowl 57 weekend. That's up about 84 million wings from last year's big game. The organization said a return of Super Bowl gatherings combined with more favorable prices are reasons for the increase. Jennifer Jones-Lee, KFI News. And now, hey, this is Carson. We're in the crash on the 405.
Business has been here a while on the San Diego Freeway northbound at Main Street. This is going to be attracting the carpool in the left lane. Stop and go still from Avalon Boulevard there, still on scene of this. Now, some good news, though, too. Staff work on the 118 westbound side of San Diego Boulevard earlier. This was a problem that continued for a couple hours of cleanup operation. Looks like we cleared this now, but still going to be heavy as you head through to give yourself time. Into Highland Park, trouble on the 110 north at Avenue 43. Can't find the stay up, get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Hey, it's 2023. You're excited about making some changes in your home. Good for you. If it's appliances, sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, et cetera, that you're looking for, the usual suspects, you're going to need my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. Nobody has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WBC. Sure, you can order them somewhere else, but WBC has them, and the same is true with just about everything else you are looking for. Also, for those of you in Southern California who are out in the Palm Springs area, the WBC at La Quinta, a massive, gorgeous new showroom, is opening soon. And even though the showroom is not open just yet, the sales team is available for free consultation, inventory on hand, which is pretty much everything,
pricing. They can answer any question and give you lead times for any project. The number to the La Quinta store is on the WBC website, as well as every other WBC Southern California location. Find them at WBCappliances.com.
California weather from KFI, cloudy in Metro LA and inland OC, highs in the low to mid-60s, cloudy and a chance of light rain in the valleys of Inland Empire, highs also in the mid to low 60s, and beaches cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning, sunny and windy later today. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Ella. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Visit UKFeeder.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask about a patient of pre-COVID-19. Brought to the California Department of Public Health. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Are you the next accident lawyer millionaire client? And you live is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810. There you go. See the results. There you go, Dandy. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service, friendly technicians, low prices. For official rules and more information about context on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, and the best funky music in Southern California. We want to hear what's going on with your home today. Coming up, is it next segment? Next segment, we're going to the phones. The phone lines are open now, so now you can give us a call, jump into the queue. The number to reach me is to talk about anything regarding your home, design, construction, DIY, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the number 2-ASK-DEAN. All right, that's coming up next segment. Let us continue, my love, with these trends that you were picking up at the International Builders Show this last week.
Another thing that we saw was an even softer modern style. So modernism is beautiful, but the lines tend to be a little harsh or angular. So we were seeing that same beautiful modernistic style, but the edges were rounded, softer. Again, I think
Pleated sometimes.
pleated. We saw some beautiful stones, tiles and stones that were, Cambria has a fluted surface stone that can be applied to showers or...
Okay, so let me explain that. So fluted, meaning literally that the surface, the surface is kind of or the fluted is in forward-facing triangular columns.
Yeah, the textures were beautiful.
almost like a folded up piece of fabric. It's a little harder, more geometric, but still, it goes to soften that stone. I think this is inevitability. Inevitable that we are moving into the future, that contemporary, I want to call them modern lines, um, are more and more popular. However, if you're going to critique contemporary architecture and contemporary design, it's that cleanness, that flatness, that kind of minimalist essence can feel a bit cold, a little bit put off, a little hard. You're sterile for people, and sometimes a lot cold, hard, and sterile. So this, I think, is an inevitability. So I venture to say that we have a new term on our hands. We have a new category on our hands. Soft modern. Soft modern meaning that yes, it's going to carry a contemporary line to it. It's going to have that clean look. It's not a nod to some historical styles in the past. And yet, we're finding ways to round the corners, soften the edges. And so this fleet, now I got to say, that's not cheap. Yeah, pleated stone is not cheap. In the Kohler display area, which is a massive city within a city at the convention, there was that one area at the Kohler area where they had literally run what essentially looked like outside, single site. That's not cheap. It was beautiful, and talk about a way of softening up and giving immense character to what is otherwise just a flat old piece of stone. So I think it's just something for people to put in their mind, something to consider. I think we are approaching now what I will believe. You remember when people didn't quite understand what modern farmhouse meant? Okay, now everybody does. It's like this transitional thing where it's straddling modern and farming, right? Well, now I think we've got soft modern, which is not specifically leaning towards farmhouse or anything like that. It's just modernism uh, with softer. All right, what else we got?
Workstation, kitchen sink with all sorts of work surfaces. So I'm not sure if that is an answer to smaller kitchen countertop surfaces or if it's just convenience, but boy, they're everywhere.
Yeah, now you and I think the same way in this regard, because we were looking at a kitchen sink, a set of kitchen sinks, and we're like, wow, these things are outfitted with everything. I think I mentioned this yesterday at some point during the show. You know, we saw a sink that not only just had, an integrated butcher block and, a grate at the bottom, all that kind of fun stuff, and this drying racks or whatever, but we saw a sink that had an integrated colander, and bowl with a rubberized top and a cheese grater on the top, so basically the sink now turning into a prep station and a workstation itself. Now I think in concept that really works, especially, and that's why I say you and I were thinking the same way. If you're selling for space, for counter space, then one of these new, what we would call worktop or workstation sinks is going to give you an extra couple, 3 square feet of usable counter space. I think if you're not selling for counter space per se, I think this is a little much. It's like maybe a little cluttery, a little superfluous. Like, do you need this? Do you really need to grate cheese over your sink? And I think that's the question to ask. That's the point right there. I'm not saying yes or no. I think that is what our listeners should ask. Do we need to grate cheese over our sink? If the answer is yes, that would be helpful. And one of these new multifaceted sinks that can do so many different things, other than just being a sink, could be really useful. I think for normal, larger size homes, we're not going to see a lot of movement in these, other than that it's just sort of a flourish of, look how fancy my sink is. But the reality is that you've got counter space around it. You just want the sink open, for business, instead of anything crowding this way. But I think it's great space saving.
Another thing we saw, the companies are speaking, if you can remember, the idea of these these beautiful angled fig vents to capture the steam better. there were several options. One had what they called an elevator system where the hood would actually lower to be closer to.
That was Protile, and that's actually, it's literally the next thing on my list. So I tell you what, look at that. All right, so we're gonna go to break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk about these very innovative, strikingly innovative cooktop sets, right? Over the cooktop set, a new kind of design, not a new technology, but the use of certain technologies to make them way more efficient than I think they have been in the past. The demonstration was extremely impressive. I mean, it really was. So we'll talk about that. New cooktop vents from Photile, the company FLE, when we return. Actually, you know what? We're going to calls when we come back.
Or after calls when we return.
I got all excited about this now. All right, we're going to tease you a little bit when we come back, but yes, we're going to the phone. We are going. I promise that we're going to the phone. We will talk about it. Go nowhere. That's the lesson to take away here. Don't go anywhere. Your home is the house with for Jamie Yamamoto has me.
China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is protesting the U.S. mounting as a suspected surveillance balloon. It claims it's a civilian balloon that exploded over the U.S. last week and entered the country accidentally. The balloon's names and music are in town for the 65th annual Grammy Awards that shows tonight. Albumania hits again. No winner last night, so tomorrow's drawing will be an estimated $747 million. Headed up to 91 when we return.
That was exciting. I want to tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. Salt-based softeners are outdated. They add sodium without filtering your water, and they require constant and costly upkeep. There is a far better solution. A light source, salt-free, whole house water system is better than a water softener. Light source systems connect directly to your home's water main, giving you filtered and delicious water from every tap and faucet. No under-counter filtration units necessary. Light source requires zero maintenance, no filter change, no monthly servicing, and since light source systems do not, they are perfect for areas where softeners have been banned. Light source does more than a water softener without the salt. To find out more, call them for a free consultation with a factory rep at 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, and feel the difference. It's Ross Tucker. Here's what's trending for the Sports Network presented by DraftKings. The Clippers and the Lakers now into the next Kyrie Irving. Clippers get an overtime win over the Knicks, 132-128. Kawhi Leonard with 33. LeBron 34 not announced as the Pelicans beat the Lakers 131-126. UCLA wins big at Pauley Begonia over the Cougars 76-52. Ane Honda has 24 points and 15 boards. Trojans beat Washington 80-74. I'm Trey Bender. Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you like to make games a little more interesting, download and listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting. The Even Money Podcast.
Now headed to Riverside as it's crash on the 91.
Riverside Freeway, this westbound side is towards East Street. Two Riverside Freeway left lanes are going to be blocked off here. Crash. Two cars in the roadway now on the opposite side there. It's going to be on the 91 eastbound side of 14th. We've got a stalled vehicle as well. Now, troubleshoot Carson continuing on the 405 northbound at Main Street. Crash goes on the Carphone, the left lane open, stop traffic from Avalon Boulevard. And it works down to Echo Park on the 101 stop at Glendale Boulevard. KFI in the Sky Hub gets you there faster. I'm Mark Weaver.
This report is sponsored by iAccidentLawyer.com.
iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at iAccidentLawyer.com. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay for fees? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing food? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to SSA. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayer Expense. For adults with mild to severe plaque psoriasis, full candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now they SKYRABBI, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With SKYRABBI, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearance in 4 months, and SKYRABBI is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use it allergic to SKYRABBI. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infection or lower ability to fight them will occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check your infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, flush, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received the vaccine. With SKYRABBI, you could achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic of psoriasis and visit SKYRABBI.com or call 1-866-SKYRABBI to learn more.
With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America, a trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years. They can have your gold and silver delivered right now. Swiss America is offering listeners silver walking Liberty $half at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call or text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit Switzerland.com/Conway. Silver walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered to your door while supplies last. Limit 250 per customer, and you have to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country is anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did your partner give you the silent treatment? Just when you want to talk about something tender, they finish the channel, they walk out of the room, they dismiss you, they give you the silent treatment when they're angry. Well, psychologists call this stonewalling, and there are some ways to deal with a stonewalling.
Dr. Wayne Walsh, today at 4 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, Team Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home.
Good music, guys. Good music.
Hey, welcome to the program. Thanks for joining us on this lovely Sunday morning.
It is a lovely Sunday morning. The rain has, for the most part, passed. It's moist and cool and green and just, I don't know, spring-like-ish out there. Yeah, it's going to be a gorgeous, gorgeous day. Hope you get out in it at some point. You should. You really should.
All right, we are here talking about 2 parts. Part 2, yesterday was part 1 of our kind of review of what we experienced at the International Builders Show in Las Vegas this last week, all the latest and greatest. But as promised, right now, time to go to the phone. But I know it kind of left you hanging at the end of the last segment. We're going to talk about this these amazing new vents, cooktop vents, but you're going to have to hang tight for that. But it's worth the wait. Anywho, let's go to the phone, shall we? Let's do it. Virginia, welcome home.
I do love your show, listen to you every week, but I was really stupid, did not follow your advice. I initial house paint is the interior, and the salesman $15 is $10. And um, um, he quoting me $44,000 to paint my house. So that's what I'm thinking. 1,500 square feet. Give me the best ballpark. I want ceiling to baseboard. Everything there is. Even the cabinet in the bathroom. What's a reasonable price range?
Now I haven't seen the house, and again, you're right. Not on the stupid part, okay, but you're right. What you need to do in situations like this, because there's no absolute firm number out there here, because every house is different, and everybody's paint demands are different. The quality of the paint, how much trim work you've got in your house, how many doors are getting painted, how much cabinetry, and how involved all of that is. There's a lot of variable factors, and that's why we can't just say it's this much a square foot. But I will tell you this: on average, I can give you the average. On average, from the low side to the high side of averages, it's between it's between on the very low side $2 a square foot for the interior of the house to $6 to $8 a square foot. All right, so you work that out for a 1,500 square foot house. As long as we're excluding kitchen cabinetry, bathroom vanity, that's relatively fine and easy. Um, 10 grand ish. Also higher side.
Or is absolutely unreasonable. So they have shutters on the cabinets. They were taking the doors off of the kitchen and bathroom cabinets, and they're taking them outside to paint them. That
Shut them down. Shut them down and tell them that, listen, hey, I've changed my mind, and so, take a look at your contract, see what the ramifications are. You're probably going to owe them a certain amount of money, but,
I've already given them what he chose, so.
Yeah, so that's what you're going to have to work out with them. Now, if you gave them a hefty chunk as a deposit or for materials or what? Because they only were supposed to legally ask you for 10% or $1,000 up front before, upon signing the contract. Now, they could invoice you for like, hey, we have to make a materials run and so on. But you shouldn't have been asked for, a massive chunk of money right off the bat.
Well, I took 5,000 as a chunk as far as I'm concerned.
That's a chunk. That's a chunk of money. So, if I were you, I would press pause on this. Tell them, listen, I think I realize, I'm having second thoughts about it, and then work out, what you're going to have to actually yield up to them in accordance with what they've already done. And say, listen, I'm not going to go any further. Even if it's going to cost you a little bit of money at this point to negotiate that contract, you're going to save a massive amount of money by going and getting it quoted right.
So you're suggesting to me, if I understand you correctly, that 10,000, even with the cabinetry and everything else, is a good high mark for what I'm asking for.
Yeah, here in Southern California, for an average house, that's not unreasonable. Let's just go. Let me throw another 5 in there and say 15 grand. That's less than half of what you're being charged. And so, I think the idea of paying $44,000 to paint the interior of a 1,500 square foot house is simply something that I would never ever give my approval to. Ever. Tina's looking at me, she's like highway robbery. Yeah, I agree. So. Shut it down and see what you can negotiate to minimize your cost of getting out of that contract. And then follow my advice and go get 3, no less than 3 quotes from 3 reputable painters. And then between those 3 quotes, you'll know exactly what it should cost to about the interior of your house. And Virginia, I am very sorry you're in that situation, but I think that's the best way to move forward at this point. I don't think they're on the air. I've never recommended that somebody step down a contractor without me having seen the job, but that's just out of the ballpark. That's creepy. Okay? So I feel pretty safe with that margin right there. Let's start a call, and then we'll probably have to carry it over the break, but we might as well get one started. Nancy, welcome home.
Hi, thank you. So I have a 1930s house with plaster walls. Fiber internet installed. So they've already put the box on the outside of the house. They're going to drill from that to the inside. But I know the plaster is really vulnerable. How can I protect it from the drilling?
Okay, so let me ask you a super important question, and then we'll wait for the other end of the break to get a resolution to it. How many locations are they running internet to in your house? And you say that they put the box on the outside. You're talking about fiber optic internet?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one.
So, one location?
It's a small, like, quarter-inch hole.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, and then on the inside, I'll have one or more routers. You know, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm going with a mesh system or what, but it's going to touch the modem near where it comes into the wall.
All right, I got you. All right, let's finish this up on the other side of the break. Can I pop you on hold, Nancy, real quick?
Yeah.
All right, you hang tight. Everybody else hang tight. I get an answer to Nancy's questions, and then we'll take some more calls when we return. You are home. You start the house with first. Full bandwidth stimulation. KOST is
Los Angeles, I'm Sunny.
live everywhere on the air radio app.
Recovering debris from a Chinese balloon and being Yamamoto likely to kill by 24-hour users. Navy divers are working to locate debris from a suspected Chinese surveillance balloon. China is expressing strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down over the U.S. waters. China said they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and hit the country accidentally. President Biden said he authorized the Chinese surveillance balloon to be shot down days ago.
Order the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided without doing damage to anyone on the ground. They decided that the best time to do that was when it got over water.
The Pentagon said the balloon was shot down by fighter jets off the coast of South Carolina in U.S. waters yesterday. Ohio Republican Congressman Mike Turner says President Biden's decision to shoot down a Chinese surveillance balloon was attacking the quarterback after the game is over.
The satellite had completed its mission. This should be allowed at the end of the United States, and it never should have allowed good mission.
Turner said the balloon had already gathered the data it needed as it drifted across the continental U.S. He said there was urgency to this situation that the Biden administration did not seem to recognize. Turner says an event like this was something the military should have been prepared for. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is issuing a disaster declaration following a devastating winter storm. Over half a dozen counties were hit hard by the storm, which caused at least 10 deaths across 3 southern states. As of Saturday night, nearly 100,000 Texans are still without power, mostly in Austin, Dallas, and Fort Worth area. Family and friends of Tyree Nichols have gathered to tackle efforts to remember his life. Nichols' mother, Rose Manuel, said his death was avoidable. An indoor skate park Nichols used to skate at came to a celebration of life yesterday. The family members flew in for the event with photos of Nichols projected on the wall. He spent most of his life in the city before moving to Memphis in 2020. 5 Memphis police officers have been charged with murder for Nichols' death following a traffic stop in January. Investigators say 2 fentanyl drug busts represent cartels' first attempt to get people in Orange County to taste the rainbow.
The Oakland Sheriff's Department says cartels are using rainbow fentanyl to enhance the appeal of the deadly opioid. 15,000 pills were confiscated by deputies during a traffic stop in Anaheim. Costa Rica says another 30,000 pills were confiscated also last week, but this
time during a traffic stop in Costa Mesa.
A small amount of the substance can be lethal.
Investigators say this is the first proof that rainbow fentanyl is in Orange County.
So I've seen these drug dealers and then these deadly drugs off the street statewide.
The 45,000 rainbow fentanyl pills represent tens of millions of lethal doses in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Some state representatives are asking the U.S. Postal Service to create a postal stamp in honor of 222. The mountain lion who was captured on this side late last year. 223 was known for roaming Hollywood Hills for more than a decade. In a letter to the USPS Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee on Friday, California Democratic representatives say 223 was many things. A favorite celebrity leader, a faithful troublemaker, and a beloved mascot for our city. Now headed back to Carson where there's a crash happening. 05. Hey there, Mark.
Stop. Yes, I am. It's the 405. It's in the northbound side of Main Street. Crash has only the carpool in the left lane open here. Shouldn't stop and go from Avalon Boulevard. Also, call right now is up from the 405 southbound at the 101. It's going to be a heavy drive both directions on the 101 and the 405. KFI in the Sky has 6 just after. I'm Mark Weaver. If you're like me, you don't think about your water heater at all until, of course, it's stops using water. If that's you right now, you need to call Water Heaters Only. They have been getting that job done right. They specialize in water heater replacements and tankless water heaters installed. When was the last time you got added luxury for less money? Well, you can with one of their new recirculation pumps that fits in any home and it means hot water sooner and lower water bills at the same time. Water Heaters Only. They're the only ones you need to call because they're honest, reliable, they have same-day service, quality products, the lowest prices around, and right now you get 0% deferred interest financing. So call the company that does Water Heaters Only. Visit waterheatersonly.com. Get a new water heater with 0 interest. Terms and conditions apply. Waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com.
Southland weather from KFI cloudy and Metro LA is seeing highs in the low 60s, more partly sunny, highs in the upper 60s, and Tuesday is warm up, highs in the 70s, with the return of the Santa Ana, so expect strong gusty wind. Cloudy and cool in the valleys of Inland Empire today, highs in the mid to low 60s, more partly sunny and windy, with the Santa Ana breathing and highs in the upper 60s. And Tuesday, cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning. Highs in the mid to low 60s, sunny and windy later today. There is a wind advisory in the mountain community. Today is gusts at 40 miles per hour. Right now, 54 degrees in Pasadena and Montana, 58 degrees in Jamaica, 56 degrees in Canoga Park. Really local, watching KFI 24-hour news. I'm Jane Alamosa.
Holy moly, my, you're the apple of my eye, girl, I never loved one like you. Hot and heavy, funky pie, cotton candy, sweet and dry, till the river feels all I need. Oh, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. It was the second hour of our program this morning. Here it's just a little after 10 o'clock. I'm Gene Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday morning from 6 to 8 Pacific Time. Sunday morning, 9 to noon Pacific Time. Whether you are listening to our local broadcast right here in Southern California or streaming us live from across the country, as so many of you do, or if you've joined in for yet another episode of the House Whisperer podcast, I'm just so glad that you are here.
What are we doing today? We're doing part 2 of a 2-part series, yesterday's program and today, talking about the latest and greatest from the International Builders Show that just wrapped up in Las Vegas this last week. Tina and I were there, and we've got our whole report for you, talking about things that, kind of cutting edge, trends, turns, new appliances, fixtures, gadgets, gizmos, the stuff that are relevant to your home if you're planning on doing any transformation in your home. But right now, we are, as is our custom, going to the phones. And I left Nancy on hold before the break. Nancy said she's got a 1930s house. She's got plaster walls because of that. She's getting fiber optic internet installed. They've already mounted the box on the outside. They're going to be drilling in to her walls to get something going on where the router's going to be inside the house. And Nancy was concerned about, what should she do to protect her walls so that they don't fall apart during installation. My big question was, how many locations are they going to? And the reason I asked that question is because it's not unusual that people not really understanding the technology that's available today go ahead and kind of treat their house like we used to do cable back in the day, which is like, well, I need one of these in the bedroom, and I need one in the other bedroom, and the living room, all this kind of stuff. And that, of course, maximizes the opportunity to damage sensitive plaster walls. But right before the break, Nancy said, no, it's just one location, and we're going to go with the router from there. To which, Nancy, I am going to say to you, yeah, that's totally the right way to go. Okay? Now, as for protecting the plaster for anything that you drill into it or that gets drilled through it, there's really two things that to take into consideration. One, the plaster is a concrete. Okay? It's kind of a form of concrete. It's in the family of concrete. Not like drywall. It's much harder and it's much more subject to crumbling. Here's how we handle drilling through any kind of concrete, stone surface, whatever, where we really have to protect the surface. Number one, you never drill it from the backside. Ever. Because by the time you are drilling through from the backside, you will pop out a whole little wedge of that concrete, of that plaster on the front side, and it will not be a pretty look made, okay? So we always approach it from the finished face of the plaster, and to make the cleanest hole possible, number one, not a normal drill bit. We want to use a masonry drill bit, one with a carbide tip that's specifically designed to drill through masonry surfaces, a bright, fresh, shiny, sharp, new masonry bit. And number two, for extra protection, you want to take a heavy-duty tape, whether it's a couple of layers of masking tape or even, a bit of duct tape. Lay it over the wall. Tape it nice and securely onto the wall, right where the hole is going to be. Make the marks of the hole on the tape, and then drill right through the tape through the wall to the back side. And the reason is that the tape is going to help hold the surface of the plaster together, so that any little tendency it might have to make a chip or anything like that will be minimized. You can drill right through the tape, and then you can rip the tape off, and what you'll find underneath is just a nice, clean, quarter-inch hole right through your plaster where it belongs.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to, hopefully they have bits like that. I'll have to check that.
Yeah, you got to check it with them and say, hey, I know you're going to go through my wall. This is a plaster wall. Let me see that masonry bit. How new is that thing? Because I want a nice clean hole. And if it's not new enough, go get yourself another one before you touch my plaster wall. But yes, one location to be good. And depending on the size of your house, let me just throw this in. I know you didn't ask me about this, but depending on the size of your house, if one router is enough to cover your entire house, great. But if not, then the best thing you could do these days is to go with multiple routers to, however many you need to cover everything, and make sure that it is a mesh network. And the difference between that is very subtle for a lot of people. And I just explained that a mesh network of routers does not repeat the signal from one router to the next, so that slows down the signal. It's like playing the telephone game. Every time it passes through yet another repeating router, the signal slows down and the bandwidth narrows, and so at the very, very end, you get poor performance. But a mesh network router system, they're all sharing the same signal simultaneously with each other. That's why we call it a mesh. It's like a mesh. As a result, no matter where you are, you maintain your performance levels and your speed levels everywhere through the house. So anyway, just a little bit of free advice thrown in. In addition, well, I guess the other free advice that I actually gave you for your first question. So there you go. It's all free. All right, when we return, back to the phone. Shall we? Sounds good. I'm so glad you joined me this morning. So much more to come. You're home. The Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Jane Yamamoto has the news.
On the final part of his African tour, the pontiff pushed out his last day there with mass to the country's more than 100 chaplains. LAX superstar LeBron James is now 36 points away from breaking Lakers' great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's NBA all-time scoring record. In NASCAR returns to the Coliseum for the second year in a row. It just opened a few minutes ago. The green flag drops 5 o'clock tonight. Headed out to the 405 when we return.
Let's talk about my solar company for a second. Yeah, my company, Sunlight. Well, I don't own them. They are sponsoring the show, though, and they actually are my solar company. Their solar is on my roof, and it ends up on the roof of all of our clients who ask us for a recommendation for solar. Why is Sunlight so important to your solar future? Well, at the end of last year, the California Utilities Commission changed the rate by which solar customers in California get credited for their power output. It's called Net Metering 3.0. The law now. People aren't too happy about it because it means getting less for your solar efforts from the big power companies. But here's the good news. There's a grandfathering period. You can still lock in the awesome rates of the previous system, Net Metering 2.0, but you've got to have your solar documents filed by this April 14th. That's the deadline. The point is this. If you've ever thought about going solar, you want the maximum possible return, now is the time. And of course, to get the best value in solar, you need the best value in solar company. That's Sunlight. Sunlight will walk you by the April deadline. Even if you're not ready to get Sunlight to get your solar documents filed, there's no time to wait. Let Sunlight help you lock in the best returns on solar that you will ever see. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. PSLB 1008372.
From the KFI Weather Center, this report brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Light rain this morning in the valleys between Empire High and low 60. Now heading out to Sherman Oaks where there's a crash on 405.
Southbound side of the San Diego Freeway here. This is going to be at the 101. Crash right through Sherman Oaks here, and it's pretty heavy all directions. 405 north and south, and the 101 north and south. As how transit's picking up through the area. Watch the delays now. See Carson, two separate problems from the 405. One north side of Carson Street and one at Main Street. That's going to be a problem here. The carpool in the left lane, both faster in Avalon Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Progressive Commercial Insurance. The 50 business needs, from quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. With easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than you might think, and it takes specialized knowledge to win. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and the stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interests alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, choose Jacoby & Myers. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, with easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states and situations. Big tech is a real danger. Now, Congressman Ken Buck's book exposes their censorship. It's called Crush, Big Tech War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter 911.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an offer near you. Following the final news here with Jack Graham on today. Taking you on New Year's resolutions with the Bible. And two Bible statements on the Bible. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible in more stimulating fun.
And I have radio station.
Research the House Whisperer at your service. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking about the latest and greatest from the International Builder Show that just wrapped up this last week. Tina and I were there. We've got some groovy stuff to share with you. But right now, I want to take a couple more calls before we go back to that other stuff. Let's talk to Carrie. Hey, Carrie, welcome home.
Hi, Dean. I'm getting ready to paint our house, the inside, several rooms. Each room is various colors, but throughout the house we have all white trim and doors. One of our rooms is very dark, and so I'm going to go with your recommendation of Swiss mocha. I've heard you talk about that several times. But what do you recommend for the trim and the door?
It's Swiss coffee, by the way. Swiss coffee.
Swiss coffee.
Swiss coffee. I don't want you to, you can order a coffee that's a mocha. But
I'm sitting here drinking a mocha cappuccino.
There you go. There's a Freudian slip. Now you can suppose. Yeah. Swiss coffee is kind of a common, it's just a warm-up one. But yeah. Well, not having seen all the other colors in all the other rooms, it's not the easiest thing to say. I will tell you, white trim and baseboards and door trims and doors, it does have one thing going for it, and that is it works with everything, every other color that you might have in all the other rooms. So that's something to consider. Or you can start breaking the rooms up a little bit and matching doors and facing and baseboards to those specific colors. But as a general quadrant, there you go. For even thinking about changing the color of the baseboards and doors and door trims through the house, because when people ask why, aren't all these things supposed to be white? My answer is no. That's what the builder wanted to do because it's most neutral and it's easy for them to act that way. So I have given my house as an example because it's just my house. All of our interior baseboards and door casings, door jambs and doors are slightly darker than all of our wall colors. Our walls are, generally speaking, with a couple of exceptions, just that warm off-white. Tina selected for our house a kind of a dusty sage green for our trim. Tina, get with me here?
Yes, but I don't know.
Not exactly what you did. Okay, but it's something, it's almost like sage. No, okay. All right. I just don't remember the color. But the point is that we made the color, so it's really, oh, fine. just to show off. All right. The point is this, that there's nothing wrong with going darker. In fact, I would say that at least half the homes that I walk into on a regular basis could benefit dramatically by, what we might call little eyeliner. Little eyeliner on the walls. Eyeliner meaning the baseboards, the door casings, the doors, and the door jambs. So don't be afraid to go darker. Now, going real dark, that's a bold move, right? It's kind of a ballsy move, but subtle changes, 2 or 3 tones down with a nice neutral color, like that French gray that has a little bit of blue or brown in it, that is primarily gray, or the sage that isn't sage that we did on our walls, apparently. So anyway, yeah, Jerry, I mean, I think it's a great thing to think about. I'm not going to recommend a color piece, but I am going to tell you that it's a great thing to think about. And if you've got old colors on other walls in other rooms, then get yourself a color wheel, okay? And use that color wheel to dial in those colors, and then to find complementary colors that work with that, and then you can start playing around. You can have a lot of fun. If you take a little time, have a lot of fun deciding where to go with your trim. And believe me, at the end of the day, no matter what you end up landing on, it's going to be bolder, more dramatic, and more beautiful for the house as a whole. So, bravo.
One of the things we're doing is trying to lighten up a dark room. So if you do go with the white, what I hear you saying is that the Swiss coffee and shade of white would not clash so much.
No, Swiss coffee and white don't clash at all. But the major part of lightening up the room is really about the walls, and so also don't be afraid to add a little bit of depth to the trim. The darker the trim gets, the more depth of character it takes on. So the trim alone is not going to over-darken a room. Never. It's never going to over-darken a room by itself. It's really about that wall surface. So I think you're on the right track. Good work, Gary. You welcome home.
Yeah, hi there. Thanks for taking my call. We got a question about our house in LA is very old, over 100 years old, and just an earthquake question. Basically, we can't do the scrape and bolt program. It's with scrape, but we have a brick foundation, so we can't do that program. We have a quote for about $9,000 to reinforce our post and pier system, these structural pier walls, kind of like a retrofit. I'm just wondering if that's worth it versus saving for like a major, new foundation, which would be like, 7 times the cost, and would maybe require a loan or something way more major. Just wondering, well, is that going to help, the kind of cheaper solution?
Well, that's the thing. I can't blindly tell you, oh, sure, yeah, go with that one. But I will tell you this. I mean, there are, who is that kid? Who is that kid trying to get on the air?
He wants to be on the radio.
Well, he is. So, mission accomplished. So, here's the thing. There are, in LA, in the entire Southern California area, there are several really good retrofitting engineering companies. Okay, Foundation LA. Let me throw that one out to you. You give them a call and see. There are others as well. Just like anything that you're getting quotes for where you're not sure, this is what you want. You want a professional seismic engineer to evaluate your foundation situation and to make recommendations so that you hear from not the mouth of Dean, who hasn't been out to your house and isn't an engineer, but you hear from an actual seismic engineering specialist. Yeah, this $7,000 to $10,000 that we're recommending right here, this is going to significantly, bolster your house's resistance to the next quake. As opposed to like, yeah, really, I mean, this will help a little bit, but what you really need, there's no guarantee that your house isn't going to slide off its foundation in the next big one. That, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to lay down 10 grand and fear that, it's 50, okay? I want to know that we're secure. And so I'm in the same boat that you are when it comes to these things. I am not the seismic engineer. So what do? That's when I call in my specialist, and I find as the proverb goes that there's wisdom in a multitude of counselors. So I call in my specialist, and I get multiple opinions on the patient from surgeons who know what they're talking about before we commit to, spending the big bucks and losing an arm or adding an arm or whatever has to go on. Get multiple doctors' opinions about this before you move forward. That's the best advice I can give you. I will say this, brick foundations are not impossible to work with, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect that you could get a lot done probably for 10 grand underneath the house without replacing the foundation. But that's sight unseen on my part, and I don't want anybody to just run with that, okay? I want you to take the time because it's important enough. It's your home. Call out 2 or 3 and, get a consensus of opinion. Right. Okay, the other say it. All right, my friend. You take care of that kiddo. Oh, there she goes again. Is that a he or a she? It is a he. What's his name? His name is Jackie. All right, Jack. How old is Jackie? He's 6 months.
6 months. Congratulations, Mark.
All right, well, Jackie's now famous. There he is. Forever. Jackie's voice will forever live on the podcast version of this episode. So in the years to come, you guys can say, hey, come over here, buddy. You want to hear yourself when you were 6 months old? There you are, right there in the background. All right. That was awesome. All right, Mark, thank you for the call. Good luck on the foundation of the house. Let me know how that turns out, by the way. All right, folks, when we return, let's take a look at some latest and greatest stuff from the International Builders Show that Tina and I were at this last week. Don't go anywhere. You're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Dean Yamamoto has it.
Police are looking for Dean blocks away from a correctional facility in Los Angeles. Carlos Montes went missing from the male community re-entry program yesterday. California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation officers received notification of an alarm on the monitoring device at 4:30 in the afternoon and were dispatched to locate the resident. Found that he had disappeared. He has been at the facility since February 14th of 2022. He was serving a 5-year sentence for second-degree murder, for second-degree robbery and evading or attempting to evade a police officer while driving recklessly. A woman has been accused. Let's start that again. A woman has been rescued after her car fell down in a bank in Los Angeles. The fire department was called to Mulholland Drive yesterday afternoon after the woman's car fell about 100 feet. The 35-year-old woman was found outside the car and taken to a hospital with serious injuries. The LA Police Commission has unanimously voted to give Chief Moore a second term.
But Mayor Bass says Moore will only serve another 2 to 3 years, and a nationwide search for his replacement will begin soon. The vote yesterday was held in a closed session and has come on the heels of a series of scathing critiques against Moore during a recent public comment period. Moore was appointed in 2018 by former Mayor Garcetti, and Moore said he wanted to spend his time reforming and modernizing his department. Commission President William Briggs said following the vote, Chief Moore is an exceptional leader, and keeping him in place will provide much-needed continuity for the department. Where do we codify news?
The news brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smells Good Farmer. And the Orange County Gun Owners Association says it will fight proposed stricter rules on concealed weapons permits in California.
The association says the proposed rules are unconstitutional. The Jersey Cycle Sports says he thinks the new rules, which include banning guns from public transit and bars, could have the opposite effect of making people more safe. If you look at a couple of different numbers, well over 90% of mass shootings happen in what's called a gun-free zone, where people are unable to defend and protect themselves. Governor Newsom joined other officials yesterday to rally for the new legislation. Proponents of the rules pointed to a study that found less restrictive carrying laws increased violent crime involving guns. Boy, trollers, hey, if I knew it.
A celebration of life service for a famous mountain lion is taking place in Griffith Park at the Greek Theater. The ceremony yesterday featured speakers, musical performances, and video tributes. It was organized by the National Wildlife Federation State LA Tourist Campaign. T-22 was euthanized December 17th after being examined by wildlife officials who captured the cat following the recent signs of distress, including a series of attacks on pet dogs.
in each area. They crashed on 405.
And very good news, we actually had two separate crashes through the area, and now both of these are out of your way on the 405 northbound at Carson and at Main Street. Those they're moving along well. The roadway there is moving along. Now, we do have a heavy drive on the South 101. This is Glendale Boulevard. It makes way through Hollywood, a heavy drive into downtown, the downtown floor level. They're calling through Fontana, 15 northbound at Sierra. Just stall. Getting a fire in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Evas. All right, let's talk about Life Source, the water treatment system that is your home's water solution. Chlorinated water. It's okay for swimming pools, definitely not for drinking or bathing. The good news is Life Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good stuff in 24/7 at every tap, faucet, and shower. Your water will taste great, your skin and hair will look and feel great. Plus, Life Source, self-cleaning, no maintenance, no extra expenses. The water in your home does not need to make you feel like you're bathing and drinking from a swimming pool. Call Life Source at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
Southbound weather from Canyon Drive. Friday in Metro LA and Inland OC, highs in the low to the 60s. Saturday, a chance of rain in the valleys and Inland Empire, highs in the low to the 60s as well. And beaches, cloudy and cool, highs in the mid to low 60s. That's pretty much the number throughout the day. Sunny and windy later today. Windy local, flights up to by 24-hour news. I'm Danielle Martin. For adopted moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, poor candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now with Skyrizi, written to the Mapriza, a prescription only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearance in the former, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Still music allergic to Skyrizi, serious allergic reactions, and an increased risk of infection or lower ability to function may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. For your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. With Skyrizi, you can achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed psoriasis and psoriasis, and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit EKPure.com. The letter E, the letter K, Pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. EKPure.com, promo code Conway. EKPure.com, promo code Conway. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-GIGA. Glad to know that. Vacation sucks. And if I tried to have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants you to do a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just look at the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you've ever been an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney to Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. You're home with me, Chuck, the House Whisperer. We are talking about the latest and greatest from the International Builder Show that just wrapped up this last week. We'll get back to that in just a second. But first, it's time for another House Call. We start with the House Whisperer. Today's house call sponsored by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. All right, very simple. Today I'm answering one question, and that is, should I run my new kitchen flooring underneath the cabinets and the dishwasher and the fridge, or should I hold it back? We get this question a lot when people are remodeling their kitchen, and so here is the answer. It's a mixed bag. Should you run it under your cabinets? No, not if you don't need to for any reason. We prefer actually to get either cabinet boxes, or ideally, if these cabinets have separate kits separated from the boxes, have the cabinet installer install the kits first so that you just have them sitting down on the floor, and then run your flooring up against those kits. We like embedded kits because then you don't have to see the gap in between any unevenness in the floor, especially if it's a tile floor. It's all buried, it's just covered, and it's a nice clean edge. However, the other side of this is, what about the dishwasher and the fridge and any other voids that you have in your kitchen? And the answer to that is always yes. Don't accidentally lock a dishwasher into your cabinet because the floor is now too high in front of it to actually pull it back out again. Plus, these things are not always completely well defined. Far easier just to spend a few more dollars on a couple of square feet and run your flooring, whatever it may be, into the space where the refrigerator and the dishwasher is going to sit. Also will help in case of a leak and stuff like that. And there you have it, the definitive answer. By the way, those fridges and dishwashers, everyone imaginable. You can find it at your local WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. All right, back to the best of the International Builder Show for 2023. Let me pull up my list here. What will we get? What do we have everybody waiting for like 6 segments now? The faux tile slant cooktop thing. Okay. By the way, where you actually put a video that we took of it up on social media. Carol, the good people where?
I did. I posted the slant video, the slant cooktop video, and their big release this year is that they're bringing the elevator.
Okay, so those are both up on social media.
So Instagram and Facebook.
At home with the, you can see it right now. Okay, so what's so innovative about the slant cooktop thing? Well, faux tile is actually famous internationally for having developed all sorts of cutting-edge vent technology. What's cool about it is that it's not everybody's cup of tea as far as its appearance, because there's a piece of slanted glass that extends down from the vent. Well, you'll see it when you go to social media. But the cool thing is, what that slanted glass does is it actually conveys the smoke that's coming off of your cooktop directly up into a vacuum vent area that opens up. A little channel of baffle opens up on the front of the vent. And because of that, it makes this vent, I'm going to say, about 300% more efficient in gathering smoke unto itself than just about any vent I have seen up to this date so far. And this is also a very powerful fan. 800 and 1,000 CFM fans of powerful stuff, and yet virtually whisper quiet, which is another amazing step forward in technology. So you got to check out the slant cooktop vent. Now, the other one that Tina was talking about is what they call and this is not a slant vent, it's what they call the elevator vent. You need a little bit of space up above your cooktop for this, because I think the entire unit sits about 24 inches high. But the cool thing about this one is you can set this vent higher. For a guy like me who's 6'3", I like my vents up out of the way so I'm not whacking my forehead on them as I'm leaning over the cooktop. This vent can be set higher, and what it does is it monitors the amount of smoke that's coming off of the steam that's coming off of the cooktop, and as it detects an abundance of it, not only does it turn itself on and start operating, but yes, it lowers itself down closer and closer to the cooktop as it sees the need in order to efficiently gather together the smoke. And then it rises back up out of its way once that has passed. That's pretty good. That is. It was impressive to watch. So you can check that video out. All right, let's turn the page let's the workshop. The most impressive thing that I saw for the home workshop would have to be the Raptor back downdraft system. Okay, now a lot of guys who have got guys and gals who have got a workshop set up in their garage have a shop vac or a vacuum system where you're going to hook up your major tools to that and to minimize the amount of dust that's spreading all over the place. That's great. But very few of them, including me, have what's called a downdraft table where the workbench itself is gathering dust. And what's the best way to describe this to you? It is sort of well, you know how an air hockey table works, right? There's a blower underneath, and there's air coming through all those holes that makes the puck float around, right, on an air hockey table. Well, think of that in reverse. Think of a vacuum underneath, and of course those holes aren't tiny. They're about an eighth of an inch or so in diameter. Not enough to mess up what you're doing on the table, but the table is covered in these 8-inch perforated holes, and as a result, you just sit there with a sander and go sanding away on a piece of wood. Where's the dust going? It's just disappearing. The table is literally sucking it down from the surface of the table down and into your vacuum unit. That is a smart workbench. That's called a Raptor back downdraft table. You can check that out on Raptor back as well. All right, when we come back, I got more. Your home, the Bean Shark, the House Whisperer, Jamie Yamamoto has the news.
First, let you still buying it in LA, she will be one of the presenters at tonight's Grammy Awards. Two schools in the San Fernando Valley unofficially took top honors at the LA Unified School District Academic Decathlon Super Quiz. The AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, considered one of the most exciting events on the PGA Tour. The pros and the celebs returned today after rain and high winds suspended play yesterday. Headed out to the 57th when we return.
With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America, a trusted leader in precious metals, for 40 years. You can have your gold and silver delivered right to your home. And now, Swiss America is offering listeners silver walking Liberty $half at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call or text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered to your door while supplies last. Limit 250 per customer, and you have to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect you for business with over 30 coverage options. And easy to use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states and situations.
Now headed to Diamond Bar where there's a fast on the 57th.
Yes, this track here is starting to clear out, so that's the good news. But we do have some heavy traffic as you make your way on through the valley on the 101, southbound at Balboa and at Pasco. Two separate problems. Caltrans also is doing some work there on the 405 to the 101. Expect that to be a heavy drive right now. We've also got delays as you make your way on through Fontana, McCann, westbound Cherry Avenue to Haven. It's a very heavy drive. Clear finding the Sky Hook Skip to your faster. I'm Mark Ealer.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. With Hollywood portraying the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting, and the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that 13. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Giant Truth, Clouded Truth is vital to your mental
discounts to help you both effortlessly comfortable. Discounts to thousands. You stay cool. So you're your best for yourself and those you care about most. Like thinking free, only for Sleep Number. With our ultimate Sleep Number event, save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition One Plus special financing ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum issuance required. See store for details.
News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Marquis has been struggling with his feedback. His wife, Michelle, is trying to leave the range. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. Need to get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires of sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiredsleep.com. Life is uncertain. It's okay to get stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Seriously, Mike, here is just fix the penetration.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. K-S-I.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeartRadio station.
KFI. We start the house whisper. Welcome home. Hey, thanks for joining us. We're talking about the latest and greatest from the International Builder Show that Tina and I just returned from this last week in Las Vegas. No, we did not gamble. No. Goes without saying. No, it doesn't. People like that fun in Vegas. Tina and I do not like that fun in Vegas. Was there no fun for you? Actually, you know what? Vegas has got a really great foodie scene. That's what I meant to say. And especially if you're looking off the strip, you will find some jewels out there. And you literally can Google like off the best restaurants off the strip. We found like three solid, like incredible.
In strip malls. But they were fantastic.
Obscure, just like right there in the corner of the strip mall. You walk in, you're like, wow, this is great stuff. It's not a good steakhouse. It's not a great Italian restaurant. What would you classify the other one? Kind of traditional American sort of dish? Yeah, okay. We're just going with that. We're just going to go with that one. All right. We also went to an amazing art installation in Las Vegas, Meow Wolf, at Area 15.
Don't make them like, you know what? Hey, me and Tina had fun in Vegas.
You did. What? Doing other things. What?
All right, let's move on. Let's get back to the stuff. Here we go. How about this? How about a shower? Now, this is I'm talking in the prototype department. Okay, there's a section of the show for companies that are developing prototypes. They're not on the market yet, but they are developing funds and they're coming soon. Okay, the OA Sense, that's the name of the company. How about this? An automatic flow limiting shower head. Now, by automatic, I mean this. Up to 44% savings on your water usage in the shower. Why? Because shower head, just full board, just great big old rain head shower head, just spraying down on you. No different than anything else. No special gimmicks about it, right? But it has a sensor in the center of it. What's that sensor doing? Well, when you turn around and refill over for something else, or you decide it's time to bend down to shave your legs or to wash your toes or whatever the case may be, move away from this shower head. And as you move away from it, what does it do? It shuts down or limits the amount of water coming out. And then as soon as you turn back around, you step back underneath it, look, back on it goes again. Even just that amount of variation in the flow from the shower head can result in up to 44% savings in terms of water usage out of that head. It's just a smart shower head. It knows when you're underneath it and when you're not. That's pretty smart. How about a dishwasher specifically designed to help folks who are aging in place? It looks and sounds and operates just like any awesome dishwasher, sitting down low underneath your counters like all dishwashers do. But in this case, you've made a small seam in your counter and an individual piece of counter material sitting on the dishwasher. Why? Because this dishwasher elevates itself. So when you hit the button on top, it actually, as the door opens, it rises up 18 inches off the floor above your counter space so that you can comfortably load it without having to do a deep knee bend or bend over at the waist. It is a kind of a very much an easy, aging in place, easy access, easy to load dishwasher. And once you close the door and set the cycle, it recedes back down and becomes a normal dishwasher and a normal counter space for the duration of the wash period. Every time you open this dishwasher, it comes up 1.5 foot off the, it meets you where you're at. Okay? That's by Level Aid. Level Aid Elevating Dishwasher. Prototype, patent pending. See it soon. It's going to be definitely an option for it. Mainline manufacturing. And I can tell you this right now, you can't see this on the GE website right now, but you will in May and June when it's released. GE Profile Series, they are thrilled and super, uber excited about releasing their brand new, what am I going to call, all-in-one washer dryer. One unit washes and dries. Now, some of you are saying, Dean, those things have been around forever and a day. You're right, they haven't. There have been combination washer dryers around. But let me tell you about them. They suck. I mean, they are not good. That's the reason why everybody doesn't own one, okay? There are a number of problems with old school combo washers and dryers. One, they don't take very many clothes in, okay? And that's kind of a bummer. Two, it's not really so much the washer. I mean, the washing machine is kind of a typical front-loading washing machine. It's the drying. The drying has always been a hassle. Lint builds up around the door and on the gasket. Venting them is a hassle. It's just weird, okay? Because they tend to not be vented properly because they have water in the tank during the wash cycle. So you can't just have, open air to the outside. There have been a number of problems, and they just don't dry well, and they take forever. All right, so the new GE profile, GE is not screwing around with it, all right? Is it a maximum extra load capacity? No, but it'll handle 10 pounds of laundry in the washing machine. And you know what? That's not wet laundry. That's 10 pounds of dry laundry. That is nothing to take a stick at, all right? That is some serious capacity. From the beginning of the wash to the end of the dry cycle, 2.5 hours, and you don't have to come back to switch the clothes over. And the dryer here, driven by a heat pump, that's the key. Heat pump technology built into the GE profile. Yes, heat pump, like I've been telling you about, air conditioning systems replacing gas furnaces with heat pumps instead. High level efficiency, very, very great drying. Drying from every pore of this barrel, okay? Not just one airflow point into the washer. It has its own lint filter, it has its own dust filter, and no exterior dryer venting either, okay? Now the price point on this thing is probably going to be in the high 2,000 range, but that's what you're paying for a washer dryer combo anyway. And what am I going to predict? Number one, the price point is going to come down at some point. Number two, other manufacturers are going to see this. They're going to get on board. And we
We are predicting, Gene and I, that this is a bit of a sea change when it comes to laundry. Because these things are working well. And you're thinking, well, I'll get all in one unit, but I've got room for two machines. You might just decide to pony up for two of these side by side to replace your washer and dryer. So now you have two washing machines going, both with their own dryers built in. Stranger things have happened. Anyway, the point is this. He is very serious about this. And if they are successful, that's what I'm trying to get out of my mouth. If they are successful, they will, well, we'll put it this way. This thing is either going to fall flat on its face, which I doubt it will, or it's going to change the game for home laundering. I don't think there's a middle ground here. It's either not going to do well, or it will eventually produce a sea change in home laundry. I'm predicting the second. Not immediately, but we're going. So there you go. All right. When we return, how about we go back to the phone? Try and take a couple of more calls. Sound good? All right. You are home with Gene Sharp, the House Whisperer, on KFI. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and China.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Countdown to the music's biggest night. I'm Danielle Roto live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Grammys returned to LA after shifted to Las Vegas last year because of rising COVID cases. Music's biggest superstars will be at the Crypto.com Arena tonight. Beyonce leads the field with 9 nominations, including one for Album of the Year. Some of tonight's performers include Bad Bunny, Harry Styles, and Rizzo. First Lady Joe Biden will be one of the presenters. She arrived at Burbank Airport yesterday afternoon. The 65th Annual Grammy Awards kick off at 5 o'clock tonight. China is expressing strong dissatisfaction and protest following the U.S. shooting down a suspected surveillance balloon from the country over U.S. waters. China says they repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says the Chinese surveillance balloon situation is an embarrassment to the United States.
What began as a spy balloon has become a trial balloon, testing President Biden's strength to resolve, and unfortunately, the president failed that test.
Cotton said President Biden was paralyzed for an entire week after the balloon entered American airspace. He said the administration was trying to salvage Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's trip to China and criticized its decision to keep the American people in the dark. Cotton says the balloon should have been shot down over the Aleutian Islands. An assemblyman from Palmdale is working to change the way child abuse reports make it to the state.
Republican Assemblyman Tom Lackey is working on a bill that would have child abuse claims go directly from law enforcement agencies to the state, as opposed to counties then to the state. Lackey says a recent audit found more than 27,000 reports first given to counties were missing from the state's database. We said there was a problem for some period of time, and we've been working on this for years. Lackey says the issue potentially leaves thousands of dangerous people the chance to be foster parents and youth sports coaches. Boy, Trolley, say it, I knew.
Democrats are making changes to the 2024 presidential primary calendar.
We will move to a vote on the motion to approve the report of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. All those in favor of approving the report, say aye.
The vote came at a party gathering in Philadelphia yesterday as DNC delegates approved moving South Carolina into the top spot for early voting, replacing Iowa. Nevada and New Hampshire rounded out the top 3. Georgia and Michigan also joined the primary window for the first time. Iowa has traditionally been the starting line for the presidential election. And customs officials say raw egg smuggling is increasing along the California-Mexico border.
They say people are bringing raw poultry and eggs in their cars and in commercial trucks.
Don't bring them over. This is, if it's a raw product, like raw eggs and the raw chicken and raw poultry, it can't come over.
Charles King is with Customs and says you're okay to bring in fully cooked poultry or eggs, but you still have to declare them.
If they fail to declare, they can be issued a civil penalty.
King says over the last year there's been a 108% increase in smuggled eggs and poultry. Gregory Cookminer.
Massachusetts police are on the hunt for stolen Statue Express. The Hatfield Police Department launched a search this week for the 200-pound cement statue of the famous ogre after its owner reported it missing. In a post on the department's Facebook page, the thief was asked to return the statue mostly because the dragon sculpture he lives with is frustrated and lonely. Drake is the fictional green-skinned ogre depicted in a popular series of DreamWorks films of the same name. Actress Melinda Dillon has died.
Dillon was a two-time Oscar nominee and a Tony nominee, best known for her roles as the mom in Close Encounters of the Third Kind and A Christmas Story.
No, you need to go out there. Don't shoot your eye out.
She was nominated for Best Supporting Actress in Close Encounters and the 1981 Paul Newman drama Absence of Malice. Dillon also appeared in Slapshot, Harry and the Hendersons, and The Princess Tide. Funeral records show Dillon died last month, although no cause of death was given. She was 83. Mark Roman, KFI News.
NASCAR returns to the Coliseum for the second year in a row. The field of 23 drivers will go around a quarter-mile track for 150 laps with green flag drops fast at the Coliseum at 5 o'clock tonight. And no one matched all the numbers in last night's Powerball drawing. That puts Monday night's drawing at an estimated $747 million. The odds of walking away with all that cash about 1 in 292 million. Now headed back to Sherman Oaks, where there's some house book on the 101.
Yeah, Caltrain is running a little bit late this morning, but it looks like they're starting to pick things up. And you're still going to have some delays. The 101 southbound to 405 train shipping, directing southbound to 405 closed off here. But as you say, looks like they're picking up the cones. Slow traffic from the Cedar Boulevard, both directions. It's going to be heavy. 101 to Hollywood heading southbound from Vermont to downtown 4 level. KFI in the sky, let's get to this faster. I'm Mark Leader.
If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Southbound weather for 25, cloudy in metro LA and inland OC, highs in the low to mid-60s. Similar temperatures in the valley and inland Empire and Tuesdays also in the mid to low 60s. Cloudy and cool with scattered showers, sunny and windy later today. Right now, 62 degrees in Irvine and in Long Beach, 59 in West Hollywood, and 61 degrees in Encino. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jamie Yamamoto.
Holy, my eyes, you have to pop my eyes, you never look more like you.
Mano, my best friend, you really not to let go. Nothing that I need.
I took a moment to try to feel nothing more than you.
Oh, friends come home. Call me better than you. Oh, friends come home. Call me better than you.
Right everywhere. From AM 640 to the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. Hey, I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend,
Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday mornings 9 to noon Pacific time. That's right. Your clock is not messed up. It's past 11, and we're still here because this is our new 3-hour Sunday show format. We've got 3 hours now, 9 to noon every Sunday for you. Yes, for you. Whether you are listening to our local broadcast right here in SoCal, or streaming us live across the country, or if you've joined in for another episode of the House Whisper podcast, I'm just so glad that you are here. We've been talking both yesterday and today about the latest and greatest from the International Builders Show in Las Vegas. We just wrapped up this last week. She and I were there. We've got a beautiful list of things to share with you, and we're going to continue to do that. But right now, as is our tradition, it's time to go back to the phone, find out what is going on with your home today. So let's do it. I want to talk to Glenn. Hey, Glenn, welcome home.
Hello, Dean. Hey, Dean, I've had this back door. Dean?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, I can hear you. I've had this back door for years and years. Now for about the last few years, during the wintertime, it works like a door. It's closed, it latches, everything's fine. During the summertime now, I just can't even close it hardly, much less latch it. So I need a new door.
Oh, is it because it has swollen? You can't get it closed? Is that the problem?
Yeah, it seems to be the problem. I can't tell if it just doesn't get the latching anymore. It doesn't pick up strike space. And I got it closed in the house for years. And I don't know.
It's an older door. And how's the door looking overall as far as how's the paint doing on the door? What are we looking at?
Oh, it's looking a little sunny.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not the side that goes to the sun mostly. It's pretty sunny.
Right. Yeah. So older doors that older doors have a tendency to start being a little bit more sensitive to hot and cold as the years roll on. I'm not saying that it's not time to replace it. It may be time to change the door out. But before I would do that, I would definitely do two things. Number one, I would make sure that we get some really good exterior paint on that door, just paint in general all around, all the sides of the door. Right after, you get a finish carpenter out to take a look at it and maybe pull it off its hinges and run a flame up one side of that door just to shave off ever so slightly, just a little bit more of the door. Because here's the thing. Doors swell sometimes. The interior doors sometimes swell season to season. And when they swell and stick, when they work well in one season and then they start sticking in the next season, it's usually a minor adjustment that needs to be made in terms of now the door is just a little too large for its opening. So by shaving it down just a smidge more, okay? You will probably get that door working both seasons for you. No, it won't be too small during the winter. It won't want to miss the jam altogether and overswing. I'm talking about just a minor adjustment. I would probably do that first, then get a real good paint seal on it to protect it. And that way you can keep all the door and the hardware and, you kind of keep the status quo going on. If that doesn't work, or if you suspect that, this door's just getting old, maybe it's starting to sag a little bit or whatever, then, maybe it's time to replace the door. But my first attempt, a little bit of shaving off the side of the door. And if you're not comfortable with doing that, and you don't know exactly what I'm talking about, then you get a finished carpenter or call a door company specialist so they come out, spend about, half an hour on that door, trim it up a little bit, put it back in place, and I think you'll be real happy with the way that it works. Glenn, thank you for the call, my friend, and good luck with the door. Let's talk to, we might have, I want to do it anyway. Let's talk to Linda. Hey, Linda, welcome home.
Hi, Dave.
Hello. Hi, how you doing? How can I help?
Okay, I have a question about how to drain my water heater. I read about it, and every time I look it up, it's like a different ways. I know you have a easier way or simpler way.
All right, how to drain your water heater. Draining a water heater is a good idea. And all right, real quick, here we go. It's kind of a 4-step process. All right. Number one, you're going to shut off the water heater. All right. So whether it's an electric water heater, we don't want it trying to heat water while you're doing that. That's the point. You either turn off the gas supply to the water heater so it's not running, or you're going to, shut it down, unplug it, flip the switch, whatever your particular water heater requires to be shut off. That's number one. Number two, you're going to open up what's called the TPR valve, temperature pressure release valve. That's what that stands for. It's on the side of the water heater. It usually has a little metal, like flip top lever on it. Sometimes there's a piece of PVC or a pipe coming down the side out of this valve down near the bottom of the water heater. It doesn't matter, one way or the other. Just you stuff it out there, or you can have a little pipe running down the side. But the TPR valve, what you want to do is you want to flip that lever open. That thing is there so in case your water heater gets too much pressure built up or too high a temperature, that thing opens up automatically to drain off the excess. But what we want to do is we want to open it up so that we're letting air into the water heater. That opening that up is like that little pinhole on the far side of your coffee lid when you get coffee to go. That little hole is really important because without it there, to allow air into the coffee cup, it's really hard for you to sip coffee out of the big hole on that side. You've got to have some airflow in there. That's what's going to do to your water heater. So step two, opening up the TPR valve. Step three, down at the bottom of your water heater, there's a larger valve. It's usually big and round. Sometimes it's white plastic, and it looks like it has threads on it, like a water hose, a garden hose. It does, and that's exactly what goes on there. Attach a garden hose to that, and run the other end of that garden hose out into the driveway, out of your garage, to a place where all the water can afford to run. Okay. Then once the hose is attached, turn that whole assembly. That opens that valve. And now water is going to start flowing out of your water heater. That's step three. And the final step is this, and this is an option. If you really want to flush your water heater out, my friend Dr. Water Heater and I both recommend this whenever I have him on. Keep the cold water on for the water heater. So in other words, there's new cold water coming in pressure, and that helps with the flushing effect of draining your water heater. You just want to keep an eye on it and wait till the water runs clear out of the hose, and then you're done. If you don't want to keep the water on, you just want to drain the water heater, then close the cold water valve and do everything else that I said. The water heater is going to drain out, it's going to run out of water. But most people don't just want to drain their water heater, they want to flush it. And I like to flush it under pressure. So I keep the water supply through the water heater on so that the incoming water puts some pressure in the tank and flushes it all out. All right, so to review, shut off the water heater, step one. Step two, open the TPR valve on the side to let air in. Step three, attach a hose to the drain valve and open her up. And step four, don't do anything. Keep the cold water on in order to really flush it out under pressure. There you go, my friend. That's it. That's all it takes. Everybody should do it every 3 years or so. Water heater guys will tell you, do it every year. But, if you give your water heater any attention whatsoever, you're ahead of the game. Water heaters serve us well. We should give them some attention, Give them a birthday present. Take them out for a steak dinner. Do something to let your water heater know that you love and appreciate it. All right. When we come back to the Best of the International Builder Show 2023. Don't go anywhere. So much more to come. You're home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer. Jim Yamamoto has been.
Extreme cold is stricken in North East. 15 million people are under freeze still points. Democrats are making changes to the 2024 presidential primary calendar by replacing Iowa with South Carolina, and a tight race at the box office for the first weekend in February. M. Night Shyamalan, Knock at the Cabin, takes the top spot, knocking out Avatar 2 following its record-breaking 7-week run at number one. Headed up to the 101 when we return.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together.
One is our key rejuvenation, where we help advanced breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129.
Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain section.
And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year.
And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied.
It'll air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com.
We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Now headed to Hollywood where there's Cal Transverse on the 101.
We have a backup right now from about Vermont all the way to downtown Fort Level here. Some Caltrans, they're doing a lane closure, and it looks like it's going to be backing up here at Cal about 1:30 this afternoon. Now, if you would see how heavy on the 101 southbound, if you come up on the 405 connector from really a Caltrans city area, you have a stalled vehicle there as well. And through Fontana, the 10 eastbound at Wadsworth, you got a stall that's coming off to the right. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Leader. Hey, Ola Team Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to need my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
The guy is deep transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. That engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MTO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroClaim to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroClaim's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroClaim is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, the letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroClaim home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Follow the Bible in here with Jack Graham's podcast today. Listen beyond New Year's resolutions with the Bible. You see why the children already started Bible in here with Jack Graham.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
Listen to Bible in here with Jack Graham on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Let's be honest, vacation sucks. And if high gas prices have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorneys. If there's an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service. Thanks for joining us on the program. We're talking about the latest and greatest for your home that we've picked up from the International Builder Show that just wrapped up this last week in Las Vegas. Tina and I were there, and we were checking it out. We've got some things to share with you today. Today is part 2 of a two-parter, so if you missed yesterday's show, go back and listen
every episode that we have ever done, embarrassingly so, it's true, is in podcast form on our House Whisper podcast. So, Home with Dean Sharp, that's where you search iHeartRadio app or Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcast, search for Home with Dean Sharp, and boom, there it is. 6 years now, 6 years of episodes, all listed by topic, all there for you to listen to day and night, anytime that you need to. All right, so yesterday's show already up on the podcast, as today's will be in about an hour after we go off the air. All right, let's get back to our list. I'm going to give honorable mention to where I love it. There it is. Honorable mention to pneumatic vacuum elevators. Now, I've talked to you about these before. That's one of the problems with us going to the Builders Show is that people are like, the kind of stuff that other shows are talking about, not necessarily what we're going to be talking about, because I keep you guys ahead of the game all the time. I'm always feeding you new stuff along the way. So we've discussed pneumatic vacuum elevators, meaning, elevators inside your house to take you from the first to the second to the third floor, however many floors you got. Pneumatic vacuum tube elevators, they work like the things at the bank where they put the cash in and off it goes. Except I promise you that you will not travel horizontally and you're not going at 70 miles an hour. It's very comfortable, very easy, very safe. But the cool thing about them is they're completely self-enclosed, these elevators. So they are a relatively easy way of converting a house without an elevator into one that has one, because you don't need special shafts being built into the house or anything like that. You just need to find a place to make the round hole in the second floor, and boom, you got a functioning elevator system. How important is that for aging in place? The difference between staying in your family home and not. And so that's something seriously to think about. Now, those are still on the pricey side, but the price point has dropped some. So we are impressed with that. And let me just say this about the 3 or 4 elevator vendors that we actually visited while we were there. The price point for conventional elevators, meaning that you build a shaft inside your home or make room for it somehow for a shaft, and then they'll install a conventional elevator, either hydraulic or tractionless elevator, not needing much of a equipment kit, at the most 12 inches below, sometimes 8, sometimes 3, sometimes 0. So elevators fit into our homes, bottom line, better than ever before, and the price point has dropped significantly since I think we last talked about it. We used to say it was $100,000, proposition to by the time you get done with all the framing work, and then the elevator is going to run you about 60 grand, right? Well, now I would say 60 grand is the entire proposition, because the elevator itself installed of the 3 that we visited, maybe $30,000, between $20,000 and $30,000 for an elevator. This is no longer something that we think of as an ultra luxury accessory for a luxury home. We're starting to think of elevators now as appliances. It's another appliance. It's a pricey appliance, but it's a very, very important appliance if it means staying in your home. So $20,000 or $30,000 installed for an elevator, that's assuming that the framing work has been done separately. Good price point. It really is a significant thing. All right, what else do I got for you? Here's one in the category of yet another way of opening a wall of your house to the outside. Now, we have talked in the past about, big old sliding glass doors. We talked about movable glass walls. That's been like the craze for several years now, right? The movable glass walls that were, they either kind of accordion off to the side, or they slide and stack on each other so that the glass just disappears, and now you've just got open space. Well, here's yet another option. Hideaway, that's the company, HYE, Hide Away, hydraulic wall. Now, what is a hydraulic wall? A hydraulic wall, what's the best way to explain it? Think of a garage door, a glass panel, or a series of glass panels the size of a garage door, okay? But instead of opening that sucker up and having that door slide into the room, okay,
Hidden in the recesses of the edges of the door are two hydraulic pistons, and this door is hinged at the top, along the top. So this thing folds open like an awning. So suddenly, what was all of this large piece of glass wall here lifts up outwardly outside the house. Nothing comes inside the house. Nothing is visible inside the house. Nothing messes with the interior design motif of the house. But now the wall is gone, and you've got free flow in and out of the house. And by the way, because it lifts it outward like an awning, you now have a patio cover covering the area, shading the area, and so on, where you just had the door open. So something worth looking at. Go to hideawaywalls.com. You can see what I'm talking about there. All right. When we come back, I want to talk to you about a water nozzle or your garden hose that gives you hot water outside. Yeah, it does, for real. And we're also going to talk about something, one of my favorite little things. It's a little thing, okay, that changed the game in terms of installing a dryer vent behind the dryer, which is traditionally just a pain in the arse. We'll talk about that and a couple other things when we return. Don't go anywhere. You're home. The Bean Shark, the House Whisperer, Jim Yamamoto has video.
China is upset about the U.S. shooting down the suspected surveillance balloon over the U.S. China says it repeatedly informed the U.S. that the balloon was for civilian use and entered the country accidentally.
This was not an accident. This was deliberate.
Yes, it was no accident. That is what former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mike Mullen had to say about the recent flight of a Chinese surveillance balloon in American airspace. He said the balloon was maneuverable and there was no way its presence over certain sensitive sites was a coincidence.
There's no way that he could have had a meaningful visit. And we have a host of issues that we need to address.
He said Blinken would like the chancellor's trip to China, especially since it seems that the visit was disrupted on purpose. New Hampshire Republican Governor Chris Sununu says he's definitely thinking about running for president in 2024.
At the end of the day, you're going to have a lot of Republicans that get in that race. They're all really good people. They're really good candidates.
He says that there is a need for new leadership in the Republican Party, and he says the 2024 Republican primary field is likely to be crowded. Sununu says former President Trump is unlikely to succeed in a one-to-one against Biden. He says Trump is seen as a very extreme candidate that will receive pushback from the American people. Former Trump economic advisor Gary Cohn says he doesn't expect a recession in the first half of 2023.
This does feel like we're in relatively good shape here. The question is going to be, how does the Federal Reserve handle what's going on in the economy?
Cohn says there's evidence that record high inflation is starting to ease. Hate crime charges have been filed against a man accused of vandalizing a mural that commemorates Latino heritage in Orange County. This means something for our community.
Costa Mesa police spokeswoman Rocky Diaz says witnesses allegedly saw and had video of Daniel hiding defacing the Ponderosa mural.
It was vandalized in late October with white supremacy language.
Orange County DA Kimberly S. says that even though Heidi allegedly wrote white power over the names of strong women leaders from the county,
Danielle's already been restored to its original duties, and we aren't going to put up with the in the community.
Heidi was charged yesterday with felony vandalism with a hate crime enhancement and faces 6 years in prison in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
LA Lakers superstar LeBron James is now 36 points away from breaking Lakers great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's NBA all-time scoring record. LeBron could set the record during Tuesday's game against Oklahoma City Thunder on Thursday when the Lakers host the Milwaukee Bucks at Crypto.com Arena. And excitement is building for next Sunday's showdown between Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles. Lots of us will be winning it while we watch the Super Bowl.
Americans are expected to eat a record amount of chicken wings while they enjoy the big game. The National Chicken Council predicts football fans will consume 1.45 billion chicken wings over the Super Bowl 57 weekend. That's up about 84 million wings from last year's big game. The organization said a return of Super Bowl gatherings combined with more favorable prices a reason for the increase. Jennifer Jones, Lee, KFI News.
Now headed out to Diamond Bar where there's a stall under 57.
We have a big rig that's conked out right in the middle of the roadway through the Orange Freeway here, the southbound side at Pathfinder on the 57. It's going to be a heavy one. 101 continues to be a problem through downtown, the northbound side to the south to the 110. And also through Hollywood at Workzone. Caltrans is doing some work and backed up into Hollywood and South 101 from Vermont to the downtown 110 core level there. Yeah, finding the sky helps get there faster. I'm Mark Ealer. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroClaim to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroClaim's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroClaim is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, the letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroClaim home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Southbound weather from KFI, cloudy in Metro LA and inland OC highs in the low 60s, a warm up, and Tuesday highs in 70s with the return of the Santa Ana. So expect a strong gusty wind. Cloudy and cool in the valleys and inland Empire high today in the mid to low 60s, and beaches cloudy and cool with scattered showers this morning, highs in the mid to low 60s as well, sunny and windy later today. We're Lead Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jamie Almarca.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs, from quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Schedule a home fire safety check for just $77 with Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed and just worried or frustrated. Our hope and help. Access our hope through and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or lifestyle at household.org.
When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than you might think, and it takes specialized knowledge to win. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and the stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interest alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, choose Jacoby & Myers.
I'm glad to be honest. Vacations suck.
And if I gas prices have you sitting at home like a loser,
Maybe it's time you are a winner.
KFI wants you to do a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m.
Just for the keyword, then enter it at KFI640.com/cash.
No texting, just winning.
Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. Never get accident. Winning is everything. Call the winning attorney. Just Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com.
Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m.
Claim your cash refill
on KFI AM 640.
more stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640. When you're laughing at it. Live everywhere.
This is that we talked about the other day, those bands that do that kind of over-the-top British activism thing.
Yeah, that's classic late 80s, early 90s. Extreme British accent band. It was cool then. We were like, ooh, very international, very continental. All right, you're home with me, Sharp the House Whisperer. We have spent the last couple of days talking about kind of the latest and greatest finds that you and I came up with at the International Builder Show, which we were at this last week. I got a couple more for you here, so let's dive back in. Okay, a couple of honorable mentions. First of all,
just a, yeah, pizza oven in the outdoor kitchen department. OM, did we not see everybody and their brother? I mean, I'm saying nothing short of 10 different manufacturers saying, hey, guess what? We got a portable pizza oven for you. Now, I've talked to you in the past about our OONI, OONI, which in my opinion, the leader of the pack. Why? Because I own one. But OONI a few years back came out with the idea of a portable, affordable, literally real pizza, meaning like, and what do I mean by real? I mean interior temperature between 800 and 900 degrees. That's what makes a real kind of wood-fired pizza oven right, okay? But at the show, something has happened. The entire outdoor kitchen industry has taken notice and said, well, we can make one too. And so we saw every shape, size, and configuration. Some wood-fired, some charcoal-fired, some gas-fired, some combos. Just know the thing. You get ready for summer, you want to add something to your outdoor kitchen, you have a plethora of choices when it comes to a real, fully functional outdoor pizza. They're out there. So go check them out. Second honorable mention, and it's just so near and dear to my heart, this company. You heard me talk about them before, so I'm not going to go I'm not going to talk too long about them today. But Modern Mill, all right? This is a company down south who are making decking and siding material out of upcycled rice hulls. Right. You heard me right. I have just Googled and swooned over them before. Why? Because Dean is so famously rigid when it comes to decking materials. I don't like plastic decks. I don't like the look of plastic decks. I think the whole quote-unquote green movement when it turns in terms of plastic decking material is a falsehood. And so I've looked for years and years and years to get away from just using up wood for wood decks into something legit. And let me tell you, the Acre by Modern Mill, it's the real, of course, it's the real deal. It is a wholly green material. It's the byproduct of an industry that already exists, the rice industry in the U.S. And Modern Mill, we spent some serious time talking with our friends over there again, just encouraging them. I'm hoping that they'll get to the point soon, maybe even this year, where they're ready to step up and actually be a sponsor of the show. That would just thrill me to no end. But you know what? Sponsor or no sponsor, I'm talking about how good they are. Because this is a material you guys need to look into if you're considering a deck and you don't want to put wood out there. But you want to put something that feels like wood, looks like wood, and functions even better than wood, and is not destroying the planet all at the same time, then you got to check out Acre from Modern Mill. I kid you not. It is pretty amazing stuff. It is a game. Take my word for it. How about this? How about a water nozzle for your garden hose that gives you hot water? Yeah. No, just from your cold garden hose, hot water. How does that work? Ring, the huge water heater company. Okay, RABEM. If you have a chance, go check the Ring Hot Wave. Okay, what is the hot wave? Well, it's the world's largest garden hose water nozzle. I'll tell you that. And it's about, I don't know, it's probably a foot long. Okay, it's a little weird looking in the sense that, wow, that's a large nozzle you got on the end of your water hose there. But what does it do? Well, it screws the water hose. It also has an extension cord, the length of a hose that runs back and plugs in somewhere, one of your exterior outlets on your house. And what is encased in this 12-inch long nozzle is essentially a miniaturized tankless water heater. All right, now this thing is lightweight, fully functional, and in an area like Southern California, our zone, we're talking about it producing an endless amount of water up to 115 degrees. And that is significant. Endless hot water from a handheld tankless water heater in your hand. Okay, now why is that something important? Well, hot water cleans things better than cold water. So you're hosing off the barbecue, you're hosing off the deck, you're hosing off the patio furniture. You want to clean windows from the outside of the house and give them a good spray down. Your solar panels, what have you, the car, whatever the case may be. Hot water works better. We all know that. Especially hot water works better than cold water. How about giving the dog a bath? Right? We have gone to such great extremes of like, oh, well, in the corner of our laundry room, we're going to put a special shower pan area to build in so that we can wash the dog inside. If we bring the dog into the bathroom, why do we do that? Why do we bring the dog inside? I'll tell you why. Hot water. That's why we bring the dog inside, because some of us just don't want to freeze Fido, with the cold water coming out of the hose. Well, now, out in the garden, out on the deck, out on the patio, wherever, Fido gets all the hot water that he needs in order to take that bath, and you don't have to bring the pet inside anymore. So there are a lot of applications to this, and it's just interesting and fun. That's the Ream Hot Wave Hot Water Nozzle. It is a tankless water heater that you hold in your hand. You can check it out. All right, last mention, the Mag Vent, MAGVENT, the Mag Vent dryer vent. Okay, this is a $50 dryer vent assembly, and it has changed the game in terms of the crazy hose bundle of kinky weirdness that you find behind most dryers. What's the problem with a dryer vent with a dryer? The problem is you got to pull the dryer all the way out, and you have to then connect enough dryer vent hose so that you can make the connection there. So you need about 3-4 feet of dryer vent hose, and then you slide the dryer back in. So you can't reach behind most dryers to make a little tight little hose connection there, right? And as a result, you've got all this dryer vent hose that's gathering, that makes it hard for the lint to clear out. It's just pain in the boot. All right, so now with a mag vent, you mount. It uses these high power magnets on one side and the other that attract to each other and self-align. So what it means is wherever the dryer outlet is out of the house, you mount this one vent ring there, magnet ring, and then on the dryer itself, as long as you're the dryer are within 4 to 5 to 6 inches of each other. Then on the dryer, you can afford to just have a maybe 6-inch long hose coming out of the back of the dryer, and then the other dryer vent ring. Now, you don't have to reach behind the dryer. All you do is you slide the dryer back, and as these two magnets get close to each other, they grab each other, self-align, and stick together. That is thrill. It really is. I knew I was going to do laugh by saying that. It is brilliant. It costs about $50, and you should look it up immediately, like right now. Magvent dryer vent, and I think it's magvent.com or magvent dryer vent. Anyway, go check it out. All right, more to come when we return. Your home is being sharp. The House Whisperer, Jane Yamamoto, has been.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs is protesting the U.S. gunning of a domestic surveillance balloon that claims it's a civilian balloon that floated over the U.S. last week and entered the country accidentally. The biggest news in music are in town for the 65th annual Grammy Awards at Crypto.com over last night. Our ball made a hit again, no winner last night, so tomorrow's drawing will be an estimated $747 million. Headed up to the 405 with a return.
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now getting higher for December. Donate carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Now headed up to the Sepulveda Pass, where self-transport is underway on the 405.
So we kept the 405, the southbound side, just to get to the 101 about Moraga, right at sunset, beyond an offensive blocked by Caltrans there. And that's backing up ways in the over the past few weeks, anyhow. That's a slow one. Now, the 101 southbound from White Oak to Haskell, that's stopping Caltrans from the valley cleared out, but it's heading 210 west on the 10 Anita Avenue. Problem there in the right lane. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Hey, Ola Team Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than you might think, and it takes specialized knowledge to win. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and the stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interest alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, choose Jacoby & Myers. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix the ghetto. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm for our new drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice or satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
I think uncertainty of home to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHealth can help. Access CalHealth's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhealth.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost both legs, had a brain injury, or were paralyzed and could never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Glad to know that. Vacation sucks. And if high gas prices have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you're an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.